So then now we know it's working. Anything we are searching here is changing the URL, and now the next step is to actually render something on this particular component. So we need the template, and then we need to fill the JavaScript for the web component. So let's start with a template. So we are now, if you are following through the README, we are on F1. So we already passed all the routing stuff. So here we have the template. So I will just copy and paste. This is just HTML. And maybe the part that is maybe new, we can spend some time, but it's just an HTML, nothing really so important. So we have a section for templates, template home, template movie details. By the way, in these movie details, I have a style open here that I'm not using it, so just nothing happens, but I will just add this template then after the last template. So in this case, it's pretty much similar to other HTMLs. The only new part that we have is that we have selects. So this will be for filtering and also to change the order of the search results. Okay, so we have some selects that the one with genre is empty because we need to actually fill it by JavaScript. And the other one is already pre-populated, so it's a static list of possible options for sorting. And also for the movies result, we have the animated loading. Remember that one? So so we can see if that works just by trying to use it. So after we have that, the next step is to go and work with movie page JavaScript. This is the one that is rendering movie. Actually, we should probably rename it to movies, maybe. That's better, yeah? Because it will have a collection of movie result. Maybe it's better name, that movie. So if I change it from here, I should also update my routes. So movies page. And also I should update the import. So now I should remove this one. So everything is now there with the right name, I think. So if I refresh, can I refresh without going to the home? Yeah, because we have already solved the problem from the server, so it's still working. So now I need to do something here. So we need to get the template so we know the deal. So let's also do the copy part here, because we have already done that, at least the first part. We have already done something very similar, so it's probably faster for us to just take this, the movies page. I will copy that, and then we will finish the part later. So now I need to go to movies page. There is still called movie page here. So let me rename the file as well. There we are. Now I paste this. So let's analyze the code. Okay. So first, the new part is that now we will work with the URL bar, and we will read from the URL bar arguments. For example, Q. Here we're going to show not just the query, but also a possible filter. So then we can actually filter by genre. So we can have genre, and also we can define the order. And maybe later, maybe for homework, you can then make different pages. So you can add pagination to the system. So then you can add a lot of arguments in this search query string. Okay, so we need to read that, and to read that, that string is available in window location search or location search. You can add window or not here, it's the same. That's the string, but now we need to parse the strings to extract each argument. And we do that with URL search params. That's actually a browser API. So that will give you all the params. And then we can get here, for example, the order, the genre, and also the query. Okay, that actually the query is receiving by here. That is actually being sent by here. So in this case, we are reading the template, we are cloning the template, We are injecting the template. We know how to do that. And then we are getting the query. If we do have a query, we're actually setting the query movies, like bad movies, as a title. And then we are rendering. If there is no query, I'm just showing an error. Why is there no query? Well, maybe queue is empty, like this. So I won't make any search. Okay, so I will show an error. That's kind of the idea. And render is just my method. Is calling the API that we already have server-side. That is making the queries with I-like. It's looping through the movies, and it's injecting new movie item components. Nothing really fancy. And if there are no movies, so movies length equals to 0, it's just saying there are no movies with your search. That's not an error. I mean, you are searching for a movie that doesn't exist. Okay, makes sense? Nothing completely complicated. So now, if I then search for Superman movies, nothing happens because it seems like we have a bug somewhere. So it says that movies page is not exported. So let's see, when I rename things, I might be doing some weird stuff. No, maybe I need to refresh. Can? No, okay. Movies page doesn't provide an export named movies page. But actually we do have it, right? Movies page, movies page.
Is it the default export?
Yeah, maybe. Because what's the difference? When you have default, you don't need then to use curly braces when you are importing it. Okay, so that's the difference. And in the routes AS, we had those curly braces. So if I leave the default, then I need to remove this. So both will work. Okay, but just to stay consistent with the others. This has got to do with ECMAScript modules. Okay? So refreshing, there we are. We are back. Searching for Superman, and we see this, which is something. Okay, it's not yet the list, but we actually see the animation that actually looks pretty good, right? That's the animation that we have created before. We have this filtered by genre and now sort by popularity, and we can change this. That's the idea. It's not working yet. We need to finish that part. And also, we should see why it's not loading. So here it says API is not defined. So that happens when you copy and paste. So movies page has a call to API, but it has no import for it. So control space enter will add the import without JS. Okay, and I think I'm checking if there is any other import that I need quickly. I don't think so. So if I refresh, now it says search. Oh, I have search movie for some reason. Oh yeah, here. That's wrong. It's only one search. And it says there are no movies with your search, which is weird. Okay, there should be some. So now, how to debug this? First, I may look into the network tab. And maybe I want to look at fetch XHR. And if you look here, I'm seeing something weird there. It's searching with the function to a string. So something is wrong somewhere when I'm doing the API part. Okay, so I'm sending to search movies, queue, order, and genre. And here I'm sending arguments. Okay, so it seems like the problem is here. Can you spot the problem? We have a bug that is coming from a few hours ago, many hours ago. The problem is here. ToString is a function. So that's a bug that we have. That this is the first time that we're actually calling that function. So ToString is a function. So if you are passing the function as an argument, it's trying to pass the function to the server. So it doesn't make any sense. So we need to call this. By the way, this code is taking this and converting this into a query string. Okay. So let's try again. Refresh. I can see that now to the server, it's sending the right query, Q equals Superman. And if I look here, I'm still not seeing movies because search Zoom component is not defined. Okay, movies page. Movies page. It's here. Why is that like this? I don't know. But in this case, we are going to create a new movie item component. I'm not sure when that changed, but that's our component. It's movie item component. Okay, so refresh. Well, now movie item component is another one that I need to import. Maybe you're thinking, well, but we have already imported that one. So it should be already defined. Okay, does it make sense? So why it's already imported? Because if you go to the home page, remember, we are talking about that component. Okay, so the component was already loaded. But then when I'm going to search, the component is not there. It's complaining that it's not there. But you loaded the component. But we need to separate between the idea of loading the component and executing the component than importing that in a module. This module, if it's going to use it, it needs to import it anyway. So one thing is for HTML, to execute the custom components defined. Another thing is for JavaScript. A module should always import other elements from other modules. Okay, make sense? And finally, we can see Superman movies or Back to the Future movies. And it works. Okay, and if I click on these ones, it should work. Oops, seems like you have a bug there, right? So for some reason, oh no, maybe I clicked twice because it's in the history. Can you see that? We have a bug somewhere. We need to find that bug. That when we click in one element, it goes to the home for some reason, but then it's in the history, so I can go back and I'm there. It seems like I do have a go to home that is there somehow that we need to solve. Okay, is it happening also in the home page? Yes. So the problem seems to be directly in our movie item component, right? The catch-all is on the server, so we are actually not touching the server. So it shouldn't be something on the server. Okay, so because here we are not touching the server, so we are just client side. So the problem should be around movie item. So we are going to a URL on clicking, and maybe the problem is this one. I'm not preventing default. We can do that first. Maybe that's the issue because this is going to the home page. Event prevent default. Does it make sense? It's a link with an href. So if I don't prevent default, the browser is also changing the URL. And it's going to the home because it has no URL. But also my code is changing the URL. So we are both calling router. I think that's the issue. Cross your fingers. So we go here, click. No, let's refresh again just in case. Yeah. And if I search, Back to the Future, I'm going here, it's working now. Okay, did you all get the problem? When you have links or forms, you have to prevent default.
Is there some kind of listener that exists for injecting like inner HTML like that? Because when we load the page, we go through each href and disable them. It seems like you could probably make a listener or something to do that here too.
Something that we can do is that, so we have that, maybe if I understand correctly, maybe we can add the same nav link that we have for the home page, okay? And then we can, I mean, as an idea, you can go to the router, and remember, we have that enhancing experience here. So maybe we can call that also when we are going to a new page. So after injecting the page, we go through the links and do something. That's one option. Another option that's probably going to be better is that you can have observers of the DOM. So every time there is a change in some parts of the DOM, you can go again and run this. Okay, that's another option. And let's say the final option is you can even do something like, I'm not sure if it's initially a good idea, but just to tell you that you can do that, you can take the document and add an event listener for click. And you say, well, but if I do this, is the click of the whole page? Yes. But I'm not sure if you know, there are two things. We have target, 2 elements, and current target. Does anyone know the difference between target and current target? No? Let's do a console log of both and see what happens. So anywhere. Now if I click anywhere on the page, I should see that, or maybe not. This error is from YouTube. I'm still getting the error from YouTube. There, I'm seeing the document. So I'm clicking. I'm clicking on Back to the Future, and I'm seeing first the H2, second the document. Okay. So target is the actual element you are clicking on, even if you are listening for the whole page. And current target is the whole page. So meaning that on target, you can actually check, for example, which kind of element it is, if it's a link. So then, if it's a link, you can prevent default for all the links. I'm not sure you want to do that, okay? But I'm just saying that you can use the DOM with this and listen for events in the whole document, or just in the part. So it can be just the main. And everything is in there. You can, when you click there, then you can check here who is the actual target, and if the one that you are looking for, do something with it. This gets more complicated. You have something known as bubbling, and I'm not getting into those details here. Also, you can stop propagation. So another listener can stop propagation, so then you won't get executed at the document level. It depends in which phase you are. So it gets more complicated. So, but if you want to get there, you can. Okay, so you can make a lot of advanced tricks just by using the DOM. Okay, does it make sense? So do you have any question on the search?
In the, I think it was a movie item, you had the on-click attribute.
Movie item?
Yeah,
Here.
that.
Yeah.
How are you, it's just implicitly, it has access to the event object?
Yeah, exactly. When you have any on something event on HTML, you always have an argument known as event with that name that is available in that particular context of execution. It's called event. But if you are passing that to a function, you need to pass, I mean, if you have here app.process or whatever, you typically pass the event as an argument. So then that function will execute prevent default. But because here I'm not using an external function, I'm just writing a script there, I can use semicolon to separate sentences and execute both at the same time. And there is an implicit argument known as event.
So you can assume that is just a... That,
yeah, it's always there.
Okay. But in that line, that's essentially a function that's just always going to execute.
It's an object more than a function. But yeah, event is an object that is always available inside an event of type on. When you say on something.
Okay. Could you pass in a function to onClick?
Yeah, I think I'm doing that at some point, maybe on the search. So if you go index.html, and the search, the home page, here.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I'm passing the business argument.
Okay.
So I was, in this case, stopping the default action, preventing default from inside app. So here on app search, I'm receiving the event and calling prevent default from here. Okay, does it make sense? So the next steps is that I need to connect the filters and when I'm searching, let me go back. Okay, I can go back. The interesting part is that if you go back, it works. Even it works for the search results, so everything is working as expected. So if I go back, I can change by score. I'm not sure which one do you think, which one is going to be more popular or better of the three. I don't know. Okay, we'll see. So if I want to change the order or change the genre, I need to do something. By the way, the genre is dynamic, so I need to actually call an API to fill that select. Okay? So we need to do that part, and I will do that probably manually to explain some things that maybe they are new to you. So I will go to, in this case, movies page, and at some point in our connected callback, I should call a function that I'm going to create, load genre. Genres. Okay? And because I will need to go to the network, I will make it async, because I know that I will probably need to go to the network. And I will first call the API. So await API dot get genres. If I don't have it, I need to create it. I think I don't have it, so let's check if I'm getting into the API. Yep, I don't have it, so I will just clone any of this, get genres, and it was just genres. As far as I remember, let's try this. So if I open localhost 8080, API, genres, I'm getting them. Okay, so this is the URL that I want to execute. Remember, that's go to the backend. The backend goes to the handler goes to a data repository goes to a database, makes a SQL query, and all the information is traveling back to our JavaScript code. So back here, then I have the API. Yeah, it's fine. So let's go back here. And now that we have them, I will get the select. The select is just the selector in HTML. So from my own HTML, I will just find the select with the ID filter, like so. And I will start, this is kind of weird, but this is how it works. I'm going to create one first option that will mimic what we have right now, like it says filter by genre, because by default, there is no way to select like a title. So you need to create one option with that. Okay? And then we're going to loop through all of this. And for each, we're going to create an option. It's an option tag. So we're going to create an element of type option. That's a tag name. We're going to set its value. Its value is important. I can use the ID, because that's the argument, the value that we will send to the server to filter by genre. And then the text content is going to be the name. No, dot name, like that. And I'm going to append that to this. So if this is working, if I reload, now I should see here genres. I'm not seeing them, so let's look at the console. And it says load genres is not defined. That's because without even looking at that, I think that the problem is the order in which I did this. I first called the function and then created the function. Because I did that, I forget that this is JavaScript, and when you have a class, and we are in a class, I need to add this. If I code this in the reverse, so I create the function and then call it, Visual Studio Code will add this for me. Okay. So, but when I'm teaching, and I'm changing the natural order of things, and some things like this will happen. So now I can see all the genres appearing there. So that works. Then, of course, nothing happens when I click here, or it's trying to do something, but it's not yet implemented. Okay. And the same happens when you change sort. You can see it's actually calling two functions, search filter change and search order change on app, that they're not there. Okay, that they will just change the URL with other arguments. And in that case, it will make another request to the server with the right arguments, and will go to the web service, the data, the database, and the list of movies will flow back. Okay. So in that case, on the README on F3, we already have those two functions. They're not like so complicated, but let's just copy and paste them within app.js. So these are other new functions for app.js, like this. So search order change will actually get the parameters, the other two parameters, the genre and the query, and will create the new URL. And filter is getting the order. So in case you are filtering and ordering at the same time, okay, it's doing this. And sending the rest of the arguments. Okay, so those arguments are going to the same /movies route. So it will actually make a new navigation to the same page. Even if it's the same page, it will be a new instance of the page. And this page, if you look at the code, movies page, it's actually right now reading those parameters as well. Okay? So if I refresh now here, now I'm getting an error. Line 39, probably I have a comma thing in app.js. So app.js, yeah, it's red. So yeah, probably when, or maybe I'm missing. Maybe I didn't select the whole thing, so I'm missing a call block and a comma. By the way, in JavaScript, remember, you can have trailing commas, the same as in Go. So you can always have trailing commas. It's a good idea when you are reordering things, because then you don't need to remember if you have the comma or not. OK, so we are back to the future. Filter by genre. Well, actually, if you say fantasy, yeah, there are no fantasy on Back to the Movie. I guess they probably science fiction, not fantasy. Yep. And also, now they are searched by popularity, by, let's say, by a score. It's like, well, the same. Let's see if it's working. Release date, well, it's probably the same. No, because I'm using the reverse order. So Back to the Future 3 is the first one. OK, and by name, well, they have mostly the same name. So, but if you search Batman movies, OK, now we can change the order. It seems to be working. And if I filter by comedy, I only have the Batman from the 60s, which is true, right? I'm not sure if you watch them. OK, but anyway. So it's working. So the design pattern for ordering and filtering, and also for paging, even if you are not doing paging in this course, but you can add paging later, it's just adding more arguments to the URL. And it works with the back button, so I can go back. And you can see I'm going back with my whole navigation. Maybe you can decide if changing the order should create a new history or not. Remember, we have a quick way to disable that. Some people think that if you change the order, maybe it should be the same page, so you shouldn't go back to the previous order. But it's up to you. If you want to change how that works, you just change when you call router go. We add a second argument false, and it's not going to add it to the history. OK, does that make sense? Do you have any question on searching, filtering?
So when it does the initial page load, does it sort by popularity by default then?
Yeah. And where is that? Well, actually, how default works. Because it is interesting. If I reload this, you can see that science fiction is pre-selected. And also sort by release date. That it actually happens that it matches the order I have here and the genre I have here. I guess that's the idea, okay, for science fiction. So how is that working? How is that pre-selected? So if you actually inspect this, when you inspect the options, okay, you don't see anything special. So how is that science fiction pre-selected if nothing appears there as different? Okay, well, this is because we are setting the value of the select. That's why the value is important. The value of the options will match the value of the select. So when we see movies page, I think here, I'm saying if I do have an order selected, I'm setting the value of the select order with that order. And the same will filter. So in that case, because we do have genre 18 from JavaScript, we're actually changing the filter value to 18. So that's why it's actually selecting science fiction. But if I go and say document, query selector, we change the filter. That's the select. And we change the value to another one. I don't remember which IDs do we have, like 4. It's actually changing it from there, right? Can you see that? It's not reloading the page because I didn't change it from the UI. So it's not triggering the change. Okay, so changing the value from JavaScript is not triggering on change in the UI. So it's not triggering the reload as if I'm doing like this, that is actually reloading. Okay? Does it make sense? So now we have like a lot here. We have the router working. We can get into the details of a movie. We can search movies. I know, even with any letters, blah. Something appears with blah. Okay, we can filter all the fantasy movies with blah. We can change the order. Okay, so that's actually working pretty well. Okay, cool. Maybe it's time for a tech break because we will start working something new. Okay, 10 minutes?
Yeah, let's do a little 10-minute break. Sounds good.
Because we will get with authentication. That is actually a huge topic. So. So now we have all the navigation and the basic UI part ready. But then we know that we have at some points add to favorites, add to watch list, and also we have a section favorites and watch list and my account. And actually for that to work, I mean, we could do a client-side only list of favorites, a client-side only list of watch list, but the idea is that that would probably need a cloud user account. So then you can log in any computer on any device and get your watch list. And for that, we need to work with users, with accounts. We need to register users. We need to log in users. So that's a pretty common scenario for most web apps these days. So the last huge topic that we have for this course is authentication. So we are going to start doing that. And now we will need to also go back to the server because we will need to add more entry points, more APIs. We need to talk down to the account. And also we need to deal with passwords. So we will discuss all that stuff apart from creating the front end, the login forms, the registration forms. And then we'll also need to, because it's a single page application, we need to understand how we will keep the session somehow alive because we are not sending the username and password on every request. I mean, we could, but it's a really bad idea. So let's get into that topic. First, our database. If we look at we could check in the database if you have any tool connected to your database. We do have already a structure for this table. We have an ID for users, name, email, password hashed. We have a hint there about how we are going to store the password. Last login, time created, time confirmed, time deleted. Maybe confirm and delete is more for homework. I have some homework for you in case you want to continue working on this project. But those are timestamps. For now, this is what we have for every account. And then we have user movies that the structure looks like this. we have a user ID, a movie ID, so that user with that movie, and then relation type. Relation type can be any from, favorite, or watch list. So instead of creating 2 tables, I'm just reusing the same one. Okay, I'm calling that collection, and users have 2 collections, favorites and watch list, because they have kind of the same behavior or pretty similar. Okay, so it's just that from a database point of view, so it's not really a big deal. So regarding the login, in this course we are going to make a classic login. Okay, there is an intermediate course that continues this one where we also add passkeys to the login. Just for you to know, passkeys are the replacement of passwords that is coming in the web. Probably you have seen this. Actually, today I have received a message from WhatsApp in my WhatsApp account saying, hey, do you want to use passkeys? Now we have passkeys. And it can use your biometrics, or you can use a USB key, a hardware key, like a Ubiquiti key, or other ways to store keys safely, and it reduces a lot of security issues. Okay, that's passkey. But for now, we're going to make a classic username and password. Actually, the username will be the email. That's pretty common these days. Okay, so we have email and password. And in terms of security, the basic security that we're going to implement is that we are not going to store the passwords in plain text. Okay, you know that's pretty bad because we as the owners of the app, we can see everyone's passwords if we do that. And also, if anyone is hacking us in a server, they can steal all our users' password, which is pretty bad. So the first step to increase security is to hash the passwords. Okay? So we are going to hash the passwords, and hashing the password means that we need to use a library to do that. To hash a password, it's just a cryptography tool that uses math to do some things on the password, and it creates a hash. That hash cannot be converted back into the password again. It's a one-way hash, as most of the hashes. So, quick question for you. If we cannot get the original password again, how do we know if tomorrow the same user is logging in with the same password? How do we know if it's the right password or not? If we don't have the original password to compare.
You hash it the same way and compare that?
Exactly. We hash it the new password that the user is trying to use, again, with the same function. And that's the important part. When you hash things, the same string will always get you the same output. Same input that you hash, same output. So then we can compare outputs, hash strings, and see if it's the same or not. That's kind of how this is going to work. Okay? For those of you following through the README, we are getting into the G section. So the first thing that we need is on the back end, we need to add a dependency. Okay, so we will use bcrypt, that is the most common one, that will have the hash functions to quickly hash a password. Okay, because doing that manually doesn't make any sense. So I need to go here. Now we probably need to, I can stop the server. Remember we are using, in this case you can see all those messages are coming from our logger. And I can Control-C, or I can open a new terminal, whatever. And I will get that particular library. It's actually pretty quick. It's done. That's because I already have it in my computer. But at least now it's in my go.mol. So it's there, so I can start using it. And the next step will be actually to add the new storages. Let's remember what we have. In fact, let's go back to our architecture to see where we are. So now, actually, we have fully created the diagram. Because now we have the API service, client side, the routers, the web components, the user interface. So the front end is full. Yeah, there are still some more services to add. And the backend is also ready. So now we have the full circuit for movies. Now we need to add the full circuit for accounts, account management. So we need the model, we need a model repository. Remember, the model repository is the storage, that is actually talking to the table. The tables are already there, but we need the repository. The model, I think, is already there. It's actually pretty simple. It's just the model user. Then we need the handlers for every web service that we will use. At least we need 2 web services: registration and authentication, also known as login. Okay, register and login. We need 2 handlers that will handle that, talking to the repository, and then we will need to add the same thing on the client side. So we will need the web component for each page, for the registration form, for the login form, the routes. Then we will also need the HTML. I don't know what happened. Yeah. Okay. So let's start on the backend first, and then when the backend is ready, we will move to the frontend. Okay. So let's start with the model repository. So to do that, it's a huge storage, actually. It's not complicated, but writing it from scratch, it may take an hour or so, okay, for registration and login, mostly if you want to do it right. So because, for example, registration, you need to validate that the data is coming, okay? You need to validate that the email is valid. Then you don't want to register the same user twice. So you need to check, make a query, and see if the user is already in the system, and reject registration. And then you need to hash the password. And then store, well, all of that, it's already there. We will analyze it, okay? But if you remember from before as well, we created in our backend this idea of making the storage agnostic. So in the future, we may want to change the database. So that's why we had an interface, remember? By the way, I have just realized that I have a typo here in the name. And just for fun, will it make any difference? The file name in Go? Not really. So that's why it never came until right now to my brain that I have a typo. It says interfaces, right? Interfaces. It's not going to make any difference, okay? Because the Go works actually with the package name, okay? And then with the things that you are exporting with capital letters, the file name, it doesn't matter, okay? So we have movie storage. So actually we need to create now the other part that we can call account storage. That we can also make like an interface. Yes?
Back to packages really quick. Are there any namespacing issues? Like, could you call a package Go, for example, or is that can you not do that?
There are some names that are keywords, as in any language.
Yep.
But actually for the package name, I haven't tried to use Go. I don't think you have a problem to use Go, so you could use Go. I don't see why not, because Go is not really... Actually, Go is it's a keyword that you use for Go routines, to use concurrency, but I don't think it's going to mess with the package name. I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay.
I'm not sure why do you want to do that. Okay, anyway, but maybe because you want to push the limits, which is fine. But yeah, I don't see a use case for using Go as a package name, but you should be able to do that, to be honest. Right? So what I want here, I want one definition for each service that I need from the database. Okay. And then we implement that. Right now with PostgreSQL, but remember that we can change that later with other kind of database. We have them here, it's not a big deal. I mean, I can write them or copy and paste them. It's not really a big deal. So we have authentication, authenticate that receives 2 strings, email and password. Then registration that has 3 strings, because right now we have only name, email, and password. Get account details that we may use later, and save collection that we may use later. What is save collection? Save a favorite or save a watch list. Okay, that receives a user And we'll see the arguments later. I'm getting an error here with models because actually we don't have the user. It seems so if I go into models, I don't have the user model. So I need to create the user model. So let's add it. So we need user.go. This is package models. And this is going to be pretty simple and similar to this one. So not really a big deal. So type user. Okay, it's a structure. And then we have an ID, integer. It's a good idea to always, as we did with movies, to add the metadata. Remember, we use backtick. Then we use JSON colon and the name that in this case we use in the database and in JSON. So it was called ID. Then we have name, string, JSON name. And by the way, do you spot any problems with that name? In fact, VS Code is finding a problem. There is a warning here saying, hey,
Not exported.
not exported, so use capital N. That's why we are renaming this here, because maybe in the JSON we don't have that name. If you don't do that, it will work, but it will expect the database and the output JSON to use capital N. We have email. And password, but remember the password is not just a password, it's a hash password. It's just, I mean, it doesn't matter for the name. Actually, we can just say password. Let's stay with password only. I'll explain why in a minute. Because maybe in the model, we don't know if it's still hash or not. So maybe initially it's not hash, and then we hash it. It doesn't matter, okay? So that's the user. So now my interface work. So interface is pretty good. Also, it let us quickly understand what we need and what we're expecting from the implementation. So for the implementation, we are going to create an account repository. So I have a movie repository. I need to create an account repository. You can also call it repository, user repository. And this is the one that is huge, to be honest. Not extremely complicated, but huge, you can see. Okay, a lot of work. It will take an hour or maybe two to do it from zero. So I will just take it there, paste it. Maybe we need to solve some problems or names that are different or things like that, and then we will analyze it, okay? So let me first go through the errors. Oh yeah, I was expecting password hash, so I changed that, okay, password. That's one issue. Then user, oh, I didn't create the favorites and I didn't create the collection yet. Where? In my model. Okay, so what's the type of those? What do you think? It's movies.
Is it a Boolean?
Is it Boolean? First, it should be a collection.
It should be a list of movies, yeah.
Key?
So list. Yeah, we need to decide if we want to use directly like this or use IDs. Okay, we'll see. We will do this at the end. So, but it's a watch list. But let's say that from a semantic point of view, it's a slice of movies. The slice is just an array with a dynamic size. Okay, we don't know how many. That's why it's a slice. Okay. So now I don't have any errors. I have a warning there on that string that has to do with the login. It doesn't matter. So now let's analyze the code. But you will see it's simple to follow, but it takes a lot of time to write from scratch. I know because I wrote it. So first, we do have a structure. Remember, the structure is not mandatory, but it's a way to create some kind of an object. To create this, we are creating this account repository as if it were an object in another language. Okay, it's not mandatory. I could just create functions from the package that are not methods of this structure, and it will work anyway. And I'm saving the database and the logger. Why? Well, the database is straightforward. We need the database to talk to the database. We don't want every repository to initialize the database. We are just reusing the same database connection. Okay. And the logger is to have always a pointer to that util function that I have to log my errors, log my information, so then I can go and see if something wrong has happened. Okay? This is the constructor. Remember, we don't have constructors in Go. This is a factory. This is how you will create a new account repository, receiving the database and the logger. This is a normal pattern in Go. And then we start with the methods. Methods of account repository. So register, that's the first one. It receives email, name, email, and password as a string, and returns a bool and an error. So the bool will be, it's okay, or it's not okay. Okay, that's kind of the idea for now. First, we validate basic requirements. There are a lot of other things to do here, to be honest. This is a very basic requirement. I'm just checking that I do have some data, but I should check if the email looks like an email, if the name has a minimum size, and so on. Okay? So there are still more things to do here, but I want to keep this course within a size, like a proper size. So let's add more validations here. So if we are not passing the validation, look at this. I'm creating, and this is a pretty common way, I'm creating different constants for different errors. So then I know exactly which error has happened. So in this case, I'm returning with false, so that bool. So I'm saying, no, we couldn't register the user, and this is the error. These errors are actually at the bottom of the file. That's a pretty common pattern, where I'm creating all these variables for all the possible errors that I might trigger. Okay? So going back, I'm sorry because I'm scrolling a lot here. It's a long file. So then I will check if the user already exists by email. That's our key here. Okay? So I'm making a query, and I'm selecting if I have one user at least with that email. And if it already exists, I'm sending a message saying, hey, already exists. Also, we can have generic errors, because maybe I couldn't make a query, the database is complaining, that in that case it's a generic error. Or I'm actually sending the error that I'm getting from the database. It's not my error. Okay? Then I'm hashing the password. Actually, it's pretty simple to hash the password when you're using the library. We call that bcrypt library. That's the one that we added in our project. We generate a hash from a password. We pass the password. Instead of a string, we need to pass bytes. So that's how we call one of these conversion functions to a slice of byte. And we use some options. So there are some options that you can define here in terms of cost. Default, max, or min. This is the CPU cycles that you will use to make a more complicated hash or a simpler hash. Okay, something like that. And well, if we fail, we do this. Of course, we can do this quicker just by removing all these ifs. The problem is that if we do that, okay, if something goes wrong, we will miss the moment of what happened, and we will miss the opportunity to log the problem and debug the problem. Okay, so that's why when you have things like registration or user authentication, it's really long, because we actually really want to spot on every possible problem. And I'm saying every as kind of a dream, at least as much problems as possible, because there are always more problems that may arise that we didn't consider. Okay? Well, if everything is okay, we are going to try to insert the new user. Okay? And of course, the database can complain, so maybe it's not inserting. And finally, if everything is okay, we will return true and nil as an error. Only on that situation, if we reach the end. Okay, do you have any question on the registration process or algorithm? Nope. Something similar happened with Authenticator. It's kind of the login. Okay, we first check if you are passing me an email and password. Then I'm trying to find users by email. Be very careful here to use SQL variables or arguments, not concatenate. If you concatenate, there was this is a parenthesis, history lesson, but actually you may still find some websites doing this. A lot of PHP websites and things like that. if you have a username, you could, let me see if I remember this correctly. You could so your username was something like this. And your password was something like this. Okay? So you copy and paste this. I think it was correct. Let me see if my memory works. And you put that in the username and the password. And you could log in a lot of websites. And typically, you were logging in into that website as the first user in the table. That most of the time is the owner, the admin. Okay? Why is that? Because a lot of developers were just saying, select star from users where username equals to, and they were doing this, concatenating with the user, okay, something like that, and password equals to the same. Okay, something like this. No, let's see. No, the other way. This. And something the same here. So we have single quotes for SQL, double quotes for the language, whatever language you're using. Okay. So and actually this is like this. Okay. So this is my query. So what's the deal with this? If this is the username and the password, actually the username goes here. So we replace this with this. Actually this. Okay. And we'll replace this with this. So now, and the developer was executing this. So the query was now select a star from users where username is empty or 1 equals to 1. Semicolon. Semicolon means it comes another sentence. And then dash dash or hyphen hyphen, that's a comment. So everything that goes after is a comment. So which means that if you look at the query now, when you execute this, this is a comment, so the database will ignore it, so let's remove that. And this is a query that is executing. It's getting the users where username is empty, that will probably give you no entries, or 1 equals 1. 1 equals 1 is always true. So, or false or true is true. So every row is true. So that query gives you all the users. And because the code was actually checking if we do have a user or something like that, it will say, yeah, you're in. That's SQL injection 101. Okay? So we don't want that. So that's why it's important to use this. When you're doing this, in this case, Go will take care of that. Okay? And if someone is trying to send this as your username and password, it's not going to work because it will escape this into a string, into a value. It will not escape the string in any way, so it's safer. Okay? So if you have ever heard about SQL injection, it was this. Okay? So that's why we are using this variable and not concatenate. Does it make sense? Yeah. Okay. And well, if there are no rows over that select, it means the user has not been found. So authentication validation, there is a problem. And then that means the user does not exist. Okay, that means the user does not exist with that email. And then we check the password. So the user exists. Now let's see if the password is the same one. So we hash the password again, and we compare that with the password that we have stored in the database, the hashed one. Does it make sense? And just in case we're updating last login, so we register in the database for login purposes, the last login for the user, and that's all. That's login. Does it make sense? Something that typically arises here, and it's a good idea, is don't create two errors for user doesn't exist and password doesn't match. If it doesn't matter which one is the thing, it's just credentials are wrong. This is for privacy reasons. That's why when you go to a website, it's pretty common, and you say, oh, I have an account, but I don't remember the password. So you go, I forgot my password. It's asking for your email, you type your email, and it says, if you have an account, we have already sent you an email. And you don't know why if Why don't you tell me if you send me the email or not? Because they don't want to expose their database to the public. Because if not, you can try different email addresses and see if they have an account or not. Does it make sense? So that's why in this case, if the email is not in the database, you are not going to say your email is wrong or you don't have an account here. You're just saying your credentials are wrong. It can be the password, it can be the email. I don't know. The combination doesn't work to get here. Does it make sense? Then get account details will just get an account by email to actually bring the favorites and the watch list. So it's making a select of movies with a join on this intermediate thing, and it's looking for watch list. So it's just a query on the database, getting, in this case, the movies that are favorites from that user or are in the watch list for that user. Okay? Does that make sense? And it's just setting the watch list for that user. Nothing really important. And well, save collection is to actually save one movie as, actually we can call save to collection, maybe that's better. Or save movie to collection. It will save a movie into watch list or into favorites. It's just actually verifying first. Well, I have the email. We'll see why. We get the ID of that user. And then we check if we already have that movie there. Because maybe the user is adding a watch list or a movie that is already in watch list. So I don't want to add the movie twice. So I'm checking if that relation already exists. You can see I'm using variables for everything. So then I'm passing all the values from here. If exists, I'm actually not returning an error. I'm actually saying true. I mean, it worked. Yeah, it's there. I want to mark it a favorite. Yeah, it's there. So yes. And if it's not there, I will insert this into this table, and that's all. And that's our repository. Okay, it's a long code, and it's not complicated, but it takes time. Okay, it's always the same, actually. Pretty similar. Do you have any question?
Just a security recommendation that it's better to return messages like username and password combination is invalid rather than saying user not found just from a...
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. That like credentials are wrong. It means like something's wrong. To be honest, that thing is still, there are still workarounds because I can try to register a new account. And if I already have an account, you will recheck me. So through registration, I can also kind of check in that. And also with passkeys, that's a new standard. With passkeys, also we have a way to log in just by email. And also there are some workarounds. I mean, if you're a bad actor and you want to get that information, you want to see if a friend of yours has an account in, I mean, you want to see if your partner has a Tinder account. Okay, let's be direct here. That's one possibility. How do you know if your partner has a Tinder account? Or I mean, if she or he still has a Tinder account? Because maybe you met him or her on Tinder. Well, that's why, for privacy reasons, we are trying to hide that. That it's not easy for someone that has no credentials to get into the system to know if an email address has an account or not. Okay, it's not. I mean, there is no way to be 100% safe on that. We always work around. So most of the time, we also, I mean, on really large projects, you are checking how many login attempts they're trying. Like after 3 or 4 emails you're trying, you're blocked. Things like that, because you're saying they're doing something wrong. Who is trying different emails in 5 minutes? Like you are trying to get more information that you want. And of course, that has a lot of code behind, testing that you need to do, a lot of work. Okay, make sense? Cool. Any question? Do you have any question on that? On the repository? No? So apart from repositories, remember repositories are talking SQL and models. Now we need to add, going back to our structure, the architecture, we are here. We have the model and the model repository, and of course we have the And of course, we have the table. Now we need the handlers. So the handlers are the ones that are talking HTTP. Okay? So they can receive data from the client, they can talk to the repository and send the data back. Those are the handlers. So for that, they are large, not as large as the repository, but they have some things there. So of course I already have the handlers as well, that G2. So we need to create account handlers. So right now, we do have in the handlers folder movie handlers. So we need now to create account handlers. .go. So here we have this. They're not so big, but it's still big enough. Okay. So let me move them here. Okay. No errors, which is pretty good. So something that I start doing, typically I'm creating a structure for the request, the data that I'm receiving from the client, and also for the data I'm sending back. Okay, because then we can easily marshal and unmarshal those into JSON. By the way, marshal and unmarshaling has to do with JSON conversion to and from that structure. So for example, for authentication, so login, we have the email and the password that we are getting from the user. For registration, we have name, email, and password. And the response is actually success, a bool, and an optional message. That's right now what we are responding. Later, maybe we will add something else, but for now, that will be good enough. And we use also this idea of creating a structure that will have the storage and the logger. The storage is the previous data repository that we created. We have the same utility function that we used before. Actually, we can even reuse the same one that we have from the other handlers. This is the one that is writing the JSON response with the header and everything that is needed. This is handling errors. So if we have any errors that it's coming back from the data repository, I'm doing things differently. Okay. So for example, if we have an error on authentication validation on the user already exists, or registration validation, so this is, we couldn't register you. Let me do this. So we couldn't register you. You already exist in the database, so I can't register you. Or if there is any login problem, I'm just responding to the client with status unauthorized. That's a probably well-known 401. So when you are trying to access something on the web and you see a 401, that means you don't have access to that, unauthorized. So we couldn't do that. Okay? That's one option. There are other developers that are just always returning 200, and then they have an internal code, or they have a message or something. But by default, I mean, if it's not one of the well-known errors, I'm just sending internal server error. I mean, if the database is down, if the query couldn't be executed, whatever happens that is not one of the well-known errors, I will just say internal error, okay? And I'm sending 500. That is, I don't know what happened, so, okay? And then we have the handlers one by one for registration. The only thing that the handlers need to do is they need to decode the body. So we are going to send from the client, that we haven't done this so far, we need to send from the client data in the body in the form of JSON. And then in the backend, we need to receive that JSON, decode the JSON into our object. In this case, it's the register request that actually is this structure. So the JSON should have name, email, and password, and this is going to populate an instance of this value, or a value of this structure with name, email, and password with capital letters. Okay, does that make sense? So we populate this, we were here on register, and then we call our storage and see what happens. And based on if there is an error or not, we are just sending the response back to the writer. That is actually the HTTP response that goes back to the user. Okay, does it make sense? Logging is something similar, actually. We are getting the data, also working with the body, and sending that to our storage or the entity. Okay, and that's all we have. So those are the handlers. Any question on the process or everything that needs to be done here? This is not working yet because we need to register these handlers server side, and of course we need to then call them from the client. Okay, but yeah, let's go step by step. So now we need to go to main.go. Main.go. And at some point, we were creating the movie repository. So we need to do something similar for the account repository. Okay? So we need to initialize the account repository for users. So we are going to create another variable, account repo, with the error, we call data, new account repository. It needs a database and a log instance. It's similar to the previous one. And if we do have an error, we will do fatal with format, fail. Well, actually, I'm not sending any value, so I need the format. Fail to initialize. This is the account repository, and this is the movie repository. I don't know why I have two parentheses there. Now it's complaining because I'm not using it, which is okay. So because now I have the movie handler, I need to create the account handler. And same, it's going to be handlers.new account handler. And I'm going to pass the repo and the log instance. Okay, like that. So remember, I'm now creating the instances of everything I have done. So we have the data repository, we have the handlers, and then I need to register the URLs. So handle func, and we will have API account register, and that goes to the account handler dot register. I want to call that handler. Handle func, API, account. It can be login, or it can be authentication, or authenticate, or whatever. Just try to keep consistent with this, like so. Sorry. Remember that every time we are saving, well, actually, we are not executing, because we're not executing error because we added this, but it's not giving me an error. It's saying serving the files, which means that the compilation worked, and we don't know yet if this is working. Actually, to test this without doing the client, it's not so simple. Why is that? Because if you want to test this API account, remember we have register. So if I try from here, it's like, yeah, something is responding. It's saying invalid request body, because I'm not sending the body, right? How can I send the body from here? Actually, I cannot. From the browser, I'm saying. I could open the console and try to use a fetch. That's one option. So actually, I got a 400 from the server, which is pretty good, bad request. That means I cannot answer you because you made a bad request. Okay, that's the right HTTP status code for this. So I could try to do a fetch to that URL from here. So this is the URL. But then you need to pass our second argument with the body and the JSON and everything. It's complicated to do it here. So that's why to test this, typically we use tools for HTTP testing. There are plugins for Google Chrome to do that. And there is one that is kind of probably the most used one for automation and testing. I'm not sure if you have heard about it, Postman. So, I mean, you don't need to use it for this because we will create our client, but we can open Postman. This is a free tool. Actually, there is a free tier. Okay, it's not completely free, but in this case, you create. Let me increase the font size a little bit. I can, for example, create a new query. It says, well, what do you want to do? A get, a post? Actually, we are not checking that, so both will work. I can try a post and say, I want to go localhost 8080 / and I want to try API account register. Okay? If I hit send, of course, it will try that, and it's giving me a bad request, which is okay because I'm not sending the data. Where the data goes, well, actually, there is a body here. So I can go to the body and say, well, I want to send some data. In which format? And this tool will let you try this in different format. And we have raw. Raw means I will just paste data here. And in which format? Text, JavaScript, well, it's going to be JSON. So I can try and pass my name. Let's write valid JSON, actually. My name is test user. Then I have an email. That is test@test.dev. And let's make a very secure password. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Okay, that's ready. And then I can try this. Okay, so if I send this, I can see what's going on. It took more time. And I got 200 green. And the answer from the server was success true. User registered successfully. So we can even go to our database here, go to users, to the data, refresh, and see if it's there. And I'm there. With a hashed password. That's how 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 looks like when we hash it with that particular function. Okay? So that worked. We can also try authentication. I think I already have one here. Authentication here. Yeah. And the body, yeah, I'm using the same email and password. Great. So I can try to authenticate and see if it works. Authenticate, yeah. I think I need to update the message maybe. So it says register. And if I change the password, it's false. It failed because it's the wrong password. So before creating your client, that's how you can test your backend services when it's not just getting JSON. Does it make sense? Yeah.
How does Go identify the method, whether it's get or post? Because it doesn't look like we're...
Right now, I think that the code that I have, I'm not actually verifying that, but you can. I mean, from the header, it's part of the header. So remember that when you have a handler, you have the response writer, and you have the request. The second argument is a request. Well, that request has the method that has been used. So then you can check if the method is actually the one that you want to accept or not, and then respond with an error or not. So it's a manual thing. So okay, but it goes by URL. So maybe you are thinking that there are some frameworks out there where when you define your handle, you actually say here, oh, a get or post.
Yes.
Okay. Well, no, that's kind of a library or a framework sitting on top of the basics. The basics is just the URL, and then internally you see the headers and check the thing. When you use frameworks like Gene on Gene Web Framework for Go, you have like a function for post, a function for get, a function for put. So then you can have different handlers for each verb or HTTP method.
Okay.
But in this case, you have to do it manually inside one handler. And in case you want to do things differently on the same URL based on the method, you can have other handlers and call other handlers from that main handler. So you create a handler for the URL, and then you have different handlers per method, and you call them, but manually. Okay, you need to do it manually. Does it make sense? Yep. Okay, so for login and for registration and login, we are done on the backend. We still have more things to do when we are talking about seeing private data. Okay, so now we need to go back to the client. I will commit this. So this is the backend ready for authentication, registration. So now it's time to go back to the client. So let's close all the files. So let's start with the HTML. So what's the idea? The idea is that I will have two new URLs, account register and account authentication or login. Right now, they don't exist in the router. So that's why the router says page not found. Right? By the way, why this is working client side? Because actually, if I try / login, I'm getting 404 from the server on / login, but not on / account login. I'm not getting a 404 from the server. I'm getting a 404 from the client. Does anyone know why? The trick happens in main.go. When we were doing this client routes handler, we added an account prefix. So everything starting with account is sending that back to the client, so to the router in the client. / login is not there, so it's handled by the server saying, hey, no, 404. Okay, does that make sense? Cool. Okay, so now we need to go to the HTML, index.html in the public. Let me close all the Go folders that we won't use for a while. And public index.html. We'll create more templates. Okay, I will do one, and the other one will be pretty similar. So probably I will copy and paste it and then make some changes. You have them in G3 in case you want to copy and paste, but I want to explain some things while I'm writing it, so I will do it manually. So I have a template. Let's call this template register first, like that. And I will have actually, let's say, section, like that. A section, inside the section I will have a title, register a new account, and then a form. And on submit, I will call app.register. So we will need to add later that register function, and then we'll pass the event as an argument. Does anyone know why do we need the event?
Prevent submit.
For prevent default, that is prevent the submission of this form. Because if not, it will submit this not by our app, but by the browser. And then we have a lot of pair of label input. So the label is for the text. It's very important for accessibility to add always a label. So for example, let's start with the input. We have the ID. Will be, for example, register name. That's the ID. Type text is by default, so I don't need to add it. We can add a placeholder if you want. If not, you don't need that. We can say if it's required or not for some client-side validation. And something that is important, mostly in registration forms and login forms, is the autocomplete thing. This is useful for autocompletion, of course, but also for password managers. When you go to a website and that the password manager, that it can be iCloud or the Google password manager, is suggesting you to type a password for you or to save your credentials in your password manager, is because the website has set the right autocomplete values. So in this case, we do have a name. Be careful, CC name is not the right one. This is credit card name. Okay, CC is credit card, so that's not the one. So we just need to use name. Also, we have nickname, given name. I think name will work here. And label, here I will just say name, and it's important to define the for. I will say this is the label for register name. Does anyone know why the for is important? Well, it's important to specify this label is for that input.
It's for accessibility, isn't it?
For accessibility and also for usability. So that means, for example, when you have a screen reader and you click or you tap with your finger over the input, it will explain, oh, that's the input for the name. So it's looking for the associated label. And also, if you click on name with your mouse, with your pointer, or you touch with your finger, it will focus on the input. Okay, so they act together as a group. So we have a name. We have another pair for email. Oh, let me copy this one. So email for the label, and also autocomplete is going to be email, and also type is going to be email. This is important for mobile devices mostly, also for validation, but for mobile devices, because it will activate the email keyboard that has the @ symbol and the dot close to the user. Okay, so that's so we have name, email, and then it's a password. Actually, we need 2 passwords, right? We need password and password confirmation. And autocomplete is going to be new password or current password?
New.
New. What's the difference? This is for the password manager. To know that when you click there, it should suggest you a new password. Okay, makes sense? So, and the type is password. This is for a mask, when you type with asterisk or with circles. And then we need the password confirmation. Repeat your password. Okay, like that. Password confirmation. It has no autocomplete, so we don't need that, but we need type password. Like that. And then finally, we will add a button. Oops. That says register. Do I need to do something with the click of the button?
No, because you're going to do it from the form.
I'm doing it from the form. And the advantage of that is that it will work with buttons and also with the keyboard. So if you press the Enter key, it will also trigger on submit, both keyboard and the button. So I don't need to do anything special. Maybe I will add a paragraph saying that if you already have an account, actually, yeah, if you already have an account, please register. No, please log in. And log in, we have a link. Go into account, log in. Okay. Will it work without, or should I do JavaScript router app router.go? Actually, both will work. It's probably going to be better to use the other one, because this one will actually reload the page. It will work, okay? Because we have this idea of catching everything on the server, okay? But we can improve that later. Okay? Any question on the form, how that works? No? So pretty quickly, I'm going to create a web component for that one. So let's create the registration page or register page, whatever you want to call that. Do it. That we know the deal. Okay, so it's a export class, register page, extend from HTML element, and then we define. Go to custom elements, define register page. You can say, oh, it's a lot of work. We need to do that every time. Remember, you can create your micro library. And then you can have, like, in one sentence, a way to create a web component that will kind of write this for you. So it's possible to do that pretty easily. Okay, and you create your own mini library. And it's fine. And on the connected callback, we need to always do the same. I'm talking about this. So I will just copy and paste. This copy and pasting is the one that you say, oh, come on. It's a lot of, it's template register, and we are appending that. And actually, to see it in action, I need one more step. Does anyone remember which one? Which step am I missing? So I want to go to account register, and I want to see that form. Anyone?
Render?
Render? No, render is something that you can call if you want. I don't think we need that here. I mean, render also is not mandatory. It's just a method. Actually, why is it not working? So if I do this, I'm not seeing anything.
Do you have to put it in our routes?
Yeah, we need to add the route because it's not there. Remember, the router is looking at the URL. It says, I don't have any target for this. So we need to add it. So path, account, register, and component will be, now we have the register page. And let's check it has the .js, which is OK. So now if I refresh, I'm still getting this. There we are. OK, the name looks weird, right? So let me see why the input of the something is wrong with the name. Maybe, let's see. Input ID, maybe because of the type. Maybe let's add an explicit text type. Yep. You say, why do I need to set explicitly? Because by default it's text, because of the CSS. So this CSS is probably applying to input type text, input type password, input type email. So if you don't have the text, it's not going to apply the CSS. But of course, you can change the CSS. And now I have like a pretty nice form. Okay. So as I was mentioning before, if you click over the email world, if you click there, it gets focused there as well. Okay. So that's because we have the label for.
Do you have an unclosed tag for the login link?
Maybe. Everything is possible. Let's see. Yeah, it's closing the P. And by the way, I have an unclosed tag, but seems to be working anyway. I mean, I can go to login, and it works. And I have not seen any glitch from that unclosed tag. Why is that? Does anyone know? I'm going to solve it anyway because you want to sleep tonight if I'm not doing that. But I know. But, well, actually, the browser is always trying to do its best. And in this case, when you close the paragraph, it says, oh, but we want a link. But anyway, OK, so let's close the link. So it will close the link for you. And it's interesting. This is interesting when you're doing vanilla JavaScript. So I don't have it closed in my HTML. But if I look at the DOM representation of that, so if I look, talking about here, so I'm not sure if you have used this. It's a pretty nice tool. You click there, and then you go and click here, and it goes directly there. Actually, it's closed. So that's when you see that the browser is closing the tag for me. Okay. The thing is that if you don't do that, sometimes it's not closing it when or where you actually was expecting. So not on every situation everything will look really nice. So that's why you need to close it, which is fine. So thank you for whoever alert me on that. But come in mind, the web is typically always working on the best effort. So it will try to do it anyway. Let's render this however we can. OK, let's dance anyway. OK, so we have the form. Now the next step is to do something when you click there and just call the app and then the login. OK, makes sense? OK. Time for a break. Do a 10-minute break?
We're due, yeah. So that'd be a good spot. Let's do 10 minutes and we'll be back.
So the registration form is already on the screen and ready to use. So let's create also the login one. So we have both, and then we connect the client to the server. That's the last part to make that work. So going back to HTML, I can, again, don't do this at home, but yeah, I'm the teacher, so I have the rights to do that. I will copy and paste. Okay. From the template to register, and I will create the other template login and make some changes from there. So we have this is the login form. In this case, on the login, we won't have a name. We won't have 2 passwords, only 1. The button should say login, and then the link, if you don't have an account, please register. Okay, so we send the user back to the registration. And also I need to change the IDs. So it's not register email, it's, let's call it login email or authentication email. The same here, and also we call app login and not app register. That's just the template. Remember, that's HTML. And I'm sure that you're thinking, early someone asked about this, but everything is in the HTML. Maybe we can separate HTMLs in separate files. We can do that. And then to do that on the web component, you just need to fetch the HTML for the template instead of getting it from the DOM. So I think that so far we are good. I mean, in terms of the size of the HTML, it's not really huge.
The autocomplete attribute needs to be...
That's correct. Yeah, we have to change the autocomplete attribute. Which one? Specifically, the password. In fact, sometimes, I'm not sure if you've seen this, we need to use now current password. You go to a website, and then the password manager is suggesting you a new password on the login screen. And you say, why? No, this is the login screen. Well, that's because the developer didn't change that attribute. Probably copy and paste it. Okay? So anyway, now I need also the component. So and also add the component to a route. So I will, let's copy and paste the registry page and create the login page. And now I'm going to change login page here. Also here at the bottom. And then it's the template login, the one that I'm going to read. And I'm going to define this as login page. In case we want to use the login form somewhere in the HTML. Here is the part where you can load it from an external HTML. So you just do something like this. You fetch this from template /login HTML, and when you have it, you wait for it because it's a fetch, and you get it as text, not as JSON, and then you inject it somehow. Okay, that's how that works. Okay, so now I need also the route for this. So I'm going to add one more for the path, account, login, and the component that I want to render is login page. So now if I click in login, I'm getting the login page. So I can go from register to login, and it just works. Okay, does it make sense? So that's working. Now I need to connect this. Okay, so I need to first have create in APIs. I need to create these new calls to these new 2 endpoints. Okay, so in this case it's going to be register that receives something. Okay, we can say, I know it's async because I know it's going to be asynchronously. So for register, I'm going to receive name, email, and password. Email and password. And I will do something with it. Comma and login. Async that has only email, password as argument, input arguments, and then it will do something. So I'm not sure if you remember that we have this API.fetch. That is kind of this utility function that is converting that into JSON, doing some stuff, going in and out. The problem we have is that we cannot use that one. Because for a login and registration, we need to send data. And that fetch is not sending data. I mean, we could add like a third argument here for data and change that. But also we can create a new one called send that will do a fetch, but particularly with sending data. Okay, makes sense? That we will call from login, register, and maybe for another one later. So it's another async function that receives a service name. Maybe we won't use, it's difficult to actually mix query string arguments and data and body at the same time. We can, I mean, you can do that. It's up to you. But have in mind that we can just call this data instead of arguments, or arguments. It's up to you. So, and we're going to also do something very similar to this. So we can start with this as our placeholder. Maybe again, I'm not going to mix query string here. So I will just have the service name. I mean, if, in case you will mix both technologies, go ahead, keep them. And actually, the fetch API has a second argument. That second argument is where you can actually say, for example, that I want to use the method post, and that you want to set some headers. For example, I'm going to use JSON. If you remember from Postman, I was selecting JSON as my format. Actually, Postman is doing that for me, but it's adding a header. I'm not seeing it because they are hidden, but they are adding, it's sending content type application JSON. When you pick JSON from that list, it's actually sending to the server, hey server, I'm sending you a body in JSON format. Okay, so we should keep that. So we are a good HTTP citizen. What happens if we don't send that? It depends on your server implementation. Maybe nothing, but it's a good idea to always send that. So the header is content type. And then we say application JSON as the argument. And finally, we pass the body. And the body should be a string. So I will stringify my data. OK? Something like that. Does it make sense? Cool. So now on login, I will just call that one. So I will say login or authenticate. You can use any name there. I can return the await of API.send to account and the name of my service, that is authenticate. Okay, authenticate. And then I need to pass an object with the email and the password. I'm getting those from here that someone is going to send me. Okay, and something similar happens on registration. I will say register, and the only thing is that I need to add the name to the arguments. Okay, so now there's still one missing point. So from one side we have HTML that is calling app.login or app.register, and then we have the API. We are still missing the controller of this operation that is actually in the app, app.login, app.register. So I need to go here, and we have all the search, close, error. I need to add these two, register that receives an event, if you remember, because it's from the form submission, and login. And the first thing that I know that I need to do is event prevent default. Because by default, what happens if I click here? Okay, well, first it needs something there, so I need to type something. That's the validation. But if I click here, it's reloading the page. Okay, and I don't want to reload the page. So I need to prevent default on both registration and login. Okay, make sense? Well, and here the part is I need to get the data and maybe try to validate the data somehow. There are many ways to do that, for validation, okay? But something I will do, so there, for example, I need to get the name, and I will say document, get element by ID. I'm not sure if you know that you can do this, gevi. And so just a parenthesis, but they say .gevi, and it works. Okay, so you can do that with camel case on any language in VS Code. That's really pretty cool. So a document.gevi, okay, and then you specify the ID. So we have the registry. It was a register name, I think. .value. So that's the name. And by the way, sometimes you feel when you're doing vanilla JavaScript, and this is something that I spend more time in the other course that I have at Frontend Masters, this vanilla JS, you might not need that framework, where you say, oh, I need to write a lot of time document return by ID. You can quickly get around that by just creating something like this, and you say, you know what, document get element by ID. It's more complicated than this, but that's what will make the trick quickly. So then instead of document get ID, you use the $sign. Something like that. So you can work with JavaScript and make JavaScript be more or closer to what you want. Okay, it's a pretty dynamic language. So I have the name, then I have the email and the password. It's still in plain text because we are in the client. So register email, register password. And now I need to validate this. Okay, so how can I make a really quick validation system? I mean, but that will show error messages and all that stuff. There are many ways to do that, but I will do something really, really quickly. I'm going to create just an array of errors. As I start as an empty array, and then I start adding some quick Boolean conditions here. So things like if the length of the name is less than 4, I will push a new error message here saying enter your complete name. Okay, something like that. And then you can say, okay, for the password, remember this is a client-side validation. Enter, let's say at least, enter a password with at least 7 characters. And of course, you can use regular expressions and LLMs to help you. We create the regular expression for your validation. But remember, this is client-side validation, which means that you can always override and bypass this and go directly to a server. So a bad actor cannot do that. So don't rely only on client-side validation. So we still have it to do on the server to add more validation there, more data validation there. Okay, this is really important. So we have the password and the email. We should check if it's email. You need a regular expression for that. So enter your complete email, something like that. And we can add more. And also we need one for if the passwords don't match. So actually I need the other password. So password, I'm not sure if I called it confirmation or validation. Let me check. So it's here, it's closed. So password confirmation. So that's my ID. So it's password confirmation. So if they're not the same, password are not the same, I will push another error. Password don't match. Okay, something like that. You can make it better, nicer. But I'm using this because now I will check if I do have an error. How do I know if I have this one error? I will check the array length. So if it's 0, it's like we're okay. Okay, we can do the work. And if not, we can show an error. We already have a way to do that. Okay, and for the error, I will do this. I will take the array, and I will join the array with a space. Also, if you don't use dot at the end of the sentences here, you can add the dot here. It's up to you. So join will actually join all the array in one large string with everything inside. That's a quick way to add some validation. You can work on that. And if it's okay, well, we need to go and get a response from the server. So I'm going to await for the API register that receives the name, the email, and the password. Okay. And because it's await, I need to go back to our function. I need to add async. Okay. And I will check if the response is a success. That's how it looks like from this point of view. So if you go back to our handlers, our account handler. So if you look at the data types that we are responding with success and a message. Okay, so that's the property that I'm reading now client side. So I will say if success, that is a Boolean. What to do? Well, for now, I can just go to my account home that doesn't exist yet. Okay, like you are logged in, you are in. And if not, we can show an error, and we can even use the message that is coming from the server. Okay, like that. Does it make sense? Yeah. And login, it's pretty similar. So I will also use my teacher rights to copy and paste and then work around it. You also have it in the README in case you want to use it. And then I need to change, well, I don't have a name. I don't have a confirmation here. So it's login, email, login, password, and then only maybe 2 validations for email and password. I don't have confirmation. And then I will go to api.login, no name, email and password. And kind of the same thing. Right? So how do I know if this is working? Well, I can try it. So let's refresh. First, let's log in. Test at test.dev. And then let's say any password, blah, 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 blah. Log in. Nothing happens. So let me check what's going on here. By the way, I'm seeing a lot of errors here that you see where this is coming from. So I think this is not our code. This is a plugin in Chrome. So probably it's a password manager. Someone is complaining. Look at it. It's a Chrome extension, yeah. So I have a Chrome extension. I don't know which one is a Chrome. I need to uninstall my Chrome extensions. Let's do this. Let's open Chrome Canary. It has no extensions, as far as I remember. Just because I want to see only my problems. 8080. Okay, there we are. We're back here. So let's go to account. By the way, I need to go manually to the URL. We will solve that. So let's open this. Let's keep the console open. Like so, at the side, like that. And let's try again. Test at test.dev, any password. Let's see if something happens. Nothing happens. So let's follow the flow. We can go and check the network and see if something is going on. No? So probably it's a basic problem. So let's start debugging this. Let's start with the HTML. So the login should actually submit app.login. So I have a button. The button should trigger the submit. So we continue the debugging, the visual debugging with app.login. So app.login is this one. Okay. So we should check what's going on here. Also, I'm not sure if you know the little trick debugger. Debugger is like adding a breakpoint back from the source code without looking at the breakpoint. So if I do this and I type test step, blah, 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 login, nothing happens. So if it's not breaking there, we need to go back one step and see what's going on. So even if I press return, it's not sending it. So it's something on the HTML, to be honest, at this point. So let's see. I'm closing the form. Things that I'm checking. Now, if you don't close the form, then you have 2 forms maybe, and it may lead to some issues. The app.login looks okay. So if I even try from the console to call app.login, okay, we can see that we have a problem there. Oh, wait, I'm not passing an event, which is okay. Ah, come on. I need to pass any name to the event. Okay. So at least to see if my function exists. Okay, I'm faking an event, like if it's a form event. So that works. But also, it's not breaking with my debugger. So it should stop there. So let's see. One more time. If not, maybe we could do a break and see if I can find the issue. Login? Nope. Okay, let's see. Now it takes too much time to find the error. That's not going to the recording. If it's quick, it goes, but now it's taking too much time. So let's see. So we have the main, we have the login page. It has a form. The form has the on submit. It looks fine to me. But for some reason, when you go sources, let me check the sources. So service app.js, app.js should have a login here, register and login. So it's there. Everything looks good from there. So we can add a breakpoint, like a standard breakpoint, 2 breakpoints, but it's not calling it, okay? So if it's not calling it, do we have another login that is empty? That's another option, because in JSON, yeah, that's a problem. I was about to say that I will do that in the recording anyway. In JSON, when you have 2 properties with the same name, you don't get any error unless there is a way to enable that, and some things like this might happen. Okay, and the second one is replacing the first one. Okay, now that we know the problem.
Yeah, if you just want to go back and like submit the form and be like, oh, it's not
Yeah.
working.
Oh, it's not working.
Oh,
That's
here,
all
look
right.
at this. I found this right away.
First try. Yeah.
First try.
Yeah. But yeah, well, my brain has a list of possible options, and it was there at some moment. It appeared. Okay. So if I try to log in, then I type an email, a password. I try to log in. I click there, and nothing happens. So we actually need to debug this. Let's if we go to the, let's do that again. If we go to the HTML, we can see that on submit we are calling app.login. So the next step is to look into the app.js file, and the app.js has a login property, so it should execute this. But if you scroll down a little bit, we actually are keeping 2 logins, and the problem with JSON is that the second one is replacing the first one, so nothing is happening because of that. So be careful, and we need to remove that one instead of having 2 logins. So now if I save, refresh, and try again, any password, I log in, and now woohoo, some weird thing happened, but it's trying to save me the password, okay, and then it says enter a password with at least 7 characters, and then it moves somewhere else. So what happened here? Something weird happened, okay. The thing is that if we follow the errors, actually we are showing an error at some point. And I'm not sure if you remember that show an error, if we go to show an error, that is actually in this same file, it has a second argument, go to home, that is true by default. Maybe we can say false by default, so if you want to go to the home, explicitly say so, because it was showing me the error and then it was getting out, okay? So it was kind of weird. So one more time. Now let's type at least 7 characters, login, and authentication fail. So this is the server, okay? It's still going to the home, so let me see if I save this, go to home equals false. So it shouldn't go to the refresh. So wrong password, long password, authentication fail is not going to the home, so it's working now. Okay, so it's not working. Now if I have a short password, login, I'm still getting, it's not short enough, like this, there we are. Now I'm getting a client-side error message. This is our JavaScript validation, okay? If I have a wrong email, so the email does not exist in the server, but the password is the right one, I'm still getting authentication fail. We can make a better error message, okay? And if I do the right one, so the right email and the right password, I'm actually in. And by the way, my password manager say, you should change your password because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 is easy to guess. Okay, it is okay, I know. And by the way, it's trying to save the password. That's the password manager. And also it went to /account. That was what I expected. Okay, it's still not working because I didn't create that page, but at least that works. Let's try registration to check that everything works. So I will create a new test account with a new email. It's a new @test.dev. And the password, well, let's try first like a small password, something like that. So you can see that I have 2 error messages at the same time, which is okay because I was collecting error messages. Like if I have a very short name, I'm collecting error messages, okay, which it works. My validation. So let's say new test account. The password don't match. We have already checked that. And the other password is really complicated. It's admin. Okay, this is really complicated. And if I register, it seems like it worked because it went to account that it should say something. And if I go to my database and refresh, now I have 2 users. So my flow is working. Okay, magic. Okay, magic has happened. So what's next? So of course, you know that we should have this account page and then favorites and watch list. But now we have another problem. So account, how do I know that I'm logged in? So I should see the account page only if I'm logged in. So first, how my router knows if I'm logged in? It doesn't know, actually. And also, how do we talk to the server later for things that are available only to authenticated users? How does the server knows that I have authenticated 5 minutes ago and I have permission to do that? So, I mean, the authentication process works. So the server is giving me OK. But for that, I need the username and password, the email and the password. So do I save the email and the password in a variable or in local storage? So then every time I talk to the server, I have the username and password so the server can validate me. I mean, I can do that, but from a security point of view, it makes no sense. You store the password client side. Anyone can see the password. Okay, so it's not a good idea. So we need to find a solution. There are many solutions out there. A classic solution was to create a session server side. What's a session? It's a concept server side that involves a cookie. So we send a cookie, but the cookie shouldn't have the password. The cookie is some bytes that the browser is storing client side, and it's sending that to the server on every HTTP request. But the cookie has problems. You know that they're a problem. Okay, so another solution is called JWT, JSON Web Token. I'm not sure if you have heard about it. Do you know, can you define what's JSON Web Token? Anyone? JSON Web Token.
Temporal key that you carry around with your requests.
So it's a key, suggested pronunciation, that one, as a JOT, whatever, or JOT, I don't know. I haven't used that pronunciation. Anyway, so it's a spec, okay, it's a standard that actually is really standard. It has its own RFC, so it's really a standard that it let us save data, including private data. It can be the email of the user. You may save the password. You don't need to actually, but you can save the password if you want, or any data that you want to save client side. And you don't need to do anything server side. That means I don't need to save a database or create in memory a session, nothing. So it's a safe way to store data in the browser, but only the server can access that data. It's like I will prepare some data. So I will take something, I will take this, I will put some data inside, and somehow I encode that, I wrap that in a secure thing, and I say, okay, store this. Every time you want to talk to me, send me this. And the only one that can unwrap this or can decrypt this is me, because I have a private key on my server, and you can decrypt that only with the private key. So that means that if anyone is reading the JSON Web Token client side, it can't read the contents inside. So it's like a credential. It's like your. I have one here, like this. This is my hotel key card. It's a key card that I don't know what's inside. There is actually, this is contactless. So there is something written in there, but I cannot read it, okay? And even if I read it, it's probably encrypted. I don't know if it's encrypted or not, but maybe it may be encrypted, so I can't do anything. But someone that had the authority gave me this. And now I have this, and I can then present my credentials just by showing the car. Even if I can't open the car or see what's inside, I can use the car to present my credentials to my room, also to the business center, to the pool. So different places I can just show the hotel car, and that's JSON Web Token. Okay. JSON Web Token is not magic. It also has some problems, because what happens if someone is hijacking my computer and stealing my JSON Web Token? Well, it's like someone is now stealing my hotel car. If they know where the hotel is, and if they know my room number, they can get in. Okay, the same happens with JSON Web Token. So that means that's why JSON Web Tokens also have expiration. And typically, we tend to do short expiration. It depends on the system. It can be minutes, 10 minutes. It can be hours. It can be days. It depends on the project you decide. When you create the web token, you set the expiration in the token. What happens when it's expired? Actually, this key has also an expiration. I'm not sure if you know that. But if I'm checking out tomorrow from my hotel and I come back next week, it's not going to work on the same room, because it has an expiration. So it's the same thing. Okay, so I have the authority to use this, but only for a while, for a period of time. And when that happens, when that expires, I need to request a new one. I need to request a new web token. Okay, that's roughly quickly how web tokens work. Okay, so to do that, we also need to create the web token. And for that, there is another package for Go, because we are not going to do it manually from this. It's called Golang JWT, JSON Web Token. Okay, so we are going to use that library, because, I mean, we can do it manually, but again, we are encrypting, decrypting. We don't want to do it manually. Okay, so we are going to also install this as well. So following the README, we are currently getting to the end of the course. So we are right now here at G6. So we need to also add this dependency. So I'm going to open a terminal. I'm going to stop my server. Add Golang JWT. There we are. Now let's restart the server. Air. And now we can create a token, okay, and make it work. And now we need to go back to the server for a while to make all the code to actually create the token and validate the token. And the idea will be, the token will be just a string, okay, an encrypted data. We will send that token after login, after successful login, and after successful registration. And then the client will store that somewhere. So next API calls, it will also attach that token. So it will say, hey, this is me, I have credentials, this is me. That's how it works. Does that make sense? Okay, so now we are going to create a new package for this. So we create a new folder, not inside handlers, actually there. So let's call this token. And inside token, we're going to create actually 3 files. I mean, it can be just one file with 3 functions. We need 3 functions. So just to separate this, we to actually encrypt the token. Remember that I mentioned that the JWT is encrypted, and the server knows the key. So the key is a string. So the first thing that we will need to do is to actually get the JWT secret.go. What's the secret? The key. Where are we going to store that? We can hard code it, or we can use .env. Remember .env? So I can add here another thing. It can be JWT secret, for example, and we can put a string here. Anything, the larger, the better. And you should store this safely. No one should access this anymore. You can do random strings, wherever. Okay, there are websites that you can will give you a secret. We can even ask ChatGPT for a secret. I'm not sure if that's a good idea, but create a secret for JWT for me. Anything. That's the key, okay, that we will use to encrypt that token and decrypt that token when the client sends us a token. Okay. So we need to get that secret. We can. I mean, we don't need. We can write this. It's get m. We have already done this, so I will just get it from here. We have it. We've done this. It's pretty straightforward. It's reading from the environmental variable.
That file needs a .go extension.
Yeah, you're right. Not the .o, the .go. And also it's complaining because I need to start always with the package. And when I'm saving, now it's adding the logger and everything. And I'm receiving the logger because if we cannot read that, okay, we should log that we couldn't read that log, okay? So that's the first step. Then we need to create the token. So we need to create another one for creation. Can be creation.go. And this is the code. In this case, we are using the library. It's not complicated, but let me show you how that works. I'm pasting this. There we are. Create JWT. So I'm receiving a user and a logger. The logger is for sending messages to the logger. So we need to create the JWT secret, okay, like this. So this is, this is actually calling our getWT secret that we have here. It's reading the secret from the .m. That's the secret. Then we need to create a new token with claims. And say, with what? With claims. First, it needs the method that we are using to sign this. It has to do with internals of the cryptography, doesn't matter. And then we have claims. What's a claim? This is data that we will save in the token, and then we will encrypt it. So that is known as a claim from the JWT spec. Okay. So in this case, I'm saving the user ID, the user email, and the name, and the expiration, 72 hours. You can change that. Okay, and it needs a time in Unix timestamp. So the amount of milliseconds that happened since 1st of January 1970. So, but here you say this is now plus 72 hours. So we can say days. Okay, and you multiply this by 5 days or things like that. Okay, we have some constants there. And then we sign the token with the secret, and that's the token string. And that's what we are getting back. Okay, so that's how you create a JSON web token. And then we need another one, not for the creation, but actually for validation. By the way, let's use capital C. It doesn't matter because it's just the name, okay? But I think it makes more sense. Why are you complaining now? I don't know. Just because I changed the file. Close everything. Package token is package token. So let me read the problems. Oh, I have a name collision. So maybe let's go back to why do I have another creation? That's weird. Also, give me errors. That doesn't make any sense. It's the hour, right? So I know it's not really something that makes sense, but you know that sometimes you just need to close it and open it again. Yeah.
VS Code.
You saw that. Yeah, I mean, you witnessed that. So anyway, okay, let's keep it like this and let's continue. It doesn't matter. So so we have creation, and let's add validation also. That, I mean, it's pretty similar, but it's calling a different API because for validation, we also need to get the secret. Okay, so we need to get the secret, but what we're going to do is we're going to unsign the package, okay, and we're going to return the information. So validate JWT, it returns the token that is unencrypted, so you can actually go back there and get the data from there. Okay, and we can get an email. So it's interesting to see that we are actually saving users' email in users' devices. But because it's encrypted, you cannot go and change it. Because why JSON Web Token? Why not storing directly the email client side? So send me your email every time you want to do something, and I trust you. The problem is that I can go client side and change the email, and then I can act as someone else, because I can easily go and change my email, and you will trust that it's me. So with JWT, we are also saving the email client side, but it's encrypted. If you try to change that, I will recognize server side that that's wrong, because when I unencrypt that, it's not going to work. So that's the idea. Okay, that's why the secret is so important, because the secret is the one that lets you open that. And if your users get access to your secret key, they will be able to open the JSON Web Token, change the email address, pack it again, and send you another credential that is not you. And your server will trust it. So we don't want that. Okay, make sense? Okay, so now the next step, server side, is that we need to touch our two web services for authentication and creation. And also we need to add to our handlers, when you have an account handler, remember that we do have an authentication response. We're also going to add here the token. We can call it token or JWT token or something like that. In the README, I call it JWT, so let's stay with that name. That is going to be a string. And for the JSON point of view, it's just going to be lowercase JWT. So now when I'm responding a registration or a login, I'm also sending you a JSON Web Token to the client. Okay. So now,
I think your JWT needs a closing quote.
Yeah, you're right. So I have a typo here. I'm not closing double quotes for there. So now when we are registering here, when I'm creating the response, what do I need to do? I need to also set that new property. And I'm going to get that from where? From token.create token dot, it should appear. No, there. Create JWT. Is it working? Give me a sec, because oh, it's important this from token. There we are. It was a wrong import, so let me do that here. So it's token.create token, but when I'm trying this, I'm not seeing this, so be careful because maybe it auto-imported the wrong token. So let me go up. And yeah, it's importing from Go token, and I need to import from frontendmasters.com token, movies token. Okay, so that's why it wasn't working. So when you do this, be careful and check which one do you want to import. I want mine. So now I will create JWT that needs a user. So I can create a user like this really quickly with, for example, the email. And that's the only thing that I actually need to validate the user. But let's pass the name also, just because I have it right now. Like that. And also it needs a logger in case there is a problem with this. And I do have a logger there. Let me adjust the parentheses like this. Like so, and also I need to close the object. Let me see, I'm missing something here. I have deleted, I think I'm missing the comma. Post liter, what? Talking about. closing. My brain is doing parentheses balancing.
The comma at the end of the line.
It's the hour. I mean, yeah, you're right. Okay, let me do that for the recording. So it's giving me an error because this is Go, and in Go, when you're doing multi-line initialization, you need the trailing comma. It's a mandatory trailing comma. If you don't want the trailing comma, you need to put everything in one line. Okay, that's for registration. I also need to do, so that's because after registration, you're logged in. I don't want to log in. I mean, you're already logged in. And authentication, we need to do something similar. So we are going to set JWT, and from token, we're going to create the token. We also need to create the user. Right now, we don't have the name because we are logging in the user. We only have the email, which, I mean, it's enough for us. And then you also need to pass the logger that I got from the outside, like so. And actually, the email is coming from request.email. And that's all. How do I know if this is working? Well, we can quickly start with Postman. I already have my authentications here. So if I send this, I'm not getting any response. Connection refused, so that means something's wrong with my server.
Yeah.
So let's go back here, open the terminal. I know what happens. I restarted VS Code. But that was not on the recording, so I will start it manually. And let's do it again. So let's see it. Let's hide this. So how do I know if this is working? Before going to the client, something that I can do is that I can use Postman. So if I go to Postman, I can try to authenticate again and see what happens. And I'm getting a 200. And if I look at the answer, I have the success, the message, and I do have the JSON web token. So it's actually sending me encrypted inside. We have the expiration, and also we have our own email address. Okay, does it make sense? So now with that, that is actually the key. So we need to store the key in our pocket. In this case, the browser's pocket is actually local storage, IndexedDB, any place where you can access that later. Okay, does it make sense? So we need to store that client side and then send that. We will see how to send that later on other requests that are actually targeting, let's say, actions that needs authentication. Not on every action, because we can get movies and that's free. Okay, you don't need the key to get your movies, but you need the key to save a movie in a watch list. You need a key to get into something, some section that is actually special. Okay, so to do that, to store the key first, we will go back to the client now, so to the public folder. And within services, we are going to create a new service. We will call that store, where we are going to store data. Okay? And the store will be just, for now, just the WT, the token. That is going to be null by default. Okay? I'm missing an equals. And also, maybe I'm not sure if you are used to getter properties with getters. So I can just say get logged in, it's equals to if GWT is not null. So that means, you need a comma here, if at any time you want to know if the user is logged in, client side, or you think the user is logged in, because maybe the token is expired, okay? But we don't know that. To actually know if the token is expired, we need to make a request to the server. The server is the only one that can open the package and see if it's expired. Okay, so if we have a token, we think that we are logged in. Make sense? So we just call store logged in, and it will give you true or false based on the JWT. But in the future, we change how we define if the user is logged in or not. We change that. And also something that we can do is that we are going to create a proxy. Do you know what a proxy is in JavaScript? In JavaScript. Have you ever seen this before? New proxy. A proxy is it's a pattern, it's a design pattern, but also it's an implementation that we do have in JavaScript that will let us wrap, like decorate an object with another object that is going to be our public interface. Now, that proxy has, for example, events. So every time you are trying to change the store, I can do something here. So we can hook events over the store. For example, one event is set. We receive the target, so the object that we are changing, the property that we are changing, and the new value. Okay? So I will actually do something like this. If the user, I can use if or switch. Most of the time it's a switch in case you have different properties. Okay? But we have only one, JWT, so let's use an if. If the property that someone is changing, you will understand this in a second, is JWT, so it's the one that I care about, I will first say, I want to change the current property, so let's change it. But also, I'm going to store that one in local storage. Do you all know what local storage is? It's a client-side storage, key value, key strings, value strings. Both are strings. It's limited in size. It's 5 megabytes typically in every browser per origin, so per domain. And it's 5 megabytes, but most WebKit-based browsers, including Chromium-based browsers, because it's coming from WebKit, Chromium, they're using UTF-16 to store strings, which means that the 5 megabytes is actually half of that, because it's 2 bytes per character. Okay, so it's 2 megabytes. I mean, for the JSON Web Token, it's good enough. But if you have other stuff, be careful, because you may want to go and use IndexedDB for that. And if you want to get more details into all those topics, I have another course in Frontend Masters on data storage, where we cover all these topics, okay, local storage, IndexedDB, and so on. So in this case, that means that every time I'm changing JWT, for example, if I'm saying store.jwt is equals to new, I'm also saving that in local storage. That's what I'm doing. I'm changing the value here, but I'm also saving it in local storage. Okay, so it's like an event listener for changing the JWT value from my store. Does it make sense? And finally, I need to return true. This is mandatory on every setter. That means that you manage the change, you change the value. And then I need to export that proxy store, default or not. Actually, if it's not default, if I'm doing this here, it should be export default. That means that from the outside, people will see the proxy store, not the natural store. Okay, so if they change the JWT, we know for sure that we will save it a copy of that in local storage. Does it make sense? So because we are saving a copy in local storage, that means that here somewhere, when the page loads, or when this module loads, I can check if I do have a value in local storage. And if I do have a value, I will do the reverse operation. And I have a question for you. Do I have an infinite loop here or something like that? Because the same file is setting a JWT, and then we think that when we are changing JWT, we are going back to the local storage. So it's not actually an infinite loop. It's like we are setting the value and we are saving the value in local storage, but we are setting the value from local storage. So it's like a triangle. Actually, the answer is no, because here I'm actually accessing directly this one. I'm not going through the proxy store. From the outside of this module, they will use the proxy store. But internally, I can save directly a value without the proxy being aware of that. Okay, does it make sense? Kind of? Yeah. So now, in app.js, after a successful login and registration, so here, when we are going to the account, I need to talk with my store. And by the way, how can I access the store? Well, my app should have the router and also a reference to the store that is actually in a separate module. Does it make sense? So, and that store is getting the proxy store automatically because I'm in the outside. So now if I'm registering, I should get app.store now, and app.store will have, for example, the JWT property. And I'm setting that, I'm reading that from the response. Okay, makes sense? And the same happens after login. So if this works, let's see. Let me check if app.js is importing the router. I'm not seeing the import for the store, which actually this is the one. I can call it the store here. Now we are talking. So I'm importing the store, even if it's called proxy store the outside. I don't care. I call it the store here. So now it should work. So let's try. Let's use Canary. So let's go back to the login screen. So if I try to log in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, login, I'm in. So I don't know if I saved. First, I can check my store from here. It's there. So I have it client side now. And I can check also on application. I have a section for local storage, and I can see it here as well. That means that if I refresh, or if I come back in a month, JWT will be there. Unless I clear my browser, cache, or whatever, that JWT will be there. So now I have the token saved client side after registration and after login. Does it make sense? Do you have any question? Nope.
We need a tech break coming up
Okay.
shortly. Whenever, I mean,
We can do it now.
5 or 10 minutes, depending on where you're at. But
Yeah, we can do it now. How's the energy?
yeah, just do like a 5-minute break.
Okay. I'm trying to see how much. Maybe we do. So now after login or registration, we know that the user is going to an account section that doesn't exist. So let's do that account section. So we will create, of course, we know how to do that, a component. So this is actually pretty straightforward. For example, I can just copy the registration part. I will create the account page. I copy this because it's just a basic template. So let's create a template for the account. And we will call this the account page. And this is the account page. Okay? So then we need the template. Where? In the HTML. So we go to the HTML and we create another template. This is going to be pretty simple. We can say that we have a section, ID account. And so far, we're going to just add an H2 saying you are logged in. Okay? Just to confirm to the user is logged in. And some actions that are only available for logged in users or authenticated users. So we can do that with some buttons such as logout, because if we can log in, we should be able to log out. And also we will have a link to your favorites and also to your watch list. We also have links somewhere. And then when we click here, well, we have an app login. We may have an app logout. We can see that. We need to copy that and that. We need to create that. And then here we can just go to the router and say, I want to go to account favorites. I think that was the URL we were working or we will do after this. Like so, and the watch list like this. App logout. Let's think about that for a second. App login was actually making all the stuff, okay? Go into the server. What about logout? From a client's perspective, logout is when you check out at your hotel, okay? So you take this and you return it, or you throw it away. I need to remember to pick it up later. So logout will be just to talk to our store and just say, you know what? I don't have a JWT anymore. That will also delete that one from local storage if my proxy works. So from now on, I threw my credentials. So I don't have them. So I'm logged out. Okay, and after that, maybe I want to say something like, you know what, I want to go to maybe to the home or to thanks or whatever. I need to send the user somewhere else. Okay? Finally, I need to create the route for this account. So path / account, just that. And the component will be the account page. If everything works, now I should be able to refresh here. And so if I log in, first, if I go to account, oops, it's not working. Let's see why. If I open the console, it's saying that it can't read the content, so it's probably the template ID. I have a problem with my template ID. So account page is trying to read template account, and in my HTML, I didn't add an ID. That's why. So ID, template, account. Okay, cool. Let's go back here, refresh, and it says you are logged in. Okay. If I click logout, it goes to the home, and also I have null on my JWT, so I don't have the credentials. So if I log in again, for now I need to do it manually for some reason. We will get there. So if I log in again, okay, you are logged in. If I log out, I'm logged out. The problem is that if I go into my account, it says that I'm logged in, but that's not true, because I logged out. Okay, why is that? Because my router just goes there if I say so. Okay, so we need to add another validation rules in my router, and that's saying that maybe some pages will need being logged in. So to solve the problem, we need to think about this. Let's talk about from a route's point of view. Maybe I want to add something like this, like a flag in some routes saying, hey, for that route, you need to be logged in. You need to be authenticated. Does it make sense? So, and then how to deal with this? It's not really complicated. From the router, we need to change our router. In our router, remember the Go part was the one that was making the magic. At some point, it recognized that there is a page element. Okay, we need to go to a page element. So at some point, you will find that we do have a page element. Okay, so if we do have a page element, we actually need to check before going there. So before saying that you want to go, we need to check if we have access to it. Okay, so what does that mean? So, for example, where do we know that we have a page to go, or we have already find a page? For example, after this we know if we have a page. Okay, so we know if page element exists. So if exists, we have a page from routers. But now we need to verify check first is if it has the property logged in, right? And if it's true, it needs a property and it needs to be true. And also, if it's the user is the current logged in state is false. So if those conditions are true, it means the route needs an authenticated user and the user is not authenticated. Does it make sense? So if that's the case, I'm not going to that page. What do I need to do? I need to go to the login page and just return, just get out of here. Okay, again, this part of the condition is asking for the current login status. This is false, so it means you are not logged in. And it means that the current route that we have just found needs to log in. The problem is that this is page element. And actually, we have the logged in property in the route, not in the page element. Okay, so in R. So there is a situation here. I'm not sure if you understand what's going on, but the R is the route. So the route is actually this object. Logged in is a property of the route, not of the component. Okay, makes sense? So the problem is that the router here is we are looping through routes and then we are storing only the component. So we can do a dirty trick, really dirty trick, saying that, for example, the R component dot logged in is equals to R logged in. This is a very dirty trick, to be honest. And if not, it's as simple as creating a flag. Let needs login equals to false, and then we just say needs login is equals to if the current route has a logged in property and that logged in property is true. When I'm not just saying logged in, because if it's undefined, it will save undefined, and I prefer Boolean, so I'm saying if it's equals to true, so it must be true. If not, it's going to be false. So then I don't need this page element login. I could just say if it needs login. I think that's probably easier to understand. So if I need login and the user is not logged in, let's go to the login page. You're not going to see the account page. Okay, makes sense? So now let's try this. First, if I refresh, I'm still seeing my account. So let's see why this is happening. So if I am asking app.store.loggedin is giving me true, which is not true, actually, right? Because if I log out, okay, now it's giving me false, so now it's working. So it was still in memory, I think. So if I go to my account, I'm still seeing that, okay? But logged in is false, so let's debug this to see what's going on. First, let's look at application. I'm setting the null. We should check, just in case, what happens in our store when we are checking here this. It's not null, so it should tell me, okay, false, which is okay. Now, so it's okay, it's giving me false, okay? So it's false, always false, so it's okay. We are not logged in, but we shouldn't be seeing this. So for that, let's go back to the router. So we need to debug this. This is the route. We can do this. Actually, yeah, I know why we have a bug, because actually we need to do this only if it matches the string, or actually before the break, because if not, it's not going to work. Because I was actually taking the logged in property of the last route. Does that make sense? So if it's the selected route, I need to check that. In fact, we can actually even add a debugger here. So if I refresh now, it's stopping there. Needs login is true. Okay, so it recognized that to get into the account, because I'm trying to get the account. So let's add some watches here. So we know already that needs login is true. Now let's add App Store logged in as another watch. And it's giving me true. So we have a problem here. Why it's giving me true if technically I shouldn't be logged in? So when I'm loading the page, for some reason, it's giving me true. So we have a problem there. Okay, does it make sense? So that's why if I continue executing this, at some point, it shows me the page because it thinks that I'm logged in. Okay, does it make sense? So App Store logged in gives me true initially. Now you can see it's giving me true. So if you look at the store, it should give me false because actually JWT is null. But if you look at that null, it's a little weird. Can you spot something on that null?
It's a string and not null.
It's a string. Has quotes. Why is that? Does anyone know?
Came
Why
from
is that?
local storage.
Sorry, what?
Came from local storage.
It came from local storage. That's correct. So when we were here reading the item, we were storing null. So that was a problem. Okay. So instead of null, maybe we can try with undefined. Okay. Or actually, we should check what's going on. When we are saving, actually the problem is here. We are setting the item. So we should check if the value is null. I don't need to set null because it's saving the null value as a string. Does it make sense? So do I have a way to remove this? Have remove item. So we remove the JWT instead of saving the null. Because local storage works with strings. Okay, make sense? So if I refresh now, if now, I'm still getting true. Oh, yeah, it's okay. So now to run this again, one good way to do that is to go to Application, Storage, and Clear Site Data. So let's start from scratch. Okay. So if I start from scratch, Now logged in is false, needs login is true. So if I continue this, I need to remove my debuggers. It's going to the login screen. So let's remove the debuggers that we have in the router. Have one here. I think it's the only one. So let's do that again. If I go to the home, so if I go to the home, it works. I can get into the details, which it works. If I go to my account, it's not going to the account. It's going to login. If I log in, it goes to my account. Now, let's do the process again. I'm going to the home. It works. I'm getting here. I'm going to my account, and now I'm logged in. So it's not sending me to the login form. It's working. If I log out, and now I try to go to my account, it's sending me to the login screen. So now it's working. Does it make sense? Do you have any question at this point? No? So now we can create as many pages as we want and mark them as needs login. For example, favorites and watch lists will have that. And that's the next and final step for our project. And that's for tomorrow. Okay? So we will finish this tomorrow morning. Okay, we will finish the section that is actually favorites and watch lists, and also to click on add. So it will add them. Okay, we'll finish that part. It's probably half an hour, so we can start that tomorrow. And then tomorrow we will do the fake trick on making the second course, the intermediate course, where we are starting from scratch, not with the project, but from a course point of view. We will take this project as our input, and we will add more features on top of it, like authentication with passkeys and other stuff. Okay, cool.
All right. Well, thanks, everyone. We will see you tomorrow for the dramatic conclusion. Have a good rest of your day.
So now we have our JSON Web Token ready. So it's client-side available in local storage and also in our store. And now it's time to use it. But before doing that, do you have any question on JSON Web Tokens? Why are we doing that? Why is it important?
What's the benefit over a session token?
Well, the benefit is that when you are using a session token, actually you need to save session data server side. So you need an in-memory storage or a file system storage. So you need resources from the server. So that's the main advantage of using this technique, is that you're relying on saving the data client side, but because it's encrypted and you are the only one having the key, you are the only one that can decrypt the data. So then you don't need to spend any actual resource server side, no memory, no database, no file system, specifically target the data from the user. And that's important when you have millions of users. So that's the main advantage, actually. Okay, so the final part of our project is to actually get favorites and watch lists working. Okay, and we know how to work with pages. So making the page for favorites and watch lists is actually pretty straightforward at this time. So we need to create the routes, the components. We will do that. But the main problem is that to actually get the data, we need new APIs. So we want to get the data, and also we want to push new data. Because when we are getting into a movie, we know that we have some buttons here to add to favorites and add to watch lists. Give me a sec because my tool is not working. Is it working? Yeah. So we need to create those API handlers server side. That's actually also pretty straightforward, but there is one catch here. I for calling those APIs, I actually must be logged in. Okay, so we need to send from the client and also read from the server that JWT, that token. Decrypt the token and get the user's email from there or the user's ID in case you're using an ID and not the email, and then make the queries over there. So that means that if we go server-side to main.go, actually we will need to add more routes here. Okay, like for example here after authentication. So I'm going to start writing them and then I will refactor it. So I need to handle another func. For example, this can be API. And we can use the same account as we were using before, and it's a folder. And we can say favorites and something similar. And we need to create then an account handler, another handler for this. So that's actually simple to solve. So let's say we will create one get favorites. It's not there, so it's giving me an error. The thing is that get favorites will need to actually read the token, decrypt the token, and do that. And also we will need another one for watch list that actually needs to do the same thing. So it needs to open the token, read the token, unencrypt the token, get the email, go to the database. So it seems like we may have in a real project many APIs, sometimes hundreds of APIs, that will need to work with the JWT, with the token. So there should be a better idea or a better way to do that instead of doing it manually on every situation. And for that, we will use the idea of a middleware. A middleware is a design pattern where we can set some piece of software. That's why it's ending with where. It's a middleware. It's a middle software. A piece of software that we put in the middle of two pieces. So in this case, one piece is going to be get favorites and get watch list, and the other one is going to be our multiplexer from HTTP. We want a middleware there. That middleware will, for example, work with the, in this case, the JWT. It will decrypt the JWT. It will check if it's valid, and it will return an error if it's not valid. And if it's valid, it's going to pass data, for example, the email, through something known as the context to the next software. So, for example, get favorites and get watch list. So the idea is that then these handlers will receive the email automatically. Okay? So if we get there, we will get the email. So that's why we should create the, this idea of a middleware first. In case you're following along with the README, we will be at H1, creating the middleware. The middleware is just another function, so we don't have any special thing in Go that states this is a middleware. Okay, it looks like a handler actually, but the difference is that we will use it as a middleware. So if I take this middleware, I need to put that in the handlers, so in account handlers. I will just, typically we keep the factory new function at the end or at the beginning, and I mean, it's just not mandatory. And then we can save that middleware. Okay, so the middleware is going to be used then every time we have a route that needs authentication. Okay, we are talking about, in this case, any kind of route. There can be also static files. We don't have that right now because we are managing that client side. But if server side, there is a full folder that you don't want to serve, if the user has no JWT, no token, then you can also use that middleware. I'm getting an error on the JWT. Let's see why. Couldn't import. We couldn't import my library. See why? We have already been using the library. Anyway. Wait, let me try to do tidy. incompatible. What is this? That's new. We didn't have this problem yesterday. I have an incompatibility. Maybe they release a new version. Okay.
I'm getting the same thing on my
Yeah?
machine.
But it wasn't there yesterday, right? So you're all witnesses. Okay. So, but anyway, I think it's working now. But maybe they released a version right now, like this morning, that made it incompatible or something. But now it's working. So we will just continue. Okay. So now we have the handler. So what's the idea? The idea is that we now will use that middleware to wrap. When we were actually trying to do this, now we will wrap this. Somehow we will finish this in a second. We will say account handler dot auth middleware, and the middleware will receive the next handler as an argument. So this is the part where we will pass the new handlers that I didn't create yet. Okay, but to understand what we're doing, okay, the idea is that this will look like something like this. Okay, it will look something like this. Then I will need to refactor this a little bit. So then I need to create the other handlers. Also, we need to understand that the handlers, we need to talk to our data store. Remember, we have a data repository. That is the one that is connecting to the database. Okay, so so when you go to the database and we check the account repository, okay, in the list of functions that we have, we already have save collection, and we already have get account details that will also give me all the favorites and movies in the watch list. Okay, so we already have the data repository ready. We just need the handlers. So HTTP can actually handle those and request that. So going back to handlers, now I need to create the missing handlers. Okay, and in H2 you have the handlers save to collection, and also get favorites and get watch list. Those are just going to our data repository, and they're grabbing the data or saving the data. You can see that this one, as we did before, they are working sometimes with data coming from post. Remember that we can send data from post. So we are decoding the body. We have already done this before and explained this before. So we are decoding the body that we are sending from the client in a structure. For example, in this case, it's gonna say that movie into that collection. Remember, collection is an abstract concept that we have here to work with favorites and watch lists. And the part that is new for us is that we need the email to get favorites and to get the watch list, and also we need the email to save into the database. So we need the user. And we are getting that from the context. This is how this works. R, the request, receives an object, actually value, known as the context. In this case, inside the context, this is like an dictionary. Okay, it's a bag. And that bag is going through all the middlewares that you may have. So when you have middlewares, the idea is that we have the multiplexer of HTTP. So this is an HTTP request is coming to Go. Go takes that, and typically that request goes through a series of middlewares. You can have as many middlewares as you want. For example, one can check security, the other one can verify the data is not coming with some bad data or wherever. Then the other one can do logging, so maybe it's creating a log of every request. And so we have a lot of middlewares. Each middleware will take the request and will pass the request to the next middleware until we end up in the final handler. Well, each middleware can also talk with the context and can use that bag that we are passing through to store data for the next middleware. So in this case, our middleware for authentication is actually adding the email. Where this email is coming from? From decrypting the JWT. So that's why when we get into get favorites, we already have the email in the context, because the previous middleware actually decrypted it from JWT, and now we are ready to use it. Okay, what happens if there were no email, if the token were not the right one or someone is trying to hijack the token, well, we need to check the middleware and see what happens. But actually what will happen is that it's going to throw an error because the middleware has also access to the response writer. So if the middleware think that there is an error, it will stop there. In that case, it's not going to pass the execution to the handler. Okay, makes sense? So here we are parsing the token, and we are getting the data. Here, if it's an invalid token, we are sending to W, so to the response writer, an error. In this case, status unauthorized. This is 401. Okay, the same happens if, for example, if you are trying to get the claims from the token. If you remember, the claims are like the metadata that we are saving. That so far we were saving the email from the user and the expiration. Okay, so we are getting that data, and this is where we are getting the email from the claims and then saving it in the context for the next part. Okay, does it make sense? So now that we have the handlers ready, it's time to finish this idea. So something to have in mind is that middlewares are not expecting a function like this. So we need to call, you will see this in a second, you will need to call handle with the middleware. And then inside the middleware, you're going to pass HTTP handle func with, in this case, get favorites. Something like that. Also, by the way, you have this in README at the end. You have the three handlers. So now that we know what we are doing, we can just paste the three. So we have 3 new handles: account favorites, account watchlist, and account saved to collection. Okay, and they're passing through the middleware.
Handle func above looks like you pass an endpoint, but you don't have to do that in the middleware?
Let me see if I understand. So are you saying that here, when I'm saying handle function, I'm not passing the endpoint, the
Correct,
path?
yeah.
Yeah, because it's a middleware, because I'm passing that through to a middleware, so the URL is like the start of, this is like a pipe, okay? So when you are working with middlewares, you have like a pipe. You have the final handler, and then you have the request. So the URL or the path is needed only on the request, when you open the pipe. When you open the pipe, you pass the data and the initial data, the initial request, so you check the URL there. Then in the pipe, you have several middlewares that will be looking at the request, doing something with the response or not, doing something with the context or not, and passing the request to the next middleware until it got to the end of the pipe, and the end of the pipe is actually the handler. So that's why you define the URL only at the beginning of the pipe, not on every part of the pipe. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I just wasn't sure if the signature for that method, it seems like Go is smart enough to know that it doesn't need it anymore, since it's being passed as middleware then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
So now we have the server. The next step is to go to the client. So in this case, we, for example, remember our client in public services, we do have an API.js with all our endpoints. So we actually need to fill the new endpoints that we have here. But then we need to think about this. What are the deal here? So we need to now add the new services. Okay, so we have, let's say after login, we have actually 3 services. Get favorites. That will be async. We have get watchlist. Watchlist. Actually, watchlist is one word, so I shouldn't capitalize the L. Async, something like that. And we have add or save to collection or add to collection, however you want to call this, that will receive a movie ID and also in which collection we should be saving that movie. Okay? Something like that. So in this case, well, we need, for example, get favorites should do something simple, like try to return, well, let's remove the try just to understand why we need it. I will return await of API dot fetch. This is account favorites. So something similar to what we have done before. Does it make sense? So let's start with favorites and watch list. But if we try this, it's not going to work. Why it's not going to work? Even I can even make a try here. So, oh, not for the recording, but when I did this, I stopped the server. Serving the files. So if I open the browser and try to execute from here, like manually, like for debugging only, for API, and I get favorites, okay? So first, get favorites, it's okay. Give me a sec. Let me clean the whole cache and everything. Something seems to be cached in. Okay. Let me try it first. Remember, those errors we are seeing there are from the YouTube embed. So the YouTube embed script has some errors that we can't manage. So it's not our code. App.api, it's undefined. Do we have the app? Yeah. I think that we are not exposing the API, so that's why. Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's rewind a little bit because we are not exposing the API to actually test it. So if I want to try this without finishing the UI yet, I'm going to expose the API to the app. Remember, we do have the app. The app is exposing the router and the store. Let's expose, just for debugging purposes, the API. Okay? So that means that now I can go to the browser, refresh, and try to access the API through app.api. So if I try to get favorites, okay, it's 401 unauthorized. So our server is returning 401. And you say, no, but I'm logged in. If we go to application, okay, well, maybe we are not logged in, so let's try. If I go to my account, oh, it seems like we are not logged in. Okay, let's try again. It's, we have test.dev, and our very secure password that we set before, that of course here is complaining that it's not really secure, okay? That's Chrome saying, hey, be careful, that's a password manager, okay? So now I do have a ShadeWT, so if I'm seeing here, it's there. So that's the ShadeWT, okay? It's available there in local storage. So also we can check that in our store, we do have the token, okay? So it's there, we are logged in. The thing is that if we try, again, from here to get favorites, we're still getting 401. Does anyone know why?
You're not passing the token.
I'm not passing the token. The token is not like cookie. So it's not going to pass to the server automatically. Okay, a cookie goes automatically. So when you're working with sessions, the cookie works automatically, but not the token. This is our custom implementation. So that means that we need to make a little change to our API service. That we have two versions, fetch and send. Remember, one is just requesting data, and the other one is also sending data. We could merge both in just one if we want to. So here, we should add a new header. So we need to pass manually this, the token. And the standard way to do that, of course, you may change that, is to pass authorization. That's the name of the header. And ShadeWT goes there with a prefix, something like this. Bearer, and then the token. Okay, so we can, well, I need a comma here because this is JSON, and then we can use template string and get from app.store.jwt the token. The problem is that, yeah, it will add it, but maybe it's not there. Maybe it's null or undefined. So we may want to check if it's there or not first. So if we do have one, we pass that. And if not, we can say null. If we say null, the header will be ignored, so it will remove the header. And something similar, we can add to fetch. The problem is that fetch right now has no headers. So when we are fetching, we are not passing headers. So I need to, after the URL, I need to add a second argument that will be an object where we can set the header, similar to what we did before. And then we need at least this header. Okay? So we have added the, yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I think JWT is misspelled on 55.
Maybe, yeah, you're right. Thank you. Again, oh, it's autocomplete for some reason. There we are. Thank you. So now we are passing, if the token is there, we are passing the token. Actually, we are passing the token to every request, which is okay. I mean, if it's there, let's pass it. The server will decide what to do with that. Because maybe you can think, oh, but maybe to get the movies, we don't need the authorization, so then we don't send it. But, maybe you want to do something with that. For example, when you get the movies from the server, if the user is logged in, you change what you are returning, such as your watch list. I mean, when you go to Netflix, Netflix.com, the homepage, by default has some movies. But if you're logged in, you will see also the movies that you added to your watch list. So maybe it's the same API endpoint, but you will get different responses based if you have a token or not. Does it make sense? So that means that now we can try this again. And if I try to get favorites, now I'm not getting a 401. It's a promise. So because it's a promise, I can wait for it. And I will receive the answer. Then in this case, it's null. Okay, we'll see if it's what I'm expecting or not. But at least it's null. I'm not getting any error. If I'm going to network and try this again, we should see here the call. And we are getting null from the server. Okay, we will see if that's what we want. But at least it passes the first step, that is actually receiving the email through the middleware. Okay, does it make sense? We are not getting 401. Okay, so the next step, and then we see if we have a bug or not, if everything is connected, is to actually connect this to the UI. Okay, so we have the favorites and the watch list sections or pages that we need to actually fill. So we know how to do that, though it's actually at this point pretty simple. The only thing that we need to do, remember, is to register the routes, create the web component, create the template. So everything we've done so far a couple of times. In this case, we can use a template for both the collection, for both collections. I mean, we don't need like one for favorites and the other one for watchlist, because they are just the same, okay, just a collection at least. So we can go here and create a template. It's going to be our last template. It's a template collection, like that. The template collection, I think that for now we'll have a UL for movies and maybe a title that we can add later or something like that. So we can start with a UL with an ID, so we can later grab this by ID. So I can say this is a list of movies. Okay, something like that. We can add a title there, so we can fill that title later. But actually pretty simple. When you look at that, you may say, well, maybe we don't need a template. We can just write this from the web component, from JavaScript. Okay, which is okay. But maybe in the future, if you want to change that, it's easier if it's in the HTML. So then we are going to create the web components. And in this case, I'm going to use OOP. So instead of creating the full code in both classes that they're going to be the same, I'm going to create a base collection page. And then we will have a favorites page and watchlist page extending from collection page. Okay, does it make sense? That's kind of the idea. So I'm going to create first the three files, collection page JS, and then favorites page JS, and watch list page JS. Okay, the three. Now, we have already done this a couple of times, so if you want, we can just take the from, in this case, I think it's H4. Over here we have a template with more details. If you want to get the same template that we have here, it's okay. You can take it from here. I'm talking about the template collection. But the other one will work anyway for what we are going to create. And then we need, this is the collection page. And the other components are simpler, okay? And we can write it manually to understand what's going on. So this is a collection page. Probably I will need an import at some points. We'll see. So the collection page looks like this, extending HTML elements. So it's actually a web component, but I'm not defining the web component. So it's just because it's going to be a base class, okay? That will have an endpoint. What's the endpoint? The API function that we will call, and a title. And we are receiving that through the constructor, okay? So when we construct the collection, we pass. This is favorites, and this is your endpoint. And then this is looping through the movies and actually rendering movie item components. Okay, this is pretty simple. And on connected callback, it's just cloning the template. We have already done this a couple of times. So favorites, for example, is going to be an export class, favorites page, extending from not HTML element, but our collection page. And the constructor of this one is going to call super, passing the endpoint and the title. Okay, does it make sense? So for example, it's going to be API get favorites. API needs to be imported. Be very careful with both imports. I'm not sure if you realize at this point what's going on there. So this is favorite movies. I need to add .js. And I'm going to define this. Custom elements, define, and this is going to be favorite page. And something very similar on watch list, just changing the endpoint, the name of the class. Movies watch list page. I think I'm done with that. Okay, does it make sense? So remember, when you're using web components, you can use OOP and create your structure of components that you just inherit behavior, and you then enhance that behavior with subclasses. Okay, so the final step will be to actually create the routes. So the path, for example, I think it was account favorites. The component is favorites page. And do we need logged in true here? Yes, because we need the user to be logged in. Remember, we have done that. We've done that with the router. So now we have a system where if a route needs login, it will just work. And something similar for the watch list. Okay, does it make sense? Do you have any question at this point? Nope. Okay, so now if I refresh, I should be able to get into favorites and watch list. If I refresh, and you can see that right now it's saying there are no movies. So I'm not getting a page error, so or not found. It seems to be the page, but there are no movies because, yeah, we know that when we are going to the, if you see the network, favorites is trying to bring the favorites that right now is null, and watch list is also getting, oh, actually it's not, it's getting favorites watch list. So we have a bug. That's because I copy and pasted. So I think that on watch list page, I also need to change the endpoint. Does it make sense? So now this one will actually get from watch list. That is a different collection. So if I go to watch list, now we can see it's using that endpoint. But of course, right now my database is null. So we don't have any collection. So we need to add to the collection. That's the last step before seeing if everything works. Adding to the collections right now, we will make just the basic part, and you will have some homework to do the more advanced part. That is, for example, having a way to remove a collection. Right now, when we add a favorite, it will be there forever. Okay, but the other part is pretty simple. It's just adding a remove service as well. So to add to the collection, we need to actually create a new service that will be called from where? When you are watching a movie, when you are seeing the details of a movie, we have these two buttons. Okay, so these two buttons, let's try to analyze where they are. So if I go to my index.html and look for those buttons will be available in template movie details. Fine.
I think you just passed it.
Yeah.
It was.
Register.
I think it's a little
Movies.
more
There we
that one.
So they are here, okay? And we have the button add to favorites, add to watch list, that they don't have any click handler, okay? So I need to bind an event handler to those. And there are two ways to do that. I can do it from here, from HTML, okay? As we did with other buttons. But we may have a problem if we do that in this way. I'm not sure if you realize what's the problem. I mean, I can say add and add to favorites, or however you want to call this, or maybe save to collection. So we can just we use the same function for both. The problem is that to save to a collection, I should pass the ID of the movie. And I'm writing a template right now. Where should I get the ID of the movie? Does that make sense? So, yeah. So if I here need to pass an argument, let's say I want to pass, this is going to be a favorite, so that's the collection, but then I need the ID of the current movie, or the movie that I'm rendering. But where should I get the ID from? So there are two ways to solve the problem. I think we will solve the problem in the cleaner way, or I think it's a cleaner way, but let me show you the dirty way first. The dirty way will let you do something like this. What if we, when you are using the DOM, you can, for example, talk to your parents. The parent is actually the parent element. So if I'm in a button, the parent would be a section. So maybe later, through JavaScript, you can inject the ID here. So then you can get the ID with something like this. I'm not saying this code will work as it is, but to give you the idea. It's a little dirty, okay? It works. But it will solve the problem because later from JavaScript, you will inject that ID as a custom property, and then we work, okay? But I think in this case, it's going to be better to just create the event listeners when we are creating the details page. Remember that here we are creating the cast, we are doing all this binding. Well, here we can add, we can say, you know what, I will go and grab from here. We have two buttons. We can, maybe if you want, we can add IDs, so it's better to find those buttons, so maybe that's okay, like button favorites. I can use the DOM also to just find the first button and the second button, but maybe later a designer thinks that, whoa, we should reorder the buttons, and then everything blows up. So that's why it's better to just do this. So then I can try and get, well, now it's an ID, so I can use get element by ID. Gevi, remember? Oh, now we have get movie by ID, instead of get element by ID as possibilities. So get element by ID will then, now I have the button for favorites. So I can add an event listener for click. Like this. And something similar for watch list. And here I can go and say, you know what, I want to call to up and I want to save this to a collection. And where is the ID? Well, I actually have the movie here. So I will just say this movie ID, and this is going to be favorites. That's the collection. And for watch list. Okay, does it make sense? Remember, this is the render method of our web component that is going to be executed every time we are rendering a page details. So when we are doing that, we are also binding the action listeners for our two buttons. Okay, does it make sense? So I don't have yet the code, so it's not going to work. But if I open the console and try to click these buttons,
There were hashtags in your ID.
Yeah, you're
template
right.
that
That's
might
because I
not be
use
needed.
query select. No, here you say no.
No,
No.
in the template, the ID.
Oh, you're right. Okay. This is because it's the third day. So I added hashes to the IDs. I don't know why. Okay. So if I try this, it's not working. So let's try to debug what's going on. So actually, if you look at the HTML, so there are some hashes here that shouldn't be there. This is HTML. So it's just the ID. Just that. So, but we didn't get any errors. So anyway, we should. The thing is, what happens when you do get element by ID and returns nothing? I mean, it's undefined, so it should give us an error anyway. Remember, you can always try this from the console as well. When you are doing the console, remember that you are not in a web component, so this is not going to work. So you need to check and try with document, for example, and now you see that we do have the button. So that means that now when you click here, something will happen. The problem is that we don't have yet the function. Okay, so we need save to collection. So save to collection, we just need to call our method. So that's the last part that we will have. So we will go to public app.js, and the last service that we will have here somewhere, for example, after the logout, is the save to collection. We already have one. On H5, this is our save to collection. And now let's analyze what it's trying to achieve. So save to collection first is verifying if you are logged in or not. Why is that? Because, of course, you can click in a button and you are not logged in. Does it make sense? And we don't want to save anything because the user is not logged in. So what we are doing here, if it's false, we are sending the user to the account page. But the account page needs login, so it will be redirected to the login screen. So this is a quick way to say, okay, you need to go and log in. Okay, because if not, it's not going to work. If you are logged in, I will try to save this to a collection. And if it's a favorites of a watch list, I will then, after clicking there, I will send the user to that URL, and that will give me directly the list of current favorites. I should see the one that I have just created. Okay, does it make sense? Something important here is that I'm using I should use constants to avoid these issues, but I'm using singular favorite and watch list. So we need to be very careful when we are calling this, in this case from our movie details page, that we are using the same collection type. Because, I mean, the constant is different, and then it's not going to work. Okay? Does it make sense? Do you have any question on the process? No? Okay, let's try it. Now, that is not for recording. Let me try it first, because I think that we have a bug. So let me see if I can find quickly the bug. And if we have a bug, we can solve it directly in the recording, explaining where the bug is. So if I click here, nothing happens. So the click is not working. So now that everything is coded, let's see why the click is not working. So let me check. ID is fine. So it should work. The get element by ID seems okay. This is, we have already injected the template, so it should be there. If you see something, let me know. But okay, we can try to see now. This get element by ID is not a function.
It's this again.
It's this again, but I should be able to use this. Where are we? Let me see. I'm in the movie. I'm an HTML element, so it should work, to be honest.
When you have the debugger, what is this at that point?
Yeah, let's try that. Yeah, it's a movie details page. So let's try with query selector. Let's see if this works. And I think the one that I have in the README is query selector. The problem is that if now it's working, it will save something and I don't want to save it. So let me first see. Oh, let's do that. If not, I will just clean the database. It's not a big deal. So try this. Add to favorites. OK. Now we are better. So it was that. Why getting by ID is not there? That's weird. OK, but yeah. That's the first bug. Second bug. Save to connection is not a function. So let's solve all the bugs so we can explain everything on screen. App saved to collection. Let's check that. App saved to collection. Seems to be okay. Save to collection, save to collection. App is there. Yeah. Save to collection. It's not there. Okay, now this is completely weird. No, we have an error now, somehow, here. Okay. That was the problem. It wasn't loading the right. Fine, add to favorites. Okay, so we are better now. Let me see what's coming from. We haven't tried the server part. See what we are receiving from the server. Well, by the way, where are those requests coming from? Unfortunately, that's the YouTube embed. Okay, so it's difficult. We need to find our things there because the YouTube embed is adding a lot of stuff. So if I click add to watch list, I'm not seeing the request. Okay, movies. Okay, do you want to do a tech break, and so we can, or
Sure.
just to find the bugs and then do it in a row?
10 minutes.
Okay. So let's now that we are ready to try this, let's first fill some gaps that we have. Let's say, for example, in our HTML. We are actually binding these buttons. So something that we can do always, and maybe it's a good idea, mostly when you are doing web components, if those web components are not using Shadow DOM. Remember, Shadow DOM will let us make like a small little DOM just for the web component. And we are not doing that in this project, so we are not using Shadow DOM. Is that maybe we can be more specific when we are doing even if it's an ID, okay, for example, we could say that we want the button inside actions. So instead of using getElement by ID, let's use query selector. And because it's query selector, I need a CSS selector, so I need to add ID. And then I can say, you know what, it's not any button, even if it's an ID, and it shouldn't be duplicated, you don't know, it may be. The browser will never enforce that. So I can say this inside actions. Okay, so I'm saying this button inside actions. That's one thing. Then we have a gap in the API because we have already added the authorization token, but we are not saving to the collection. So we are getting favorites and watch lists, but save to collection is empty. So we need to fill that gap. So save to collection, remember, receives a movie ID and a collection, and it needs to send that to the server. We are not going to use fetch for that because we are sending data. And remember, when we are sending, we have another function that is send. So we are going to return whatever is coming from API.send, and the service name is account / save to collection. Okay, this should match exactly what you have in your main.go. In this case, save to collection. Okay, so it's matching that. And then we need to pass the data. And for the data, we're going to pass an object that will contain the movie ID and the collection. Remember here, I'm using the JSON shortcut available in JavaScript. So this is like saying movie ID is movie ID, collection is collection. Okay, so you don't need to do that. So we're just passing the object like this, like so. And you also need to check that in this case, our collection page, the abstract page, is actually creating new instances of movie item component. A movie item component is currently not imported. So we need to use control space and add that import. And remember, our friend VS Code is not adding in .js. So I need to go and add the .js, okay, at least to see if everything works. So let's see now. I will refresh. I will get into Mad Max, and I will see what happens if I click on Add to Favorites. I click there, and boom, I'm in the favorite section, and I'm seeing Mad Max already there in the table. If I'm going to watch list, there are no movies. Remember, you see that little animation for a while that is loading. That's the loading animation that we have done. So if I go to other movie, Jurassic World, I add it to my watch list. It's there in my watch list. So I can go now to favorites. I see Mad Max. I can go to watch list. I see Jurassic World. And of course, I should be able to log out. So now if I go to favorites, it sends me to log in. I cannot see them. And if I log in, test.test.dev, okay, I should be able now to see again my favorites and my watches. And of course, I can add more, okay, to both favorites, okay, and watch list. If you want, the same movie can be in two different collections at the same time. Okay, that makes sense? So as I mentioned, yeah, there are more things you can add. You can add, for example, here, it can be like an X button that you can delete it from there, or you can ask the user, are you sure you want to delete? So there are still more actions that you can add to this project. But now we have the full project working. So we have a home page that is rendering top movies and also random movies. Every time I refresh, I'm getting new suggestions to watch today. I can get to the details of a movie. In this case, I have the YouTube trailer and some information. Well, in this case, it seems like this one has no enough information. I mean, this movie, compared with other movies, it has no cast. That's part of the data set. The one that I picked has no cast. So here we can see Michael Keaton. I can add these movies to favorites or to a watch list. I can see my account. I can log out. I can also search movies. Remember that we can search movies from here. So if you want to search Harry or Harry Potter, I can see all the movies with Harry. I can reorder this by score, by release date, okay, by name, and I can filter by genre. So I can see only comedies with Harry word somewhere. Okay, so we have a fully working full stack project that we did mostly from scratch. Yeah, there were some pieces that we pasted just to avoid spending too much time coding. But from the database creation, importing the data to the front end, to the login, the JWT token authentication, we have the full app ready. Do you have any question? No? So, wait. I have some homework for you. So if you want to continue working on this project, just to see if you have learned stuff, some things that you can do to continue this project. For example, actually, this is not the right slide. This is for the second course. I don't know why I had to restart Keynote. Let me do that again. Where are you? Components, review. This is the one. So I have some homework for you in case you want to continue working on this project and see if you have learned something and you are able to modify the project. First, you can add delete account. So in that case, the user can delete its own account. And for that, you can do it in two ways. You can do a physical deletion, that is, you can remove from the database the record. Or if you look at the users table, you already have one particular field that is actually deleted with a timestamp. That's for a logical deletion. So you can try both. In that case, you keep the user, but you add a flag saying this user has been deleted. So in that case, you still keep the history. Sometimes you have to do that even for legal reasons. It depends on the project, right? But in some countries, you have some legal reasons. You have to store user data even if the user is deleting the account, okay? You can also add confirmation for the account, sending an OTP. That's a one-time password by email. Right now, we are not verifying if the email actually exists or not, so we can send an email to the user, creating an OTP, and then we need another page, another web service to receive that OTP, so we can try to see if you can work with that. Forget the password. Also, in that case, we have our password is hashed server-side, so we cannot send the password by email or things like that, but we can reset the password. Also, sending an OTP code to email. You can try to follow that flow. You can also detect if a movie is already a favorite or in watch list, because right now it's always letting you add to favorite or watch list, so you can add that. So you need another web service that will let you know if the current user has that movie in the collection, and then update the UI. So that's a little nice exercise to do. Remove from watches and favorites. That's also pretty simple, actually. It's just adding another web service, another API web service that will just delete that record from the table. Add more validations, error control, that never ends. Okay, there are a lot of other validations and error control that you can do. Actually, I encourage you to try to hack the system. Try to open the terminal, try to send, instead of an ID, a letter, and see what happens, and see if your server is reacting properly and sending the right error. Okay, so try that. Find similar movies. This actually, the data set is ready for you to do that. So when you are in a movie, you could create a web service that returns similar movies based, for example, on keywords. So then you make a query, SQL query, another, need to change a little bit your data repository to make that work, but you make a query, okay? And on that query, you will get similar movies, and then you suggest at the bottom similar movies, okay? So that's a pretty good exercise as well. Then you can also create an actors page, so you can get into the details of an actor, or you can search actors as well, and then see all the movies by actor. Okay, the data set is ready for you to do that. So we have already seen the steps for you to actually go and do this. So you're ready to actually create all these new sections in the project. Okay? Any final question?
Does Go have a email client or SMTP, or I can't remember?
So yeah, SMTP.
Yeah.
Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. That was it. So actually, the answer is not directly related to Go, because it applies to every language. So you may have an SMTP client or not. It doesn't matter. So because if you have it or not, if you don't have it, you can use a community-based one. So forget about that. But why I'm not directly answer your questions in a straight way? Because today, if you want that to work, to send emails, and those emails to go through and get to the users' inboxes, probably you don't want to use your own SMTP server. That doesn't work anymore, like 10 years ago. And the best way to do that is to use a cloud-based provider for email sending. And there are some that they have even a free tier. It depends on how many emails you want to send. So in that case, you don't care about the SMTP email sending protocol. It's just a cloud API call. Okay, you just do a GET with a key, and that's the email, that's the address, and that's the recipient. Because if not, today, mostly on Gmail or Microsoft Business account or even Yahoo accounts that most people are using, you won't get, the email will not go through because of spam, and there are filters they have that it's very difficult. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's very difficult for you to create your own, you have your own SMTP server, set it up properly. You have to do a lot of stuff in terms of security and privacy and handshaking with the servers to actually make those emails go through the inbox. So I suggest you to go directly with a provider, with a cloud-based provider that will help you with that.
Thanks.
Do we have any other question? No? Well then, our full stack project with vanilla JavaScript and Go is ready. So, thank you. And now we have more. I'm not sure if you want a break, if you need to split the videos or something. You want to, what time is it?
No, I think we'll just just kind of introduce yourself and the project again.
Yeah, we go with the,
The,
we continue. Yeah. I mean,
so this will be for the sake of the video, obviously everybody online and in person. Some of it will be repeating, but a refresher. But
but let me, before moving forward, let's push the code.
Mr. Git push,
Yeah.
I like a Git push.
Because we will use this as our okay, there we are. Close everything, so I will open the project again and explain a little bit about the project, and I will present myself again. Okay, let's do it. Hello, and welcome to Vanilla JavaScript and Go intermediate course, building a full stack application. My name is Maximiliano Ferdman. I can go by Max. I'm Firt on Dev or Firt on many social networks out there. So I've been doing web development for many years, actually a lot. Right, like almost 30 years. I'm from Argentina. I live in Buenos Aires. And as a web developer, so I've been doing HTML and JavaScript since mostly forever. Well, it feels like forever for me. And I've created more than 160 web apps, where I could say that probably 80 to 90% of those web apps were pure vanilla JavaScript, and any framework on the back end. In terms of Go, of course, Go is brand new compared with all these web technologies, but I've done probably around 10 to 12 different projects with Go in the backend. I author 14 books and many courses on different platforms, including, of course, Front-End Masters. My books are mostly on mobile development, web development, and also web performance. Typically, those were the topics that I was covering for a while. And I'm also the author of Learn PWA. It's a free interactive book available at the Google website web.dev. So it was published by Google on progressive web apps. And actually, one part of today's workshop will be covered there as well. That is the part that it's on service workers. And at Front-End Masters, you will find many courses that I created on the front-end side on JavaScript. Actually, some of those courses will be linked to this one. At some point I will tell you, well, if you want to look more on that, for example, we have web storage APIs, JavaScript in the background, and also there is the basic course for vanilla JavaScript and Go project that we will be based on today is another course that you can find on Frontend Masters. Also, I have many mobile app courses. I have one on Flutter, Swift, on Kotlin for Android, for iOS and Android development, and some backend courses including PHP and basics of Go. So you will find that, of course, at the excellent library Frontend Masters. And this workshop is actually the kind of a second step of another workshop where we build an app, a full stack app from scratch in vanilla JavaScript and Go. I mean, you can go and watch that video first, that course first if you want to. You don't need to. You can start now downloading the project. I will send you the URL. I will give you the instructions to do that. And then you can set up that and then add on top of that project that is already there some new ideas. So the workshop site is this one, github.com/Ferdman. That's my username, my last name actually. Go Vanilla JS. There you will have a branch specifically targeting the beginning of this intermediate course. You will also find all the steps that we have been doing on the basic course, on the initial one where we developed this from scratch. But now we're going to start with the project that is already there with the backend and the frontend. The contents of today's course is we're going to introduce the project. So this full stack project that is called Really Neat. It's a movie database that has authentication, basic authentication, and it has favorites and a watch list, so your watch list for movies. And we're going to add on top of that passkeys. This is for passwordless logins. So we're going to authenticate the user without a password. That is kind of a new trend, and probably you have seen this in many websites these days. So that's going to be one of our huge topics for today's course. Then we will talk a little bit about server-side rendering and the problems that we have when we are using single-page applications. And this project is currently a single-page application, so it's mostly client-side, and the server is just serving the static files and also APIs. And then we will talk about how to add offline support to this app and what happens with data sync when you're offline. So we will discuss all the options and all the possibilities over that project. So those are the goals for adding on top of this project. And the idea is that you will be able to also go to your own projects and maybe add these parts to your project, even if they're not vanilla JavaScript, even if they're not based on Go, at least the basic ideas are the same, and you will see later how to implement those ideas on those languages. Okay, this is how the project looks like, and I will show you that the project is up and running anyway. So this is the first look. So it's a movie website where you can search and get details of movies, and within the movie you can add movies to your favorites, which also means that you need a user account that right now, as I mentioned before, is just with a password, username and password, email and password, and we will add passkeys on top of that. The technologies that we are using in this project are on the backend, Go. Okay, so you need some experience on Go to follow along. The database is a Postgres database, but the project is ready to change that. So in case you want to change the database to something else, to MongoDB or something like that, we are following the data repository pattern, which means it's easy to change the repository with a new one without changing the rest of the app. So in this case, the web services, the handlers of the web services are not talking to the database. They're talking to another layer in the middle. That's the data repository. So we just change the data repository and everything will continue working properly. The data itself, so the movies, are coming from a free, open database. It's the movie database. I already prepared a subset of that database because it's huge, actually. So it's 40 megabytes of movies. We have around 5,000 movies, so we can play with searching, filtering, and see it working. At the front end, we have HTML, CSS, and pure vanilla JavaScript. So we are not using React, we are not using Angular, it's pure JavaScript. And we have our own micro library that we will see quickly in a second, because over or on top of that library, we will be adding our new services and our new abilities. Okay? The communication between the front end and the back end is done through HTTP using JSON RESTful APIs. So we are not using GraphQL or other frameworks for data communication. It's just pure JSON and some small protocols that we have set there when we are sending data back and forth. And we are using a lot HTTP status code directly to also send some answers from the server to the client. For example, if you are looking for a movie that does not exist in the database, the answer is HTTP status code 404, because we haven't seen that movie in the database. Okay, it's not the 200 that then in the JSON response says that there is an error. This is the currently entity relation diagram. I'm saying currently because maybe we will change it later. We have on one side movies. That's kind of our main table. The movies have, we have users, and the users have saved movies in collections. Collections are, for example, favorites and watch list. So that means this is an end-to-end relationship, which means because we are using SQL database, we are going to have an intermediate table here, okay, that will work with that relationship. Then the movies have actors. It's also end-to-end, so we will have another entity, another table in the middle, and something similar will happen. Actually, I have just realized that I have an error because this is a new one. No, not a new one. No. My bad. I will continue. I saw something new, but it's not new. Okay, my fault. So movies then have actors. This is also end-to-end, so we will have also an intermediate table here. Movies have genres, and that's also end-to-end. It's not one, so we have some movies that are science fiction and comedy at the same time. And movies also have keywords. So the final list of tables that we have are users, movies, genres, actors, and then the intermediate tables, user movies, movie cast, movie genres, and movie keywords. That's what we have right now, okay? Just to understand the project when you load the project. The architecture in terms of development that is already there looks like this. We have on the user interface, basically HTML, CSS. The images, the posters are coming from the TMDB web server. This is the data source. And then we have trailers that are coming from YouTube. And we are using web components to render, for example, the YouTube video trailer. On the front end, we have pure JavaScript. And the JavaScript is separated in a couple of services or abilities. We have the router. That's a client-side router that works with different routes. And based on the routes, what will happen is that the router will load different web components. So every page in our project is actually a web component. The web component is connected to the UI through HTML, and it's also typically is connected with an API, client-side service, that is the one that connects to the backend all the way around here through HTTP to Go. And now if we go to the Go side, on the Go side, we have like a global logger. This is just a small tool that we created to log things in the file system. So everything that happens, server-side errors and things that happens, there will be a log. So this is important when you have a project, a full stack project, to actually debug on the server. Then we have handlers. The Go backend is serving the static files as well as the APIs. It's not mandatory to do that, but in this case we are doing that. So we have a file system handler for static files that will actually serve everything we have here, everything that we have in the front end. And then the handlers, for example, if you want to get a movie, there's a handler for that will get a movie by ID, but the handler is not the one going to the database. the handler goes to a model repository. There is another value, another function, and that's the one that through TCP connects to the real database. That for the database, you can use any provider. It can be a cloud-based provider, or it can be a local instance of PostgreSQL. However you want to do that, it's fine. And the model repository actually speaks into models. The models is a set of structures that we have in Go that are representing the data that we have inside the database. Okay? And the model goes back to the handler converts that into JSON, and it goes through back HTTP to the service, and the service sends the data back to the web component who requested that data, and that will update the UI. That's kind of the structure that we have right now. And I'm explaining this because now for the new things that we will add, we will probably inject some parts here or there. So it's important to understand if I'm saying we are changing the model repository, we are changing the handler, it's important to understand where are we changing that in our architecture. Okay, do you have any question?
Max, just my understanding of this introduction, it would be more like, here's the app, and here's what we're going to add to it, and then this. So could you maybe just show the app and then get into the, I'm assuming you have like an overview of the topics or not?
So I've covered the overview of the topics. Yeah, this one.
Of what you're going to add to this app.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe just a little bit of showing them
the app. Yeah.
Before that, we could like insert before that slide.
Okay, sure. So this is the current app. This is how it looks like. So we have a homepage. The homepage has this week's top movies. And then we have something to watch today that is just a random list of movies. So every time you refresh, you get another list. You can get into the details of any movie. The details have the actors here. And you have buttons to add to favorites and add to watch list. And then you can search for movies. I don't know, Superman movies. And all the Superman movies appear. You can sort, or you can, well, I'm not sure if you have any animation movie. No, we don't have any Superman animated movie in the system, at least. But we can see that the filter is working. And the final part is my account, where you can register a new account. You can log in and log out, but using email and password. So let's say the classic authentication. That's one part that we will change. So the first thing that we will be doing during this course is to add here passwordless authentication. So right now I have a user. So I will use my username and password. So I'm logged in. So now I can see my favorites and my watch list. And the thing is that right now it's a username and password. So we will add another way to log in the user with passkeys. So we will discuss passkeys in a second. Also, one of the problems that we have with this project is that, for example, if I'm seeing Mad Max Fury Road, this is the URL, movies 123. That's the actual ID of the movie. The problem is that this is being handled client side. Everything is being rendered client side because it's a single page application. If I refresh, it's still working because we have already set up a system to actually make that work server side. But anyway, server side, the server is just sending an empty HTML. So we have an empty HTML. We don't have the data. Actually, the HTML works in this way. We have a header, and then we have a main. The content goes to the main, and we can see the main is empty. So which means that that main is currently being injected or rendered by the client. The problem we have with that is SEO, search engine optimization, because Google, the search spider, the crawler, is not seeing the contents of the movie. So it's not going to index this properly on the server. So we will solve that with the section when we will talk about server-side rendering. So we will see how we can do that, and how we can mix server-side rendering and client-side rendering, at least on the moments where we feel that it will add value to our project. And the other thing that we will see is offline support. So how we can make this app working offline. For example, if you have your watch list with you, and if you don't have connection or the server is down, you can still see your watch list. And also we will discuss data synchronization. So what happens if I'm adding to favorites or adding to a watch list a movie, but I don't have connection in the moment I'm doing that, or the server is down. Then instead of sending a message to the user, can we do something else, like update that in the background, like many apps are doing? So we will also discuss that. So those are our 3 main projects for today to add to this particular Vanilla.js plus Go project. So if you clone the project and download the project and you want to work with this, the only step that you will need is to actually create a .env file that is not going to be in the repo because of security. So you need to create a new .m. Inside that .m, you actually need to add 2 particular keys. The database URL that you need to get from your provider. There are a lot of free providers. If you want to get more on that, please watch the basic course, Vanilla JavaScript plus Go project that I created, where we explain different providers, how to do that. Also, we need a JWT secret. We are using JSON Web Token, and the JSON Web Token needs a secret. What's a secret? Anything you can type here. So actually, you can change this string. You can put any string. The longer, the better. That's actually going to be the key that is used server-side to encrypt and decrypt the JSON Web Token. We explain all this stuff in the basic course. And after you set database URL, you may want to inject data in the database. And in the project, you will find an import folder. The import folder has a database dump that you can run in your database manually with any tool, in your Postgres database with any tool. Or there is also an install.go script that you can run from your terminal that will take that dump and it will inject that into the database. And if you do that, then you will be ready to run this. We are using, to run the app, I'm using actually Air. Air is a tool that will actually check for changes in the file system and restart the server automatically. So I'm hitting Air, so that's why when I'm going to make changes in my server, I'm not going to stop the server and run it again. We are using Air. In case you need more information on how to install Air or how Air works, go to the basic course where we explain that. So if you do that, then you will be ready to run your app on localhost 8080 and see something similar to what I'm seeing here. Okay? Do you have any question? Nope? Okay. So it's time to talk about our first lab, our first ability that we will add to our project, passkeys. First, does anyone know what a passkey is? Have you tried passkeys on websites? Do you know what they are? How you define passkeys?
It seems like every site lately has been asking
exactly.
to add a passkey.
Do you want to add a passkey? Yeah.
Adds your biometric login or whatever to
biometric. That's the first keyword we have here. Biometric. We'll see if it's related directly with biometrics or not and how that works. But yeah, it has to do with that, right? So the problem is that we are still in that moment where not every user knows what a passkey is. And maybe that happens to you as well, that you still don't know what a passkey. You want to add a passkey, maybe you think, oh, maybe that's Face ID, but I'm not sure if you know exactly how that works. I will do let's say a quick overview here. There is another course on web authentication APIs on Frontend Masters where we get deeper into this. But to actually implement this, and because it's something new for most web developers, both backend and frontend developers, I'm going to do the intro, the overview, so that we can implement this in our project. But as you said, this is something that you see every day in every project, and we will see this even with more strength in the following month and years. And we will get into the point where passwords will be gone. That's the goal. Okay, and you will start seeing soon websites and apps that they just use passkeys. Actually, I've seen a couple. There is, for example, just one quick example. It's a new crypto fintech app. It doesn't matter which one because I'm not saying that. I was just testing the app to see how it looks like. They create a virtual MasterCard or a Visa card for Apple Pay or Android Pay. And to create an account, you don't use a password. No password. Also no Google authentication, not federated logins like connected with Google. No. A passkey. That's the only thing they have. Okay, which is it was actually the first real world app that it's a website and also an app in the App Store that it's using passkey as default. Okay, and I think that we will see more of this with the years to come, but we need to understand why. So why are we doing this? Why everyone is talking about passkeys? So the quick idea is this: when we are doing login forms over HTTP, and that's what we have right now in our Reeling It project, we have this situation. We have a browser. The browser has an input form. We have the user. The user has a secret. The secret is the password. It's something the user knows. And we have the web server, and we have our database. Okay? And typically, you know how that works. The user has a secret, and the user types the secret into the form, into the browser, and then we, or the browser, are sending that to the server, the passkey, the secret, the secret, the password, and the server is typically storing that in a database. Hopefully hashed. Okay, our project, Reeling It, is hashing the password. It's not storing the password in plain text, but that's even worse, okay, if it's in plain text. And initially, this was over HTTP. Okay, that was how it started. Actually, when we are in localhost, it's HTTP as well. So what's the problem with this system? The problems are bad actors, okay, hackers, let's say. Okay, let's say the technical name is more bad actors. So bad actors can actually be in the middle, man in the middle. They can be in the middle of many places, watching what you're doing or what you're sending. So they can be in the middle between you and your browser and seeing the secret when you are typing the secret. It can be a keylogger. It can be an app that is in the operating system watching the screen. It can be a very nice keyboard that you downloaded for free, not from the App Store, but from another place that blah, blah, blah. You install the keyword, it's pretty good, but the keyword is, when you type, it's saving your passwords and sending your password somewhere else. Okay, so, and they can steal your passwords. Also, you can have a man in the middle, mostly when you are in a public network, that is reading your secrets when you are sending the HTTP request. Maybe you say, well, but HTTPS will solve the problem, okay? That problem at least. Because, yeah, it's much more difficult to hack the SSL secure tunnel and get the password from there. But anyway, that's only a secure connection between the browser and the web server. Or actually, the first front end that you have in the web server can be sometimes a proxy like Cloudflare or something like that. And then there are some other parties where someone can actually get the secret anyway. Okay, that's why today, at least, when you have a login form and it's not an HTTPS, you see a lot of warnings everywhere. This is not secure, be careful, don't send your data, blah, blah, blah. You know the deal. And another problem that is actually a huge problem is that the bad actor can actually get into the database. And even if you have the password hashed, they can get the original password anyway. So data breaches are actually a problem. And all our passwords were actually in a public database at some point. Okay, and you can see the biggest data breaches. It's always millions of users from many providers. I'm not even sure if you have ever seen this website. have I been pwned? If you try it, you can enter your email address, and it will tell you in how many breaches, data breaches, your data has appeared. And if I try my email address, I think there are like 20 from Adobe, from Yahoo, and those are the data breaches that we know. But if you have accounts on many small websites, and who knows who had access to that. And that's why also now password managers will tell you when you're using a password that has been already compromised. Okay, so they're telling you that. And also we have another big issue there. That is not the man in the middle. It can be brute force. I mean, even if no one is actually watching the secret, they can actually get your secret. They can guess your secret by brute force. Or they can use phishing. They can call you on the phone, tell you they are from your bank or from your government or from the social services, and they need to verify whatever, and they will ask you for the password. And a lot of people are okay sending secrets over the phone. Okay, and this is happening every day. So, and it's not getting better. It's actually getting worse. With now AI, we can have AI bots trying to get your secrets every day. Okay, so that's a problem. So we have a problem. And you probably guessed at this point that we have a solution. That solution is known as passkeys. So passkeys is the solution for 99% of the problems that we have with passwords. I know that at this point, you don't understand why this is a solution, okay? But I will try to explain that, and let's see. You may probably have some questions, because there are a lot of questions and problems may arise when we are dealing with this. So this is the structure when we are working with passkeys. First, the user now doesn't have a secret, doesn't know a secret. Okay? They have an authenticator. What's an authenticator? It can be a USB key, like a Ubico key. I have one later, I can show you that. Or they have a device with biometrics. Those, for example, are two kinds of authenticators. There are many other authenticators available. Okay? So what you have is an authenticator. It can be hardware-based or software-based. Okay? And then we work with the infrastructure of private and public keys. I'm not sure how many of you know the details on that, the cryptography part of that, but actually with some math operations, we create two keys. Keys are just bytes, so numbers, large numbers. And those keys are related, and that means that there is a private key, the other one is a public key. Actually, that's the same infrastructure that we are using for HTTPS. When we have an HTTPS secure tunnel, internally there is a public key and a private key that goes in and out. It's also the same technology behind cryptocurrencies. Okay, so we are using the same technology, the same algorithms as in the crypto world. And the idea is that then we will generate a passkey. Is actually, what it is a credential. The credential is just a pair of keys, a private key and a public key. So that's a passkey, okay? It's a credential. The private key will be stored in the authenticator, and it will never get out the authenticator, never. Not even the user can see the passkey, okay? So the passkey is not something the user knows. It's not something the user sees, okay? It's something the authenticator have. And then we have the public key. The public key is available in the browser. So we will see the public key in JavaScript. And we have it. And what will happen is over HTTPS, we will send the public key to our server, and we will store the public key in our database, the user's public key. So instead of a password, we are going to save a public key. For now, let's say a public key. Later we'll see that it can be more than one. But let's say one public key. So now, again, the private key will never leave the authenticator. Okay, I know at this point you still don't understand where's the trick here, but do you have any question at this point? No?
Is the public key still susceptible to man-in-the-middle attacks?
So it's the public key is data that you're sending over the network, and that means that anyone in the middle can get the public key. So now we're thinking, oh, you lied. So then we have the same problem again. But the answer is that it doesn't matter because it's public. The whole idea of being a public key is that you can share it. It's public. And I know that a lot of questions may arise in your developer's mind at this point, but if it's public, then anyone can log in. Well, we'll see how that works, okay? But because it's public, it doesn't matter. If someone is hacking in the middle the public key and getting the key, it doesn't matter. If someone is breaching my database and is stealing the whole database of public keys, it doesn't matter. Okay, and you will see why. But so then we are getting rid of that problem at once because it's public. It's not a secret. It's a public key. It's not a secret. Okay. So that means that if you have a bad actor that is attacking your server, it doesn't matter. Go ahead, get my passkeys. Okay, all yours. Yes.
Is this similar to SSH keys? Or
Yeah, it's not similar. The same.
Okay.
It's the same. It's the same technology behind SSH. The same technology behind SSL. The tunnel that we are creating. So this is a technology from the 70s, actually, even 60s, I think. But it was first implemented, I think, in the 70s. So it's not new. The thing is that we are using that technology or that system or that architecture for logging now. Okay, so that's it. So it's not new. And that also means that it hasn't been hacked in 50 years. Okay, so it seems like it's pretty secure, the whole deal between the private key and the public key. So then, bad actors on the server won't matter. Bad actors on in the user side don't matter. First, the user is not aware of the passkey. So it's not something the user knows. It's not something that you can guess by dictionary or by brute force. By brute force, theoretically, you could get the private key, but you may take 1,000,000 years with the fastest, most expensive computer we have right now. Okay, at least even with quantum computers, it's still not something that is getting better. We'll see in the future, but not now. And a possible answer will probably be to create larger keys. But anyway, so no brute force, no dictionary, no key loggers, because the private key never leaves the authenticator. And now we will talk about the possible authenticators that we have. Okay. Also, no phishing. I cannot pass the passkey over the phone, or I cannot take a screenshot of the passkey, or send the passkey by email, or I cannot have a bot in my computer or something that is, or my phone that is looking for the passkeys and stealing the passkey. No, they are stored in an authenticator. Of course, we have better and worse authenticators, but the well-known authenticator that we are using these days is biometrics. And with biometrics means both Android, Windows with Windows Hello, iOS and Apple devices, macOS, iOS, iPadOS, tvOS, and visionOS. All of them are using the same iCloud provider, and they're using your biometrics to store passkeys safely. And those passkeys, even if someone is hacking your iCloud account, or even if someone is hacking your Mac, and somehow they're getting into the space where the passkeys are stored, those passkeys, so the passkey that is a private key, is also encrypted with your biometrics. So they also need you to decrypt the passkey. Okay, does it make sense? And also, if it's a USB key, well, of course, if someone is stealing the USB key may have a PIN as well, so it's something you have and something you know. In this case, yeah, of course, if someone is getting into your house and is putting your like an arm in your head, yeah, you will put your face, put your finger. Of course, this is not solving that problem. There will be always problems, okay, but now it's more difficult to actually, and it has more cost to actually get your secret, that is a private key. Okay, does it make sense? So technically then, the passkey is a cryptographic credential that replaces traditional passwords by using a pair of public and private keys to securely authenticate users on apps and websites. By the way, this is not just for websites, it's also for apps, native apps. On desktop, or they can also use passkeys. Okay? We will talk about that later and how to make that work. And they are a replacement of passwords. Right now we are not, besides that example that I explained before, the crypto app, the fintech, right now we are in this moment where we are having both at the same time. We have username and password and passkeys as an alternative. I mean, GitHub has passkey login. So I can log in a new device to my GitHub account just by using my passkey without using my email, even without using my email. I don't even need to type my email, my username on GitHub. Okay? So, something important. Passkey is a common noun. So it's not a trademark. Okay? It's not a library. It's not a framework. It's not a language. It's a common noun. The idea is to use it as a password. Okay? We are still in that moment where users not necessarily understand what it means. Okay? What that noun means. So if you are interested in UX ideas around passkeys, Google has a great guide on how to talk about passkeys. So if you passkeys UX guideline Google, let me quickly get into that. Passkeys user interface design. That actually it explains how to target users with passkeys. So, and there are many ideas here. For example, they're saying that you should use the passkey word. Okay, don't say just use your biometrics. Use the passkey word, but not alone. Explain the benefits. For example, sign in faster with passkeys. And then explain that you can use biometrics to get faster in this website. So the idea is that use the term passkey, but not expecting everyone to understand what it is. So then add the advantage, like more secure, faster, into the wording that you're using. Okay? So it's a replacement for passwords. At least that's the goal, the end goal. Get rid of passwords. If we do that, then we will solve a lot of problems in cybersecurity. It's based on an API known as the Web Authentication API, or WebAuthn. And even if it says web, it's also available for native apps. Okay, but the web is kind of the, let's say, the core anyway. I mean, the apps need to be tied to a web to actually make that work. We will see why in a sec. And you can use it for multi-factor authentication. So instead of replacement of a password, you can have a password and also a passkey as a second factor authentication, or as a single factor authentication. In fact, if you have, for example, crypto wallets, they are typically based on single factor authentication. So the wallet, that is kind of a passkey. Your crypto wallet is your authentication. Okay, and the same happens here. You can use passkeys as the identity of the user. That's not what we're going to do, and that's not a common use case. When we are talking about passkeys, typically we are saying that passkeys are attached to a user identity. But have in mind that technically with Web Authentication API, you can use the passkey as the identity. The problem is that if the user loses that passkey for whatever reason, there is no way to go back to that identity. Okay, makes sense? So that's why it depends on what you're doing. Keys, so the passkey, can be stored on device. So I can store keys on my Mac. I can store keys on my phone, on my watch. I can store keys on an external hardware, such as a Ubico key, like a USB key, or I can store keys on the cloud. And if you're on Android or iOS or iPhone, the default storage for your passkeys is the cloud, the Google account or the iCloud account, which means that your passkeys are actually available on all your devices. So if you create a passkey in your Mac, it's going to be available a few seconds later on your iPhone, on your watch, or your TV.
Since they're stored on the cloud, this doesn't give the cloud providers access to accounts that you'd be logging in with your passkey, would it?
That's a good question. So let's say, in terms of privacy, you say, so because if they know, actually, if you're using that as a password manager, it's kind of, they have the same information right there. The passkey has the origin inside, because the origin is part of the passkey. So you cannot use the same passkey on different websites. That's something that I haven't mentioned yet. So one passkey, the passkey is tied to one or more origins. The origin is when you combine the protocol, the host, the domain, and the port. So typically, when you create the passkey, that passkey is only for that origin. Okay, parentheses. There is a newest version that appeared in the past year that lets you add other origins to your main origin. For example, if you have yahoo.com and then you have Yahoo UK, that's a different origin, or Amazon, Amazon.com, Amazon Co UK, Amazon ES from Spain, Amazon JP from Japan, different origins, but it's my same account. So now the system lets Amazon define with the protocol a way to say, hey, I have also other origins that will be able to use the same passkey, okay? But that's kind of something new, and it's not the most common scenario, closing parentheses. So the meaning that the passkey has the information, so technically, Apple could see the things you're visiting, kind of, because technically your iCloud account should be encrypted. So that's actually something that it's on the news every once in a while, where I think some countries, sometimes they are requesting Apple to give them their root password, whatever, because the iCloud account is encrypted. So if the police is getting a criminal and it has the iCloud stored, they cannot unencrypt the data. So the answer is not so clear, but I would argue that the same happens with password managers. And also, you are not forced to use that. Even an iPhone and Android, you can, mostly if you're an advanced user and you know what you're doing, you can decide to store passkeys on device or on external hardware. So if security, you need a higher level of security, like you're an executive in a large company and that's the passkey to access an account with $10 billion, maybe the security is better there and you're using a passkey on external hardware. That external hardware probably has, I don't know, also touch recognition, and maybe other things will happen there, and you won't use iCloud. Okay, does it make sense? But the passkey technology is not tied to one type of authenticator. So it will be up to your operating system and your browser which authenticators are available. External authenticators, cloud-based authenticators, or on-device authenticators. Okay? Does it make sense? Do you have any question? No? I'm sure that when you see one passkey login in action, you will have a lot of questions. So that means that when you have a form-based authentication, we're pretty bad in security. In fact, our really neat project is bad in authentication, as bad as most of the websites out there, by the way. And when you add multi-factor authentication, you're a bit better. Like after you log in, you need to receive a code by SMS or by email, or you have an authenticator app and you need to type the code. You are better, but you are much worse in user experience. Because now the user, how many of you are, I need to go and go open the app, the token, wait for the email to receive the token, the email is not coming, and then you need to wait 1 minute to actually resend the email. So the user experience is more frustrating. And passkeys is the best solution in both security and user experience. In fact, logging in a website with a passkey is much faster than using just username and password, even with a password manager. So it's kind of the best of every possible world. And so actually, when you go to a website such as Best Buy, and there is a sign in with a passkey option, you will see a native dialog from the browser, from the operating system, saying, okay, you want to use a passkey. Okay, we have one store, you have a USB key. I will show you that UI changes by browser and by operating system, but that's the idea. It's not the browser getting the private keys. It's not like that. The browser has no access to the private keys. Okay. Now, for example, GitHub, that's GitHub, you can add passkeys. And you can see that most of the time, if it's well implemented, it doesn't say passkey, it's passkeys. And you can add a passkey, not set a passkey. Why is that? Because the design pattern behind this is not actually part of the public-private key pair. Their design pattern is to have one user, many passkeys. Why is that? Because maybe you can have one passkey that you store in a USB key as a backup, one passkey in iCloud, one passkey. So you can have many passkeys to access the same service with the same identity. Okay, so that's when we are talking about our own tables, our schema in the database, we will need to think about this. It's not one-to-one, like when we have right now, we have one user, one password. Well, now it's going to be one user, many passkeys. Okay, make sense? So you add a passkey, and that add passkey will actually pop up a native dialog from the OS to actually use authentication, or biometric authentication, or you put your USB key or whatever technology you are using. Before actually seeing the technical part, let's look at some data on why this matters. According to Google, using passkeys has increased login success by 4. Has doubled the speed of logins. Okay, and right now they have 800 million users using passkeys. Okay, which is kind of a lot. So that means those users have already set up a passkey. Kayak, that's from to buy flight tickets and book hotels. Now, when you register a new account, they're asking you, do you want to log in faster? Create a passkey. 2/3 of new users are creating a passkey. Okay, when they're asking that. And now, again, sign up and sign in time has been reduced by half. So that's user experience. Microsoft, 3x faster logins, 8x compared with multi-factor authentication. Again, when you need to go and wait for the code, this is much faster. This is interesting. It's a huge number. Successful logins. If you have a passkey, 98% of the time, it's a successful login. If you don't have a passkey, it's only 32. So only 1/3 of the login attempts are successful. The rest are denied because the password is wrong, the code is not the code, there was a timeout, something happened, and the user didn't log in. And with passkeys, it's 98%. And also interesting, most of the users, 99% of the user, finishes the registration, but there is a passkey. So it's like you don't have enough time to just say, no, I'm not going to do that, so you go back. You just do it. But I think that I have 2 more here. I think that they're most important piece of data here that are even more important than UX. CVS Health, actually. Drop in mobile fraud. Users with passkey now are not vulnerable to phishing or to malicious apps in their Android devices, their cheap Android devices, or whatever. And this is the state of Michigan, also really interesting. Help desk saw a drop in calls, customer support calls, asking for password reset. With 1,300 less calls in a month, just because they implemented passkeys. Okay? And this is money for, in this case, the state, but it can be a company. So it's money that you need to spend in customer support, and also money that probably you're losing for lack of user experience. So that's why we have to implement passkeys in our websites and apps. Okay, there are no good reasons not to do that. Most that you need to understand how to do that, and you need to do it. So you need to implement the change. To date, you can go and see exactly today. The number is stateofpasskeys.io. It's a website where you can see live the amount of devices that are currently ready for passkey, which is actually a lot. And you can even see if your current device is web authentication ready, passkey ready, and conditional you are ready, that we don't know what that is yet. We will get there, okay? You have different stats here about how it works, in terms of how over time it was getting better, okay, how it's getting better over time, by operating system, by browser. Okay, so I think the conclusion is that we need to do this, okay? On every project, we need to start applying passkeys. Any question? Do you have any question? No? There are other interesting websites that you can use to try this. Passkeys.io is one. There are many, actually. Trying to find the other one, is trying to remember one. So we have passkeys.io, passkey.com. They're all selling the idea of passkey. Have in mind that some of these websites are sponsored by a company that is selling authentication services. But anyway, it's they're pretty good to try and test. We also have webauthn.me. That is pretty cool. It's crafted by Auth0. It's one of these companies selling authentication services. By the way, web authentication is the API that we use to use passkeys on websites. For many years, probably 3-4 years, we were just saying web authentication, not passkeys. Now, kind of passkeys is kind of replacing the term web authentication. And let's say that passkey is what the user uses to authenticate on websites thanks to the web authentication API. Okay? So this website is pretty cool because we can see the process, the flow. But before seeing the flow, let me show you a real world usage and how it looks like. Passkeys.io. So you can see, you can try a passkey demo. You can create an account in this website. I think the account lasts for a couple of hours and then they delete that. So it's a temporary account. So I can sign in with an email. So any email will work. It doesn't need to exist. So I will use test@test.dev as my email. So if I hit continue, now what will happen is that actually, wait, that's new. So they're actually sending a code. Okay, that's new. So I need to have that email. That's new. Probably they have been receiving a lot of things. I may use a real one if you want anyway. So let's go back here. Let's use this one. This one is going to show you the whole technical flow. Okay, so webauthn.me will show you the whole technical flow. And this is how that works. I need a username on email. So a passkey is attached to a username or email. So it's attached to a string that is the primary key of your website to identify users. Why do you think that we need a username or email with a passkey? Does anyone know?
Something to store the public key with.
No, it's not a requirement for the public key has a number. It doesn't need anything, to be honest. No. But the system, the architecture that we are building needs it.
Is it like encrypted in the key itself?
No, actually no. It's a simpler answer. It's because we may have different accounts on that website. Like I have a work account, personal account, so I may have different identities on one particular service. Okay, so that's why the passkeys are not just the passkey to identify myself there. Is that it needs a username because I may have different myself, so I have different identities in that website. Okay, so the same device, the same iCloud account, the same website, but maybe different identities. Okay, so that's why it's asking me for a username, and I will click register. Okay, when I click register, we will see a very nice animation of what's going on. We have, let me see if I think we can do something like this: the authenticator, the browser, and the relying party. So we know what the browser is. That's straightforward. The authenticator, I already mentioned this. Here there is a USB key icon, but the authenticator can be iCloud. Okay, that's the authenticator. And then we have the relying party. That is a technical term that probably we haven't heard too much. Who is the relying party? Our backend. So we developers. Okay, so it's our backend. Our backend is the relying party. So I will register now my account, my test account with that username, and you will see the process. First, you may think at this point that the browser will request a key to the authenticator initially. No, that's not how that works. You will see that first the browser will talk to the backend. The backend will send something back. That will go to the authenticator. The authenticator will send something back to the browser, and finally we will go back to the server. Okay, let me show you it in action, and then I will explain it. So if I will hit register, it goes to the server. The server sends something back, a challenge, and that challenge go now to my authenticator. And the authenticator say, hey, do you want to use Touch ID because I'm on a Mac to sign in? I will say, okay, if I want, I will use my finger on my keyboard. And now that information goes back to the browser, and then it's finally in the related party, which is now validated. What happened there? That's weird, right? So first, when you want to use this, when you want to create a passkey, the browser needs to ask something to the backend, not to the authenticator. The backend will respond with a challenge. What's a challenge? Anything. It can be a string. Okay? It can be a string. Any string. Then the browser takes that challenge and gives that challenge to the authenticator. The authenticator, with the user's permission, for example, my finger, creates a passkey, okay, stores the private key of that passkey safely, and also encrypts my challenge, the challenge, with the private key, and sends back the encrypted challenge and the public key. Okay? So when you are back in the backend, we have the public key and an encrypted message. One of the great advantages of the private public key architecture is that if you encrypt something with the private key, you can decrypt it with the public key. Okay? So now the server should decrypt the message and see if the challenge is the same challenge that I sent before. If it's the same one, it's okay. So I will save that passkey, and I will attach that passkey to that user, to that identity. This is to avoid a man in the middle that when you're requesting a passkey, you have a Chrome plugin that creates passkeys by itself, and it's sending back its own passkey and not your passkey. So then they can impersonate you. Does it make sense? To avoid that is that we have the challenge. The server creates a challenge. It's a string that you need to save somewhere, server side. To see, I know that this is still weird, and we will see it in action many times because we will code it. Okay, we will see it in action in our server. So implementing passkeys, you see, it requires a little more steps than just a password. Okay. Well, now my new credential is in my computer. Can I see it? Well, I can open the passwords app on my Mac, and I can search for passkeys. We have a section for passkeys, or I can search by site. I actually have many passkeys that I have used in other courses. And I think the one I use is one of these two. Can I see the passkey? Actually, no. This was created, it was modified today. So it's this one. This is the one I created today. It's a passkey. Can I see the passkey? No. The only thing I know is that I have a passkey attached to that website, to that origin, and with that username. I can delete the passkey. So, for example, I can delete these two that are, I don't know where they are coming from. I can delete them. It says, be careful. If you delete this passkey, you will never be able to log in those websites with those passkeys. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. So you can delete the passkeys. You can see that you have a passkey, but that's all. You cannot see the bytes of the passkey or get the bytes or change them or no. And now I can log in the same website with the passkey. Actually, this is how it looks like. The public key looks like this. Okay. The data looks like that. So this is what we're going to save in our database. So that's all that information we can save in different fields, or most of the time we save that in a JSON, in a string field in the database. That's the key. Okay? So if I hit next, now I can try to authenticate. Okay? So now if I click login with passkey, this is, again, we have this animation. Login works in the same way. If the user wants to log in with passkeys, the browser will request a challenge to the server. The server creates a challenge. The browser then sends the challenge to the authenticator and say, hey, authenticator, I'm looking for a passkey for that website. This is the challenge. The authenticator will actually ask the user, do you want to log in? Do you want to use a passkey for that website? Are you sure? And if you say yes, and you use your biometrics, your face or your finger to authenticate, and say, yes, I want to do that, the authenticator will take the challenge and encrypt the challenge with the private key. And it will just send that to the server. So the server doesn't receive the key, the private key or the public key, just the encrypted challenge. And the only way to decrypt the challenge is with the public key that you store in your database. So you use your stored key to unencrypt the challenge and see if it's the same as the one that you sent a few seconds ago. If it's the one, you know that the user has the private key. So to prove that is himself. Does it make sense? I know it's complicated. It takes a couple of steps, mostly if you don't have experience with private and public keys.
Are challenges, is the creation of challenges automated then? I'm assuming that's not the same string for...
The idea is that you should, for security, you should create a new challenge every time for every user, for every request, actually. You can use the same one, you can, but if someone is realizing that you're using always the same one, then they can trick you. So the idea is that you create one for every request. And most of the time, we use a library that will do that for us. So there is a library that creates a challenge. It creates one that is already secure, and it's going back. Okay? So now if I try to log in, let's see this in action. The browser sends the username. The relying party say, OK, let's try with the challenge. Now I can log in with my passkey. So if I put my finger here, it will encrypt now the challenge. And now the relying party says, You are logged in. Okay? It takes time to get used to this, I know. And let me show you something else. Because this was okay. But let's say I have now another I will use another username, like test3. And when I register, of course, I have the same thing. It goes, it asks for a challenge, the browser goes to the authenticator. But now I will say cancel. If you say cancel, it means I don't want to use iCloud. The UI depends on the browser. This is Chrome on the Mac. Personally, I don't like the current UI, but yeah, they are changing it. If I hit cancel, then Chrome says, okay, maybe you don't want to use iCloud. You want to use a different authenticator? And it's offering me different authentication options. I can save my passkey on the iCloud keychain, on a Pixel 3a, that is an Android phone that I have, on my Chrome profile, in this case it's this Chrome only, or in a different phone, tablet, or security key, and that's weird, right? What is that? If I use my Chrome profile, okay, I will create a passkey for that username in Chrome, and it says this passkey will only be saved on this device. So even if I have Chrome on another device, it's not going to work. That's an on-device key. If I say, okay, let's go ahead. Now it's asking me, Chrome is asking me for authentication, and it's just doing the same thing, okay? It's the same process. And now I do have a new credential. It's another key, but this key is not on iCloud. It's not on my passwords app on the Mac. It's only in this Chrome computer. So now if I authenticate, if I try to log in, same animation, goes in, gets out, it says, oh, now you have it at Chrome, so I will do this. I'm not seeing the same dialog because it's using a different authenticator. Okay, does it make sense?
So is Chrome using your fingerprint on your
Chrome is
desktop?
using my fingerprint, but if you are in another operating system, it might be using your Google.
So then is that's still, so that is there like another jump that's going from Chrome to your device back to Chrome and then back?
Exactly. So Chrome is using in that case, but the same is using for password manager. The standard password manager also is asking you for a finger on the Mac. Okay, so it's using an OS service to do that.
This noted a raw ID along with the challenge. What is the raw
The
ID?
raw ID, that's a good question. The raw ID is the ID of every passkey has an ID. Okay, typically you also save the ID. Why? To know if it's the same passkey or not. It's kind of the identifier of the ID. Despite it's like the one that connects server side, the private key and the public key. But it's an ID. Okay, and it's created by the authenticator. So the authenticator creates the private key, the public key, and the raw ID. The raw ID is public, anyway. Okay, makes sense? Kind of. You may have a lot of questions anyway. But now,
By the way, lunch is here.
okay. Let me do one more thing, and then we do lunch. What happens if I open a new browser? I know, Edge. In fact, let me give you this use case. I'm in a hotel. I'm here in Minneapolis. It's not my home city. I'm in a hotel. Let's say that tomorrow I have a flight and I want to print my boarding pass. Okay, old-fashioned way to print boarding passes. I don't have a printer in my room. I need to go to the business center. I need to log in, all Windows 8 computer, and I need to log in a website that has a passkey. How to do that? Because if it's a password, it's something I know. I just type the password in a new computer. But if it's a passkey, we have a problem, right? Do you understand the problem? So if I go to GitHub, I wanna log in my GitHub account. So I wanna sign in, but in a new computer, and I don't have a password, just a passkey. We have a problem, okay? Well, when you click sign in with the passkey, it's asking me, okay, Where is the passkey? Do you have it in your iCloud keychain? No, because in my computer, so in that computer, iCloud account is not there. But I can use a phone. Okay. So I can click there, and I see a QR code. So you can log in remotely on a, sorry, let me change that. You can log in with a remote device if you're physically in the same place. So it's remote because it's not the same device. So I can take my phone, and I can take a picture of that QR code. You don't see that, but now my phone says, do you want to sign in with the passkey? And now it's searching for passkeys for that website that I may have in my iCloud account. And there is one passkey, and it said, you want to use it with your Face ID? Okay, continue. Now it's looking at my face, and I'm logged in on GitHub. No password. I didn't type my email address, anything. And now I'm in my account. It's my account. In a new browser, in a new computer. So I logged in from a phone because the phone has access to the passkey. How does that work? Well, actually, this is using the QR code for the initial communication, and after that, using Bluetooth. So that means it's over Bluetooth. That's why you need, I mean, it doesn't work over the wire. You saw my QR code. I can show you the QR code again. You won't be able to use your passkeys over the video to log in on my website. You need to be in the same room, or basically with Bluetooth range, within Bluetooth range. And actually, the browser, in this case, Edge, is requesting the remote authenticator to authenticate the challenge. It says, I have a challenge. It's sending the challenge over Bluetooth. My phone has the key. My phone encrypts the key with a private key. And over Bluetooth, it's sending the challenge encrypted that Edge is sending to the server. Okay? Does it make sense? The private key never leaves your phone. And that use case is also useful for TVs. For example, you have Netflix with a passkey. How can I log in on a TV? Well, QR code, and then you do remote login.
I just want to, I think I understand this, but I just want to make sure this whole concept relies on the user's key, device, being the only thing that can encrypt that challenge, right?
The authenticator is the only one that has access to the private key, so it's the only one that can get the challenge, encrypt the challenge, and return an encrypted challenge.
So if you can decrypt that encrypted challenge, that basically proves that that's the user that they say they are.
Yeah, you, the web server,
one.
the relying party, you save the public key before, so then you use that public key to unencrypt the message, and you see if it's your challenge. If it's your challenge, you know that no one has changed the challenge in the middle, and the user has the right to sign it. It has the private key. So with that, you can guarantee that it's the same user, or the user has access to the same passkey than when it was created. Okay, does it make sense?
So the QR code passes the challenge to your phone, and then you were saying it uses Bluetooth then? So
the QR code has no challenge there. The QR code has some metadata for then they move to Bluetooth. So the browser moves to Bluetooth after the setup has been set over the QR code. On Bluetooth, there is a protocol, and it's sending the browser is sending the challenge to the mobile phone. The mobile phone is signing internally with my face. So with my face, it's unencrypted the private key. Then it's using that private key to sign the challenge, and over Bluetooth, the challenge goes back encrypted over Bluetooth to the browser, and the browser sends that to the server.
Got it. So if you turned off Bluetooth, would not work?
Yeah, it's not going to work.
Okay.
You need Bluetooth for this. Okay? Well, lunchtime? Yep. Okay. So, advantages of using passkeys. Phishing resistant. it's one passkey per service, which means that you're not going to share the same passkey among different websites as you can share the password. Okay, so it's unique per service. It's data breach resistant as well. Quick access on multi-devices. So this is for user experience really good. It works on web and native apps. Just a quick parenthesis on native apps. Native apps should have a website that is associated to the app. There is a way to do a handshake between the app and the website with a JSON that you need to serve in a well-known folder in your website and so on. So you need to follow some instructions. But after you do that, then your native apps can also be using the passkeys of your website. So then the user will just use the same passkey on a website, on a progressive web app that is installed, and also on native apps, native iOS or Android applications. PWAs on iOS, iPadOS, and macOS will be compatible with passkeys. It has a difference with Android and other operating systems, is that on iOS and iPadOS, the storage is actually isolated from the browser. So if you are logged in the browser, you are not logged in the PWA on the same device. So with the passkey, you can quickly get in just by sharing the same passkey, like with the face. And then for users, this is much better than, again, typing again the password and so on. So cloud-based passkey support are currently on iOS and iPadOS from version 16. So this is to store the password on the cloud. macOS 13 using Safari and Chrome. Android 9 will support it, and Windows 11 since that version, the second half of 23. Since that version, you have cloud support. Before that, so if you have a device that is older than that, you will have only passkeys on device, not on the cloud. That's the difference. Okay? Well, we have already seen this diagram on a different website, but we have an authenticator that can be external. For example, it can be a Ubico key. I have one here with me. So it's just a key that you put on your device, or it's also NFC compatible. So you can also put it on your phone. So you can use it on your phone as well. You put it in the back of your phone and it also works. Or it can be an internal authenticator. So it can be external or internal. Internal, for example, the one that you have with your biometrics. And through the Web Authentication API, we go to a relying party that is our backend, remember. It has a weird name, but it's the backend. And we have already seen the diagram, this flow, where the important part here is that we need to go to the server twice per operation. Okay, remember that. We have already seen this with the animation, so I don't want to spend much time on this. Also, if you want to get deeper on web authentication, take a look at the other course at Frontend Masters on web authentication APIs, where we get deeper into this process. So, important actions for us. We have on-device authentication or remote authentication, which means on-device is when we are using a passkey that we have there. Remote is the QR code. We don't need to actually code these actions. So we just implement the API and it will just work. The user will be able to use a phone to authenticate through QR code and Bluetooth. Okay, so this is automatic. Some ideas that are right now available is that you can share passkeys on trusted contacts on some authenticators. Also known as, on iCloud, you can share your passkeys with your family. However, think about this, because maybe you say, well, Netflix or Disney Plus. Okay, I want to share the passkey with my family so they can use it as well. That's one option, but also I can add more passkeys on the same account. Remember, it's one-to-one, one user, many passkeys. So technically, I could create one passkey per user as well. And on many websites and apps, you can name the passkeys. So then later you can see who is logging in. So that you can see the passkeys that were used for login. That's something you need to implement yourself in your system. It's not by the API automatically. Okay. So and now this is actually pretty recently. You can import and export passkeys in a form that is encrypted. That this is useful for transfer passkeys between managers. let's say I have my passkeys on iCloud, and I don't want to use iCloud anymore. I want to use LastPass as my passkey manager. Well, one option, I need to go to every website and create new passkeys and store them in my new passkey manager. The other option is to use these solutions with encryption that will let you export your passkey from one password manager to another password manager. Okay?
Does this mean you could like back up passkeys if
It's kind of a backup, but it has some internal algorithms to avoid, so it's not for long-term backup. It's not working, so it has some time thing going on. So it's not like a backup that you can print and then your passkeys are there. Okay? And it's not going to work like that. So what do we need to implement so we can start actually coding this? First, we need to create 4 web services server-side. Okay? Why 4? We have 2 for registration. When we register a passkey, the first one is to get the challenge, and the second one is to actually verify the challenge and encrypt the challenge, and if it's the same challenge, save in the database or in the data store our the public key and associate that public key with the user. Another 2 for authentication or login. One for the challenge, the other one to decrypt the challenge with the store public key to see if that's the user or not. Okay, so 4 web services are needed for implementing web authentication and passkeys. Client side, we also need to use the web authentication API that is based on navigator.credentials. And fortunately for us, we have some libraries client side and server side for most languages, including Go, at least to make the encryption and decryption part easily. Okay, so we don't need to get really low level in decrypting and looking at the key. Okay, so we can use a library for that. It's a micro library specifically targeting web authentication, both in the client and for the client and for the server. It's also a good idea, maybe we won't have time to implement it in our case, to implement something known as identity first flow. What does that mean? Right now, typically login forms, they have username and password. But if you want to use passkeys, I don't need the password. So, but you still have the password because you have users and passwords. So you have users and passwords, users and passkeys. So identity first flow is something that probably you have seen in many websites these days, where the first thing you see is, tell me your email. Just your email. Give me your email. It's not asking for the password. And on the next step, it says, okay, so you want to use a passkey, you want to use password, and sometimes it will check in your server which options do you have available for that email. Okay, that is known as identity first flow. And remember to store n credentials per account, per identity, per user, not one credential. Okay? So on our database diagram, we actually need to add one table. That table is passkeys. So passkeys will be the new table that we will have. Users have passkey. One passkey, one user. So it's 1n. Okay, does it make sense? Okay, so it's time to actually implement this in our project. There are several steps that we need to make to actually make it work, both in the backend and in the front end, okay, to actually see it. So you can follow along this course by using the README file from the repo. There is a section that says intermediate course, and we have a section for passkeys. And we have here step by step everything that we need to do to actually implement passkeys in our project. We are going to start adding to our project support for this library. It's called Go WebAuthn. It's an open source library for Go to implement web authentication easily. Okay? So it's WebAuthn Go. And of course, you will find similar libraries on Node.js, PHP, Java, C#, and many other server-side frameworks, Python, and so on. If not, you need to implement everything manually, just following the protocol means with the keys, with the public key, sign in, and so on. So we're going to do that. So that means that we need to stop the server. So I will open a terminal, stop my server, and just say go get and the URL of this library. This library will also use other libraries. So it's I think if from this project is probably the first dependency that has other dependencies as well. So they will all go to go.mod. So now we have a full section, a full required section here with all the dependencies that are related to web authentication. So in the future, you want to remove it, you just remove the whole group, the whole required block. Okay? So that's the first step. The second step is we need to update the database, because right now my database has no passkey table. So here you have the SQL query, a very simple SQL query that you need to run on your database, or you go and create it manually, however you want to do that. You probably know how to talk to your database. In this case, I'm using a tool, Table Plus, that is connected to my database. So here I can see all the movies, okay, and everything. So I will just open a SQL, new window. I can paste this and run the query. Didn't work. Why did it work? It doesn't exist. I have just created. Interesting. Okay. Sorry, let me do that again.
Can you somehow?
Yeah, the thing is that
font?
I will go back. I didn't select the whole thing, so it was just running the second query and not the first one.
And
So
could you increase your font somehow?
I'm not sure I can do that on this one, but I can do this.
Alright, that's fine.
On this tool, it's just. Let me see if I can find quickly a fonts and colors. Yeah, I can. But it's just that part. But anyway,
Okay.
it's the only moment we are going to use this anyway. So let me close the connection. Connecting again. I will delete that and do that again. This one. So, passkeys. Okay. So I'm creating a new SQL view here. I'm pasting this, and I'm going to select everything, or here select run all to actually run both at the same time. And now we have the passkey ready. And now we have the passkeys table available to use from the server. So if I refresh this, if I connect again, or refresh the list of tables, I do have now my passkeys table. So it's done. From the database point of view, it's done. This is a very simple table. In the future, you may want to add more things, like you can label the passkeys, you can save when the timestamp when you created that passkey and so on. Okay, but for now, it's more important to understand the flow than adding more data here. So that's for the database. Then we need to update in our diagram. Let's remember what we have in our project. We have just updated the tables. The next step will be to update the model repository so it can access that table, and also the model, so we will have access to the keys. Then we will need to update the handler. That's the one that handles HTTP requests for the 4 services that we will have. And finally, we will need to go to the client. We will update the API service and some code in the web components probably. So those are the things that we need to change. So going back to code, models, actually we are going to create a new model. So I will create inside models a new file that I will call that passkey user. What's the idea with this? Why I'm not using the same, for file names here in models, we typically use lowercase. Why we don't use the same user? We could use the same user, but the Web Authentication API has also a user internally. So that has its own property. For example, it has a property called display name. name, display name, ID. It doesn't have email. So it's kind of a user specifically targeting Web Authentication API or passkeys. Okay, that's the idea. So that's why we have this one with ID, display name, and name. So it's just the data specifically targeting passkeys.
What would name and display name be in this scenario?
Actually, this is in the spec. The idea is that the name is internal. The name it can be the name of the user. It can be something, and display name is the public name that passkey managers or authenticators may show to the user. So, meaning that when you remember that when I went to the passwords app on the Mac here, and I can see test, or here it says username test. This is the display name. It's what do you want the user to see. That might not be the same as what you have internally. Okay, it's up to you actually. So both are strings, and you as developer decide which string you will use there. In fact, in most systems, you use the name and the email. Maybe the name is the email, display name is the name of the account, or email on both. It's your definition, okay? You decide. So I'm going to take this new model, the passkey user.go. Also, it has some very basic getter setters, nothing fancy, okay? It's just, for example, in this case, update credential is in case, so the spec, we are not getting too deep today into the internals of web authentication. Again, the other course, Web Authentication API, will do that. But actually, when you log in, the system lets you update the credential, which means that for some reason, the public key has changed. So there is a process available that may lead to that. So the next time you use the passkey, like the server is requesting you to update your credential for the future, for things like that. Well, this is covering that use case. And then setters and getters, nothing so fancy. So it's just a structure with some getters and setters that are needed by the Web Authentication API. So the Web Authentication API needs a structure with methods complying with an interface. So here we are complying with that interface. Okay, that's the idea. So that's the model. If you go in order, like from backwards, actually, the next thing that we can change is the repository. And for that, this project because it has an abstraction layer between the real implementation of the repository and the handler, we have something in the middle. You can watch the basic course to understand why we are doing this. We do have inside data interfaces.go, where we define here the interfaces for each data repository. So the first step is to copy the passkey store interface. So what will be the idea? We are going to implement all these methods with following the repository design pattern. By the way, we have an error in web authentication because that's something that we probably need to import. So control space here. I'm going to select that one. That's the dependency, the package that we imported before. Okay. So where are the things we have here? Get user by email and get user by ID. It's pretty straightforward. They need to go to the database and find the user by email or by ID. Save user, well, save the new credentials, things like that. And then we have some methods with the session name, session, okay? We have generate the session ID, get the session, save the session, delete the session. What's a session? Let's start with that. Does anyone know? What's a session from a backend point of view? Or Go point of view, if you want. Actually, backend, because Go has no idea of session. It's a pattern we are creating right now.
I assume this is the concept of creating a session token that you send, like the JWT token?
Similar, but the JWT is something that you don't save server-side. And a session, it's something that you save server-side. That's kind of the difference. So it complies with the same, so it resolves the same problem, but in a different way. A session is something on the server. JWT is something that goes to the client. So the session is a concept that has been in web development since the first version of PHP in the 90s. Because HTTP is stateless, we cannot keep the state on the server for every request from the client. I mean, you refresh a page, and from the server point of view, you're a new user. The server doesn't know that you are the same user as 1 second ago, okay? Because it's stateless. So we created over that an idea known as a session that through a cookie, the server sends a cookie with an ID, session ID, or something like that. And next time, because it's a cookie, the client will send the cookie, and then the server will restore the session by its ID. And that session may include some data attached to that user, okay? Why do we need a session here? By the way, session is not the only way to implement this. So these are for session management. But why do we need session? From what we've been seeing so far of the flow, why do you think we need a session?
To save the challenge, to compare it later?
To save the challenge. Because remember, we need to create a challenge, send the challenge, and then wait for the response that might take a minute because the user might be looking into the backpack for the key, setting the key. So it takes time to actually encrypt that challenge. It will go back to the server. The server needs to know the challenge. So we're going to use the session to save the challenge server side, okay, to compare that later. And the cookie will not contain the challenge. The cookie will contain just the session ID. There are other ways you can save this in a database. So we can have in the user's database, like a pending challenge or something like that, or we can have a table of pending challenges. So we can use other sources as well. This is an in-memory session that we are going to create. So if you stop the server, you will lose all your pending challenges. Okay, just a very basic session management solution that we are creating. But we need it for the challenge. Does it make sense? Cool. So now that we have the interface, the largest code that we're going to add here to our project is actually the passkey repository. So now we need to go to data again, the data folder, and we're going to add a new file, passkey repository.go. And I'm going to just paste it and then analyze. We will analyze the code. It has a lot of code. This is a larger one. It's not complicated to follow, but it takes time. So that's why I'm going to just paste this into passkey repository, and then we can take some time to analyze what we have. So the passkey repository first is a structure. The structure has the database because it needs the database to talk to the database, to the users table and the passkeys table. It has the sessions. This is actually a map of a string and session data. So this is actually the session structure in memory. So that we have access to the session and to a logger to send error messages to the logger. We have the factory usual pattern that we use in Go to create a new passkey repository, and then we implement the method. The session part is actually pretty straightforward. This is a dictionary, it's a map actually in Go. It's like a dictionary or an array or kind of an object in JavaScript where we save data, we retrieve data. Okay, so get session is actually what it's doing. It's not really a big deal. And then we have the queries. Get user by email. It's making a query to the database, finding a user by its email, and then finding all the passkeys from that user. Okay, and it's filling our model with all the passkeys for that user. Okay, so nothing really complicated, just some queries. And actually it's returning, or it's sending back to the handler who is going to call this a passkey user with ID, email. You can see for name and display name here we're using email. We're using this both for the same value for both. On every project you decide. Okay, remember display name what the user will see in the UI, client side. I mean, if you have a UI, because if I have a key, I don't have a UI. Okay, but when I put this in, maybe the UI from browser may show or not the display name. Get user by ID is the same, but by ID, so nothing really complicated. The same as email, but by ID. And then we have save user that receives the passkey user that is just inserting the passkeys that are not already there. Okay, so it just inserted the passkey. And we should add also some primary keys, restrictions, so we don't save the same passkey twice. So let's add the to do here. So later we can remove or add some constraints to the table or the query to avoid storing the same passkey more than one. Okay, that's a to-do mark that we have there. And here we have the part where we serialize the credential. What's the problem? The credential is we have bytes. So we need to somehow convert those bytes into something that we can store in our table. And just for the sake of seeing the information in the table for us for debugging, I'm converting that to text. Okay, I mean, you don't need to do that on the real project. Maybe you can just store binary data in the table and it's going to be good. But we are not seeing it, so for debugging and understanding what we are actually saving in the table, it's a good idea to use text. So we have serialize and deserialize. That is converting the bytes of the credential, the passkey. The credential is actually half of the passkey, because the passkey has two parts. One part resides securely on the user side, and this is the part that goes to the public side, that is our website. Okay, does it make sense? And that's all for the repository. Do you have any question on what are we doing here? It's connecting to the same user table that we have, but just adding passkeys to it. Okay, makes sense? So the next step we're going backward from the data to the UI. Okay, so the next step will be to talk about the handlers. Remember, how many handlers do we need to register? 4. 2 for registration, 2 for login. Okay? And actually, those handlers are the ones that will use the Web Authentication API mostly. Because right now, this is just talking to the data. It's not really creating credentials or opening or creating the challenge. It's not here. Okay? That will be a handler's responsibility. So that's why the next step, I4 here, is to create the passkey handler. For that, we have a package in our project for handlers. So we look for the handlers. And here we create a new file, the passkey handlers.go. Okay, and let's also implement this and then analyze the code. It's a lot of code, but after we understand the flow, it's pretty straightforward. We need to understand the passkey flow first. Okay, that's the weird part. Well, first, as we did with many handlers and many data repositories, we're creating a structure with methods, and we're creating a constructor following the factory pattern. So this is the same. In this case, we have a connection to the storage, to the passkeys store. This is the one that we have just created. Okay, so the one that talks to the database. We have a logger, and we have also a link to the Web Authentication library. Okay, that we will see later how to initialize. And then we have, well, this is the same tool that we have used in this project many times. This is just writing a JSON response to the HTTP output. It's hitting the right header, sending data in case you want to see how this method looks like this and you want to code it from scratch. We have done this in the basic course. So go ahead and watch that one. And then we have the 4 handlers. Talking about the Web Authentication vocabulary, we have registration and authentication. Okay, so those are the 2 main actions. And we have begin and end on each of those. So Web Authentication, registration, begin, handler. First, it's verifying if we have the email. And this is important. I'm getting the email. We have 4, right? So let's say we have 4 services. We have registration, begin and end, and we have authentication, begin and end. I have a question for you, so I need to move your brain for a second. Do we need a JSON web token for some of those? So do we need the user to be logged in any of these 4 services? why I'm asking this. If I'm going to main.go, we do have some or a lot of handlers that don't need authentication. For example, to get the movies, to register an account. We have another set of handlers that needs authentication. So we have a middleware that says, oh, if you want to access that API, you need to be authenticated. So now we are creating 4 new APIs or 4 new endpoints with a handler. Do we need them to have the authentication or not?
I would think you might need authentication on the end on the end.
On the end of both, you say?
Yeah.
The quick answer is no. There is one of both that we don't need it. So let's think about this. One of the problems and why it's not so straightforward for you is the term registration. That's why I said this is vocabulary from the Web Authentication API. Are we registering the user? No, actually we are registering the passkey. Okay, not the user, the passkey. Okay, so that means in our context, in our project, we mentioned that we have passkeys associated with the user. So if I'm creating a passkey, I need to know to which user it belongs. So I need authentication. So I need authentication for the registration. It sounds weird because it says, but it's authentication, the user is not, it's registration, so the user doesn't exist. No. It's key pass registration. But, okay, does it make sense? We are adding a key pass to a user that already has a password. And that's the most common scenario these days. If you want to implement passkeys in your website, you probably already have username and password. So you're going to do that. But again, we can create a new project from scratch, being passkey first, and then you don't need that, okay? You can just register a passkey, and it's going to be a new user at that moment. Does it make sense? So I need authentication, user authentication, JWT, for registration. But do I need it for authentication? This is to authenticate, to see if a passkey is valid, that is being used for authentication. So I want to authenticate the user using a passkey, not a password. So if I want to authenticate the user, it's because the user is not authenticated yet. Okay? So that means these endpoints will be public. I don't need them to go through the authentication middleware. Does it make sense? Gets a little complicated, but again, we need to understand that which is our entity. Are we talking about user registration or passkey registration? Okay, and actually, I think this is a problem it's not a problem, but it's a problem for us in the vocabulary, because authentication, you don't authenticate the passkey, you authenticate the user through the passkey. So you register passkeys, but then you authenticate user through the passkey. So it's kind of weird, the term, so it can take some time to get used to what it means. Yeah.
So, okay, just so I hopefully understand, registration is when a user may or may not be signed in, but you'd be registering a passkey for them.
Are we talking about from this project's point of view or from the API's point of view? Because the answer is different. From this project point of view, from our project's point of view, we are going to register passkeys only for registered users. But the Web Authentication API lets you register passkeys without a user. It's just a passkey. So what's a passkey? A pair of keys, a public and a private key. You don't need a user for that. Okay, but on a real project, typically, you need a user entity to then assign the passkey to. Okay, so that's why I'm saying that from our project's point of view, we will need authentication for the registration endpoints, but not for the authentication endpoints.
So registration in the context of this project, like right here, is there's already an account that's been created with username and password.
Yeah, exactly.
We're adding a key.
Yeah, exactly, because we are continuing a project, or we are adding passkeys to a project that has already support for basic authentication. So that means that our whole system works with users already. Something completely different is that if you start a project from scratch and you have passkeys from day one. When you do that, then you can think differently. And then maybe you create a passkey without a user, and after you have the passkey, you ask the user some metadata, so how's your user, your email, maybe I want your email anyway, and then, so I have a passkey that is still waiting for identity, waiting for user, and then the user fills a form, and after that you create the user, and then you attach that user to the passkey. But in our project, because we are actually upgrading a project, we already have the user with a normal flow. We just want those users to have a way to add a passkey. And that's actually what's going on in GitHub these days. So when you go to GitHub, you can add passkeys to your previously username and password account.
So every user will still need a username and password initially.
Initially, yes.
Okay.
But later we can upgrade this, so we can think about how to do it with passkeys alone. Okay, yeah, sure. In that case, you use passkeys as your first factor authentication. Okay, does it make sense? So that's why the web authentication registration handler receives the email from the context. This is from the middleware. This is from JWT, the web token, has the user's email address because in our project the email is the key for the user. So we are getting the identity of the user from the authentication middleware. Okay? And then we are getting the user by email from the repository, from the database. Okay? And then this is the one that here we are talking to the web authentication API. Begin registration. We pass the user as an argument, that user we got by email, and we receive an options value. That options value has some properties inside, including the challenge. That's what we need to send back to the client. Okay? Remember, we are registering a new passkey. Also, we are generating a new session so we can save that data in the session as well. Remember, this is the challenge. We are saving the challenge, and then we are sending the challenge to the client. That the client needs to create the passkey, sign the passkey, and go back with a second web service call saying, okay, here you have the public key of the recently created passkey and your challenge encrypted with the private key. Okay, that's the second one. Okay, so we set the cookie for the session, and then we write the response. And this is the registration end handler, so the second web service, the one that receives the public key and also receives the encrypted challenge. Okay, the email, we take the email from the same place, from the JWT, from the token, the session token. Okay, so if everything is okay, well, we get from the cookie the session. We need, why do we need the cookie, the session? Because we need to retrieve the challenge, the original unencrypted challenge that we created, and we call to the Web Authentication API finish registration. Okay, so finish registration is the one that we need to pass the user and the session. It will actually check if everything works. So actually internally, it takes the public key, it takes the encrypted challenge, it decrypts the encrypted challenge with the public key that it has received from the client, and once it has that challenge unencrypted, it compares it with the session challenge. Does it make sense? So if it's okay, it will return you a credential object. If not, it will give you an error. So if there is an error, I'm clearing up the cookie, something happened, I don't know, I am sending an error saying no. Something happened, maybe you tried to hijack, someone tried to hijack the key in the middle, something happened, I'm not going to accept that public key that you sent me. Does it make sense? If everything is okay, at that point, I'm going to store the credential in the database. Okay? Does it make sense? Do you have any question on that?
Do we then send back a JWT after this? Because our, okay.
That's a good question. I mean, your flow of thought is really good, but it's not the right time for that flow of thought.
sorry.
So why? Because we are registering the passkey.
Right.
So that means that we already have a JWT. So we don't need to send one.
Okay.
But you need to do that on login, not on registration. Okay, make sense? Because we are not logging the user. You say, oh, we are registering the user. No, we are registering the passkey of an already registered user.
Correct.
So we need to separate this idea. We have the user and we have the passkey. Here we are even that's why I said that the register key, the register name here sometimes adds confusion. We are registering not the user, but the passkey. The user is already logged in. Okay? And for the authentication, so this is login. Okay, so for the authentication, we also have two things. Okay, but in this case, remember, for login, this is for logging a user with a passkey. Okay, actually, you can use this verification for other purposes as well, not just for login, but typically for login. So we don't receive the email from the session or from the JWT because there is no JWT. So we need the email from the user, and this is sometimes necessary. Sometimes it's not mandatory, but it's kind of a best practice. The user needs to type the email address or the username and says, I want to use a passkey. But bear with me because later we will see a new design pattern available that will get rid of the username as well, as we saw on GitHub. But by default, we always need the username, and we use that to actually when we create the challenge, we say to the browser, hey browser, I want to see if the user can log in with a passkey for that username. So we need to add the username there because remember the user needs to pick one passkey from the server. So we will ask the email. The email will come from post, from the body. The client will send us the email. So remember, we have the login form, email, and password. Well, now we have email, password, or passkey. But for now, you need to type me the email. Okay, that's kind of the first step to implement this. If we have a user by email, so everything is okay, we start a login, not a registration. Okay? And also, we saved the challenge in the session. We need to do the same thing as before. We create a cookie, the session, and send that back. And then we have the authentication end. So the second step of the authentication process. We get the session, we get the challenge from the session, we get the user by ID, and you say, why ID? Because in the session, we get the we store an ID. Okay, we could store an email, but just for performance, we store an ID. And we call finish login. Finish login will return an error if it doesn't work. It's not the right passkey, it's not the right website. You try to use a passkey on a website that is not, someone modified that, it's not the challenge. Whatever happened, it goes to error. And if it's okay, we get the credential object. Okay. This is something, actually, if you remove this, it will work anyway in most situations, but let me explain what that is. I'm not going to delete that. The Web Authentication API, the Web Authentication API has two parts. The W3C created the web spec, okay, the name of the JavaScript library. And also we have the FIDO Alliance. Those are more on the hardware side. You have companies like Ubico, that is one that's creating these keys, Apple, Google, and on that side, on the hardware side, they have created a flag to say that it seems like a clone warning, that's the name, that for some reason the authenticator thinks that maybe someone has hijacked the keys and that the key was cloned. Okay, it's kind of a security measurement that we have there. So, and then the software part, that's the W3C API, has that warning there. So if the hardware, for some reason, is turning on that flag, you will get that flag there. So then you say, just in case, I'm not taking your passkey because the authenticator, actually, it has the key, the private key. It has encrypted the challenge, but it's not trusting it for some reason. So it's just telling me, be careful with this, okay? And if something is okay, it's just updating the credential. This is in case the credential has changed, but typically it's not the case. We delete the session and kind of we're done. This is deleting the session and the cookie, so we are removing the challenge. We don't need the challenge anymore, okay? And as your brain was thinking before, we are sending back the JSON Web Token. Why? Because after we successfully checked that the passkey is valid, now the user is logged in. So I'm creating the token, the same token that we create when we log in the user with username and password. Okay, does it make sense? So then when you log in with passkey, you will get, and the passkey is the right one, you will get the same UX, the same experience as if you're using the password. Does it make sense? So you have a lot of steps. Yeah, typical user library. The important part here to remember is that we have 4 web services, that you have the challenge. The challenge needs to be saved somewhere in the server. I need to be persistent at least for a couple of, I mean, it's not forever. Typically a challenge, you put a timeout of a minute. I mean, if you try more than that, try again. So challenge, that's why saving the challenge in memory is okay, unless you have an infrastructure that is using several servers. So you have a balanced system, so it's not going to work. So you need like memcache or something like that, like a service that will save that for you, or you can use a database. But have in mind, challenges should be temporarily for just no more than a minute, 2 minutes, no more than that, and then you should clean them up, or you clean them up after you validate the challenge. Okay, does it make sense? Yeah.
So it seems unless the site is passkey first, we will need 3 different authentication mechanisms. The JWT to read the email of the existing user and actual way to authenticate, the cookie session to correlate pending challenge with the answer to the challenge, and then the passkeys for the nicer UX and to exchange to a JWT.
Yeah, I couldn't say those are 3 types of authentication, but you need the 3 pieces together to authenticate the user. Yes. So it's part of the architecture. So implementing passkeys is more complicated than implementing passwords. Okay. But after you've done this once, twice, then it's just the same and you get used to it. It's not really a big deal. But of course, have in mind that even if you have a higher cost of implementation, we have really, I mean, the results are really much important in terms of security and user experience. Remember those rates we saw that even you receive, if you have a customer support service, you receive less calls, like phone calls, because now you're using passkeys and they work more straightforward for the user. Okay, so that's why we're doing this. Okay, so then we have the 4 handlers ready. We need to actually register them because we have already coded the handlers. The final step is to go to our main.go and just add the handlers. Okay, and also here we are going to set up the API, and I will explain what those things mean. So we need to find a moment. Here we have, at one point, we should separate this main function in probably separate things. Actually, it's pretty common in Go to have a large main. It's not so common to separate its functions. It's not, mostly with all your routes, but of course we can separate this. Maybe here, because this is for catch all. We will talk about that later as well. And here we're going to add web authentication. That, remember, is the API for passkeys. So let's see. I need to import. No, it's already auto imported. So I need to create a new web authentication value from the API. We use the new pattern here. It's called new. And we need to pass a web authentication configuration object or value. That has 3 mandatory properties. There are more. And this is part of the spec. No matter in which language you're implementing this, you always need this. RP. You say, RP? What's RP? It's a prefix for what? Relying party. Do you remember who is so the relying party in the web authentication vocabulary? It's us, the backend. So we need to set our own name. Then the ID is just actually anything will work. Typically for the ID we use our domain, but it's just an ID. It doesn't matter. And the most important one is origins. In case you're using an older version of the library, this library, the Go library, the Web Authentication Go library, or Node.js library, or PHP library, this was typically one option only. But now, remember I mentioned the Amazon example, that if you have different domains in different countries, you can create a collection of origins. And then you need to do something to make that work. Because if I add Amazon here, it's not going to work. So it's not, oops, I need to create another one. So if I create another one and say, oh, the passkeys you create here will also work at Amazon.com. I can say so, but the browser, and actually the authenticator and the browser both will actually go to Amazon.com. They will search for a well-known folder, and they will check if they are authorizing this. If not, it's not going to work. Okay? So to make that work, this is pretty new. In fact, I don't know of any company still using this, the multi-domain passkey support. It's actually new in the spec. But that's why now I have a collection. But for most situations, it's going to be just one website. Okay? One origin. Remember that the same website in different port is a different origin. Okay? By the way, it works automatically on subdomains. So you don't need to add wherever.com. Okay, so that will work automatically. You just put your top level domain, and it will work. So we create a new instance of that value, and actually we pass that to our web authentication handler. So this is our passkey repository, the one we created a few minutes ago, the one that talks to the database. This is the web authentication handler that receives the passkey repo, so the repository, as an argument. And also it receives the web authentication manager as an argument. It's the one that we have just created right now. And then we set up all the handlers, having in mind that we have 2 handlers that needs user authentication. This is for KeyPass registration. Passkey, no KeyPass. Passkey registration. But actually, I'm using passkey with capital P. That's wrong because it's a proper noun. It's a common noun, not a proper noun, so we should use it like this. Passkey registration. And the one that are for login, no need for user authentication. Actually, we are authenticating user. Makes sense? So that's why they're not going through the middleware. These two, the registration endpoints, are going through the middleware. That's not the case for the ones where we are authenticating the user. Okay, does it make sense? And those are all the steps for the server. Do you have any question? Nope. Okay. Let's do it. Maybe a tech break, because it's probably close to the hour, I guess.
Sounds good.
Yep.
You're back.
So is it working? We don't know. So we need to connect the front end, okay, and see if we can make it work. So for the front end, we're going to also use, just to simplify a little bit, the thing we need to use, we are going to use a library. So going to the public folder, we have our index.html. So we are going to use a library that's currently the most used library out there. It's called Simple Web Authentication. That has a browser side. This is the browser side. And also it has the server side. But the server side is for Node.js. Okay, so if you are doing passkeys with Node.js, you will probably use that library server side as well. So I need this one. This is will just help us creating the public keys and private keys. Instead of calling the browser's APIs, there is navigator.credentials.get. It's not really difficult. It will just do it for us, and it will work properly. So I will just go and paste this in my HTML before loading our own app. So it's a dependency, okay, to our app. I mean, if you change the order, it probably won't matter, but it's better to load it first. Mostly when you have defer, when you have more than one scripts with defer, they will be loaded in order. If not, the order might be different. Okay, so if you use defer, they will be loaded in order. So after we do that, that means that now we can use this library client side as well. That will help us with this. And also, because we are in the HTML, let's try to see how we are going to do this today. And of course, later you can change the UI if you prefer a different user experience. So we will have two experiences. One, when you are logged in. The logged in experience is to register a new key or add a new passkey. We are going to just add another button here. So when I'm logged in, this is the account page. So in the account page, I'm going to add one more button for creating a new passkey or adding a passkey. Okay? And then when I'm logged out, in the login section, we will have another button here saying login with passkey. Okay? Later you can change the UI, but just to see if our whole process works, we will do that. So then in our HTML, we have templates, one template per page. So if you go to the template account, we'll look for templates is movies, register, login, account. So in the template account, I'm going to add a new button. You can also copy and paste it from the README if you want. And on click on that button, we will do something, and we can call this something around add a new passkey for faster login. I'm not sure if it's going to look nice in my UI, but something like that. Okay. And on click, I need to call something that I don't have yet. So maybe I will create here a new service in my app. Okay, we can call it however you want, but this is going to be something like add new passkey or something like that. Okay, we can change the name later. So that's a button we have here, and then in login, we are going to add another button also that will say login with passkey or use a passkey. Okay, makes sense? And then here we will call app.login with passkey. Something important in our design is that now we should get rid of the require for the password. Because now the password is not required. Okay? And also, I should change the type of my button. So I have two buttons now in the same form. So by default, they will both execute on submit. So both will try to make a login with password. Does anyone know how to separate the button from that operation in HTML? So I want the second button to not submit the form.
Should you say on the first button, type submit?
It's with type, but actually submit is by default. So what I need to say that this is not submit. So I need to change the type of this button to button. I know it sounds weird, but buttons can be buttons or submit buttons. By default, they are submit buttons. So I will say this is not a submit button and the type is button. So a button with type button will do no operation by default. Okay? Does it make sense?
Would you still need to do event prevent default if it's type button, or is that only on submit?
No, if it's a button because it's not submitting, actually because it's doing nothing, there is nothing to prevent. So, I mean, you can still call event prevent default, but it will just do nothing. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It will just ignore that call. So every event in JavaScript in the DOM has the prevent default method, but not on every event, on every element, it's actually doing something with that. Okay, so there are most of them will just ignore the call. Okay, make sense? Well, next, we should change the app to add those two services. Okay, so our app is just a collection of services that we have. So we should have a login with passkey that we will fill later. So I will say login with passkey. It's an arrow function, empty for now. And the other one was, let me see exactly what I added as the name. So it was in the template account here, add new passkey. So I will also add new passkey, for now empty. And we could add everything here, okay, all the logic to call the APIs, but maybe it's better to separate this. So this is our app is our controller. So that's why we will create a new service. Right now we have some services, client side, so I'm creating a new service, and we will call this service passkey, passkey.js. Okay, so this service is the one that will do all the magic. We can code it manually. Actually, it's not a big deal, but we already have it here as well. This is I8. That's the title. So I will just copy this and then analyze it. Also, it looks more code than it is on my computer because I'm using a very large font size, okay, but it's not a lot of code, actually. So then I go into passkey.js, and let's see what we have. Remember, we are here, client side, okay? Server side, we have 4 services, okay? Do we need 4 services also client side? So server side, we have 4 services. Do we need 4 services client side? Actually, we can merge them. So we can have only 2 for register and for authentication. Internally, they will call the 2 services to the server. Okay? So for example, first we go and start a registration. Okay? So we do that, sending by post data. In this case, also we are sending the JWT. Why? Because we need to be an authenticated user to create a new passkey. Remember, we said so before. And we are receiving the response. What's the response? We haven't seen it yet, but we will see it in a minute if everything works. That response will contain the challenge, among other metadata. So in that case, if we didn't get a response, well, we create an error in our system. And then if we do have a response, we are talking to our API, Simple Web Authentication Browser API, and we are starting a registration with the public key that we received there. If everything is okay, we receive a response from the authenticator. It can be the key, it can be Face ID, and then we make the second call to the server. Does it make sense? So attestation response will have the public key, the new public key, the new passkey public key, and also the encrypted challenge, among other metadata. Okay, so we are sending that to our second endpoint for registration, and we wait for the response. If it's okay, we are just showing a message. If it's not, we are showing an error message. Login, on the other hand, doesn't need to be authenticated, but we actually need to have an email. So we receive an email as an argument. This is how we are doing it right now. There is a next step that I will explain later that will let you get rid of the email. That is brand new in the passkey world. So if you do that, in this case, it's simpler. We start with begin, so we call begin. Something similar, we start authentication with what the server is returning, the challenge, the login challenge. And then we go to the second web service. So we go to begin, we receive the challenge, we sign the challenge. We don't sign the challenge. We request the authenticator, that is typically in the OS, to sign the challenge. The user has to make a gesture, like put a finger, put your face, touch this. So there is a mandatory user interaction. So if the user is not actually active selecting this, passkeys cannot be used to encrypt or decrypt data. Okay, that's part of the spec. The spec needs user authentication, user verification, at least in most of the authenticators. It gets more complicated. Remember, if you want to get deeper in that, go ahead and watch the Web Authentication API course. When we are done, well, we are receiving the JWT, the token from the server, and we are going to account. This means that we could log in the user without the password, just with a passkey. Okay, does it make sense? Cool. Well, now I should be able to call these two new services that I have created from here. Okay, so that's like the last step. So to do that, we can do it manually. Actually, it's not really complicated to do it manually, because what do we need to do? If you think about it, you have them here. Okay, anyway, but you can see it's pretty straightforward. So we have this username, and I will explain what that is in a second. So we go to app.js, and then, well, actually, if I add them here, it's not going to work. I should do this, because I already set up the parts there. So this is async because we have an await, like that. Oh, by the way, I'm putting async in the wrong place. And this is something I already have login with passkey. Well, let me remove that one, like this. So let me do something like that. Yeah.
Still struggling to understand the register function under passkeys. You get a response back from our API, and then you feed you take the options out of that response, and you feed that public key to the simple web auth browser. I'm a little confused because we're getting the public key back from the server, it seems like.
Let me explain that. So things are more complicated than I was explaining. So I was doing a high overview, as I mentioned. The public key you see there is actually a public key from the server. I haven't mentioned that, actually. So you're true. So that's why you're confused when you read that. So the server has also a public key that has to do with this requirement of it works only on one origin. Remember I mentioned that the passkey works only on one website. Does it make sense? So it's part of that process. But it's not the passkey, actually. That's not the passkey. That's something that it's added on top of the passkey spec. And in this case, it's being used by these libraries. Does it make sense? Kind of. So, but let's say that this gets more complicated in terms of who is sending a message. No, the passkey situation is the one that we saw in the animation. Okay. So we get a challenge. The challenge is being signed from the client, from the authenticator on the client side. And then if it's a registration, we are sending back, and we are saving back in our server the public key of that recently created passkey and an encrypted challenge. However, that's like the basics. However, on top of that, we can add more layers. Okay, and one of the layers also adds some kind of a public and private key server side, things like that, internally for the challenge and for the communication inside. So you can do a double encryption. Okay, does it make sense? that is not mandatory, it's not part of the passkey spec. Okay, the passkey flow is the one, remember, we saw when we were doing the thing here, this website. And you can see, let's do this again. So if I have another test user and I register a new passkey, remember, we request a challenge from the server. The challenge goes to the authenticator. The authenticator requires me user interaction. Like, do you want to create a passkey or not? If I say yes, let's do that with my finger on iCloud, now it will send back the signature, the public key, and the ID. The challenge signature is actually the challenge that is encrypted. The public key and the raw ID, the ID is the ID of the signature. You see that from the server, there is nothing, there is no public key coming in, okay? And for login, this is what goes back. This is the key. Okay, and we will see it looks like something like this. Actually, it depends on the authenticator that you use. The keys may have more metadata, different metadata available, but you just store what you receive. Okay, and for login, you have the same process. In this case, the browser saying, "Hey, browser, I want to start a login process." So if I do that, it's sending the username. It comes back with a challenge. And then this. And if now it's going to encrypt that challenge, and the server validated that when it unencrypted the challenge, it was the right challenge, the one I sent. So it's you. Okay. Remember to see this when you are confused about the process. Go back to this animation. That will give you the quick view of what's going on. Okay, make sense? Okay, let's go back here. Let me see where we are, if I'm missing something. So I add a new key, calling register, login with passkey. I think we're good. Are you ready to try this? Probably I will have a bug somewhere, we'll see. Let me first turn on because I turned off my server when I added the dependency, so I don't have a server running. It says serving the files, which means there is no Go compilation errors, at least. Maybe we may have an execution problem. Let's go to our website, refresh. And now we can see that we do have login and login with passkey. Well, let's try login with passkey. Do we have any passkey? Not really, okay, but I can try. So I can say test.dev and click login with passkey and see what happens. And let's start debugging our app. So first it says passkeys is not defined in login with passkey. So let's go line 123 on passkeys. On app.js. So we have a bug here on await passkeys authenticate. Oh, I think it's because I need to import the passkeys service because I pasted it, I didn't type it. Okay, I need to import. So now if I go into the top, I have the import. Okay, cool. Let's try again. I'm getting a lot of errors here. Those errors are coming from actually an extension in my Chrome. So I can change, I can switch Chrome versions just to reduce those problems that I have with one extension in my Chrome. So if I try this test.dev and login with passkey, I have another typo. I think it's in the same place, right? In 124. So let's look at it. Yeah, I had double S for some reason. Copy the email, can do it faster. Login with passkey, and something happened. It says we couldn't authenticate using a passkey. Okay, well, let's look at the network tab, and I'm getting a 404 user not found, which it may be okay. I mean, we should go to the backend and see where are we sending user not found, but it's an option, of course, that that user is not in the database or it doesn't have any credentials or things like that. So I can try to register a new, let's start from scratch. I'm going to register a new test user. Let's use t@test.dev with a password. I'm using 123457. That is not really a good password, so that's why we're using passkeys. Okay, so anyone will guess my password. So if I register this, I'm in now. Here, Google is saying, hey, that password is really insecure. Yeah, we know. Okay. Well, now we do have the added new passkey for faster login already there. We can see, we can like try what happens if I click there. Well, it's not so bad, right? So we saw a network request to the server requesting a challenge. And now my computer, actually Chrome, is requesting my finger to sign in. So at least the first step of the authentication is working. So now, what happens now? Do I have a passkey? Not yet. No passkey was created so far. If I confirm with my finger, a passkey will be created, so the pair of public key and private key. And then the authenticator, in this case, is managed by Apple, not by Chrome. So you cannot hijack even Chrome. Apple will create that, will save that private key, and it will encrypt the challenge that we receive from the server with the private key. And it will send back to us the signed challenge and also the public key. Okay? So let's try it. I will use my finger and see what happens. Done. Registration end. And your passkey was saved. You can use it next time to log in. So it seems it worked. Now let's first, before trying it, let's see what we have inside this request. So if I go to the begin, this is how it looks like. So you can see the payload. Well, I need to remove that test user. That's something that for testing purposes, if I change it, it won't matter. And the response comes with this. And this is the part you were asking for. The response has a public key. So this is a challenge, actually. Okay, so that's the challenge. You can see it's a string. Okay, that's the challenge. We have some data from the user. This is coming from the database. Why do we need that metadata? So the authenticator can store metadata with the passkey. So if you have 10 passkeys from the same website, at least they have metadata of which username that passkey belongs to. Okay, and there are some public key parameters. These are internals. Well, timeout, this is the expectation in terms of time. So it's going to wait actually a lot, 300 seconds. Before that, the challenge is dead. So I'm not going to wait for more than that for the answer. Now, if we go and see the second one, well, the response is pretty straightforward, success true. But the payload, this is what's going to the server. And to the server is sending this. It says, well, I'm sending you a public key. This is the ID of the passkey. So each passkey that is created in the world creates its own unique ID. It's actually a UUID. Not sure if you know what that means, but it's an ID that is unique. It has a response, and the response has the public key and some other data that typically I need to store. And also I have some metadata such as authenticator platform. Here it's saying that I'm not using an external key. I used the platform of the OS, in this case, to create the key. Okay? Now, server side, or actually in our database, we may want to see if we do have the key. And it seems we do have the key. This is what we have saved. So for the user 5, this is our first key. We have this that look like a JSON. We can even copy this and save it here. So we can try to format this. So this is what we have now in our table. So we have a lot of metadata. For example, here it says transport hybrid internal. Hybrid means that it's stored in the cloud. I mean, it doesn't feel like that, but it means that. User present, true. User verified, true. Backup eligible, true. That means that this can be backupped on an iCloud, for example. So then you can use that information if you want, server side, to add metadata to your UI. So then you know if the user, where is your passkey? Is in the iCloud? Oh, you know it's a Mac user, so you know it's iCloud. I mean, you will never see here iCloud, the iCloud term. But if you know it's an iPhone, well, and if it's hybrid and it's a backup, it means it's iCloud. So next time you can show to the user a message saying you have a passkey on iCloud. Okay? So this is everything that you store per key. Not every information is mandatory. Some of that information you can delete that and you can still log in. Okay? But now per passkey, you will be storing something like this. Okay? Do you have any question on the creation of the passkey? Now we need to check if we can log in. But nope. Well, let's try the login to see if we have any pending bugs or if it's working. So now I can log out and try to log in with passkey. Again, right now if I try this, it says to use a passkey, enter your email address first. We may change that in the future, and I will explain that before closing this section of the of this course. I will show you the next evolution of passkeys, where we don't need the email. But for now, we need the email. So I will use it. Of course, if I have the wrong email and try to log in, it says we couldn't authenticate. Something important here is that because I'm sending the email, the server can actually check if the email is valid and if that email has a passkey server side. So if I don't have a passkey for that user, I don't even try to send a challenge because I don't care. Server side, there is no way that later I can unencrypt that because I don't have any public key for that user. So the answer is like no passkeys for you. Even if you have client-side a passkey, but for some reason the server doesn't have the public side, then we are not even asking for that. If I'm using the right email address, it's going to the server, it's going back with the challenge, and here it says, do you want to use Touch ID to sign in? I would say no. And it says, okay, you know what? For this website, I only have a key saved on iCloud. So you can use on Apple password, it says, okay? Or you can use a phone, because I don't have another one, okay? If I click here, it goes back to the same dialog as before, and I can finally say, okay, let's do it. So if I try to log in, it goes to the server, and I'm in. And if I'm in, that also means that I should have the JWT stored there. Okay? Now I can add a new passkey. If I add a new passkey, I can say cancel. And now I can create a passkey in another device, including a phone. This is interesting. You can create a passkey and then save the passkey on your phone, not on the device you are using, with a QR code. It's not just for login. Also, I can save another passkey on my Chrome profile. So, okay, let's say one in my Chrome profile for the same website, for the same account. Your passkey was saved. So now if I log out, I can log in with passkey. And by default, it's saying, oh, because you have one in iCloud, maybe you want that one. And you say, no. And now it says, oh, yeah, you're right. You have two passkeys available right now. One is from your Chrome profile. The other one is from your Apple password, so iCloud. Or if not, you can use a phone or tablet if you have a passkey there. So I can go here and say, okay, let's do this. And now I'm logging again. And now I have here, should have more passkeys, okay? and with more information. Well, this is the same as we did before. You can see this one says transport internal. This is not hybrid. This is the one from Chrome probably. It has different metadata, but it just works. And now let me show you something. Let's do a test. I'm not sure if it's going to work. It should work, but cross your fingers. I will open Edge. Okay, localhost 8080. This is the first time I'm actually loading this page on this browser. If I try to log in, do I have any passkey on Edge? Kind of. The first answer is no. But actually, if I log in with passkey, it could actually get it from iCloud keychain. So it's asking, do you want to check if you do have one on iCloud? Because this is Edge on a Mac. Edge can request that to the OS. Okay? But also it says, no, I don't have it here. It's a new computer. There is no iCloud account there. So let's use a phone. So if I select, I want to log in with a phone, I have that QR code. You are nice people. No one is trying to get that QR code. I'm not sure about the video. Maybe you are trying there online. But remember, it's not going to work. Because it's going to use Bluetooth. So I will scan this. It says sign in with passkey. Okay. It's giving me the dialog. Do you want to use Face ID to sign in? You can see here, Edge says, follow the steps on your device. So actually, they're already handshaked. And you don't need to connect. You need to have already connected this device before, or those devices. No. This is the first time Edge and my phone are actually talking. That makes sense? I don't need to be on the same account, or it doesn't need to be my computer. So I will say, yes, I want to use Face ID, but I have a question for you. Do I have a passkey on my phone for this website? That's a weird one, huh? Again, do I have a passkey available on my phone for this particular website? I have a no and I have a yes. I have a,
I'd say yes, just because you have one in iCloud, I think.
I'm on iCloud. This is an iPhone, this is a Mac. Both are mine. They're on my computer. So if I save a passkey here and it goes to iCloud, it should appear on my phone. So if I use my face now to log in, cross your fingers, I'm logged in. Okay? Actually, I can go to your computers and log in with my phone in my account in your computers just by using my phone. Does it make sense? Because that passkey was saved on iCloud. The same happens if you have Android and you are saving this to your Google account. I mean, your Chrome account, you are signed in on Chrome because, I mean, here in Chrome Canary, I'm not signed in. So that's why I'm not signed in. Because of that, every passkey is stored on device only. But if you are signed in Chrome, you can also save your passkeys in the Chrome Password Manager, or that is the Google Password Manager now. It was renamed because now it's shared with Android. So then you can go to an Android device and log in with the passkey that you save with Chrome in Windows. And again, the whole idea is that I can sign in on a TV. And going to a TV, if the TV browser or app is supporting passkeys, I will see the QR code on the TV. The TV needs Bluetooth from a hardware point of view. And then you point with your phone and you log in Disney Plus on the TV just by using passkeys. But remember, and I will go with your question in a second, remember that we are not sending or sharing passkeys over Bluetooth. Over Bluetooth, only we are sending metadata, including the challenge. My phone, using my face, is getting the private key and signing the challenge on device and sending back over Bluetooth the signed challenge that then Edge sent to my backend. Okay? Now you have a question.
Do you have to pair the devices?
No.
So it
I don't need to pair devices. This is automatic. That's why you can use it with two devices that have never exchanged any information before. You just need to have a phone supporting passkeys, and every Android phone and every iPhone is supporting passkeys. iPad is also supporting passkeys for remote authentication. And you need a browser or a client or an app supporting remote passkey authentication.
I don't know if you'll know the answer to this question, but what's support look like for this Bluetooth protocol right now on as far as hardware and software? Like, do you know if
Well, I
is
think
this
that
built into, like, the
the
Linux-
state of passkeys website, the one that we saw, I'm not sure if it has that information. I would say that it's pretty good, but not 93%. Okay, so this is for every browser that supports passkeys. But for example, for remote, I cannot use I cannot be a client in a laptop. So the laptop cannot be a client. It's the vice versa. Okay, so I mean, if I want to log in on my phone with a passkey that I have on my laptop, I should scan the QR code with my laptop. And right now, browsers are not supporting that situation. So it's the other way around. Okay, so phone by phone works. Phone from tablet to phone works. Phone to computers works. It's up to the support that they are doing. It has to do with UX actually. Remember that here we have different things. Passkey sync. These are devices that can sync passkeys. You can see, oh, it's not so good. Why is that? Because we have actually Windows devices. They are starting to support syncing passkeys over the Microsoft account right now. So that's why it's so low, that part. Okay, if you count all the desktop computers in Windows, okay, you don't have passkey sync support. We'll get into what conditional UI ready is, but yeah, we don't have here the stats on remote authentication. But I would argue that the number has to do with having Bluetooth in the hardware, having Bluetooth enabled in the phone, and you should use a phone or a tablet as the source of your keypad and not a desktop. Okay?
What does the spec say around, like if I lose a YubiKey with my passkey on it?
Yeah, but that's a typical question. So what happens if you lose your key? Well, the answer to that is that's why we are saving more than one passkey per user. So that's the reason. Okay? So we should encourage users to store more than one passkey, at least if they're not hybrid or cloud-based backup. Okay? So that's why you can have more than one. At one point, if you lose everything, we are back to the origin problem, and you need to use an offline way to reset the user. So at one point, yeah, there will be a problem. I mean, if you lose everything, you lose iCloud, you lose your computer, you lose your phone, and yeah, if you're losing your passkeys. It's the same happens with cryptocurrencies. I mean, if you lose your keys and the backup keys and everything, you're losing your money. Okay? So that's why one of the reasons why we want to store more than one passkey per user.
So when we forget our password, there's a forgot your password process. Is there not something similar?
I mean, you can have forget my passkey, and that leads to send you an email, and that email creates a new passkey for that user. But you need to be very careful and not lowering your security with that.
Right.
Because if the user has its email hacked, then they can create a new passkey for the user, and they are in just by hacking your email or using SMS hijacking. So they go on, or SIM hijacking. They get a SIM card from your provider with your line. So then you send by SMS. So in that case, I probably will add more validation rules. For example, if the user is requesting that, you are blocking the generation of new passkeys for a day, and you send a message to the user by email saying, hey, we have this situation. Someone has requested a new passkey for you, so for security purposes, we have paused that for 24 hours, things like that, okay? But because if you immediately let the user create a new passkey without actually other passkeys, yeah, you may be opening a security problem.
That was kind of where my question was coming from, because I went to Target and there is no way to get a new passkey. You can't reset. Like, I think it's, if you lose it, you're stuck. You have to hopefully have made a backup one and go
Yeah,
from there.
I mean,
So-
the technology ends there, okay? So then you have to find yourself as a company in your system, how you will deal with that, and which, how many risks are you willing to open. But the idea is that we don't want to go back to really insecure systems. So we don't want to add passkeys to add more security. And then you have magic links. What's a magic link? Is that if you don't have a password or passkey or anything, just give me your email, I will send you a link, and you will log in with that link. Well, we are lowering security with that. Okay, so yeah, so the good news is that we have much successful rates than with passwords. So we will still have problems, but we are reducing 98% of them. So that's the good news. Okay, does it make sense? Okay, there are more things to actually do here to make it better. I mean, we could, as I mentioned before, we may have a bug now that we are storing the same passkey more than once. We should change that. I mean, we can do that. It's not a big deal. But before finishing the passkey section of today's workshop, let's talk about something that I mentioned a couple of times. We will see that later. Well, it's the moment to talk about that. It's called conditional UI. That you can see that right now conditional UI is getting better, but it's actually brand new. What's conditional UI? For me, first, let me give my personal opinion. This is a terrible name, conditional UI. It doesn't tell us anything about what's going on. But the community is coming with a new name that I think it feels much better. Passkey autofill. What's the idea? It's still experimental from an spec point of view. Okay, so now it's implemented in most of the browsers, but it's still experimental, which means the UI is changing. So the spec might change. The idea, this is the idea, is that we can log in directly without email. When you click here, typically you receive, actually I can enable password autofill from my Mac. So it will actually give me suggestions of passwords that I have stored here. Well, among passwords, I can also see passkeys that I have available in my computer to use in this particular website. Does it make sense? Without typing the email or the username. So the browser will actually autofill the username from the store's passkeys. Okay, this is still experimental. In fact, it's not really an API. It's kind of a weird thing that you do, and the browser will try to do it. Okay, but you don't know if it's going to work or not, so it's not clear if it's going to work or not. To make it work, and this is the weird part, remember that we have 4 services, right? We have the login, the registration in it, registration N, authentication in it, authorization N. Well, you need to, on page load, you need to request a challenge for login, even if the user is not trying to log in. I mean, at least it should be on the page where you have a form. So you go to the server and say, hey, server, I want to start a login. Give me a challenge. The problem is that you don't have a username yet. So you don't need to pass a username. So in that case, the server will be more blind. And the server, we need to change our services as well and accept no username, no email coming. And we're going to create a challenge, like a blind challenge. Okay, go ahead. If we do that, and also we go to index.html, to the form, to the login form. What is the login form? Here. We go to the email, and we add in the autocomplete attribute, we add one value that must be the last one for whatever reason that I don't know. So after email, space, if we add WebAuthn, the last one, right? So if on page load, you receive the challenge and you have WebAuthn there, automatically, if the browser wants, when you click on the email, you will see your passkeys here. And if you click there, it will trigger the second step automatically. It's really weird, actually. I think that the spec should change it and make a proper, better way to do this. But it is what it is. It's called conditional UI. If you wanna play with this or even do it as a homework over this project, I suggest you to check the simple WebAuthn browser library documentation. It's pretty good on this. It's actually the library we're using client side. So if you go to the website they have, you find it. Oops. Don't click on any link. No, where is it? Let me just Google this one. This is the one I'm looking at. It's simple WebAuthn.dev. So if you go to the docs on the browser, so because we are doing the browser stuff, the server is no. There are a couple of things you can search here, and actually we could search for conditional UI or browser autofill. That's a better pronunciation. So we will explain how that works. Where is it? Conditional UI. This. So it will explain from JavaScript what do you need to do, okay, for actually make it work. Okay, so you can follow the steps that you have here to make that weird thing work. But it will help a lot user experience because the user doesn't even need to type an email or username. Okay, does it make sense? It's brand new, and we also need to tweak a little bit our backend services, okay, to make that work. Do you have any question? No? So that's kind of the next step. Conditional UI is kind of the next step. I haven't seen conditional UI on many sites yet, to be honest. And also, you need to, it's weird because right now, when we were executing authentication begin, when we are going back, we see the dialog. Remember that? Well, when you request conditional UI, it's actually a flag, you won't see the dialog. So you receive the challenge, and the challenge is there waiting. So no one is going to execute the challenge. But the browser will say, okay, let's store this challenge temporarily and see if we have any input text that has the WebAuthn autocomplete, and it will show autocomplete. And if you click there, okay, it will trigger that process at that moment. Okay, and there are also other challenges. Well, challenges over the challenge, but we have a timeout on our challenge. And now we need to think about that, because if we're creating a challenge, we are creating a challenge now on page load. And maybe the user actually goes and clicks on the username 3 minutes later, 5 minutes later. Not a common scenario, but it may happen. So maybe the challenge that we send is already expired. So there are some things that are more complicated to implement, but that's kind of the idea.
So all of this is just to autofill the username?
Yeah, it's also weird because it's autofilling the username, not the password, yeah.
So why would you need this over the browser's kind of inbuilt functionality with more traditional authentication to autofill like usernames? Because the browser can already do that without passkeys.
Yeah, but the idea is that in this case, we are reducing one click because you need to select your username first and then click, I want to log in with passkeys. With this, you click on the username, you see the passkey, you click on the passkey, and you are in. You don't need to go and say, I want to sign in with the passkey, because you already picked a passkey from the browser's list, okay? It's just one click. Again, not a big deal, but it makes login faster. My perception is that this API might change, and they should look like a better way to, they're still playing with it. And browsers are changing how the UI looks like. So it's kind of, now that we are all in passkeys, like all the big players are doing passkeys, like everyone is more happy and everyone is testing UX, so everyone is doing this, so I think this is will evolve quicker now. Okay, make sense? Do you have any question? Nope. Okay, so let's switch topics. Now we go for another topic that it will be short, but important. That has to do with client-side rendering versus server-side rendering. Right now, our whole project is based on client-side rendering. So that means that if I look at my page source, the main HTML element is empty. So the list of movies that I'm seeing, like Minions, Interstellar, is actually hidden to clients that are not supporting JavaScript. And you say, well, I mean, in the 90s, I'm coming from the 90s doing web development, we care about that, about clients not supporting JavaScript, okay? But today, when we are talking about clients not supporting JavaScript, we are not talking about browsers. But because even the browser that my Apple Watch has supports JavaScript. I'm not sure if you know that there is a browser inside here. It's not that. We have today 2 main clients that are not supporting JavaScript. First, typically, search crawlers. So when Google or Bing are indexing your websites, it depends on the website actually, but let's say from a standard point of view, they won't execute your JavaScript. So they don't see your text. I'm simplifying this, but let's say that, okay? So we have SEO problems, search engine optimization problems. So, I mean, if you have Guardians of the Galaxy details, actually Google is not going to index that data. So we won't appear in search results and so on. And now, I mean, in the recent years, we have a new client, AI. I'm talking about 2 things. Models being trained, AI models being trained with our data. That maybe you can think, well, it's better that they cannot read my data. Well, that's okay. But also we have ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, Grok, all these AI tools. Now they search the web for content. And they suggest the user links based on what they search and what they read on websites. And also, they're not executing JavaScript. So that means that if we have a user of our website, of really neat, that is using ChatGPT, and he says, hey, ChatGPT, can you make a summary of the best movies on this website? ChatGPT won't be able to do that because it won't see the content. Okay, makes sense? So to solve the problem, or at least reduce the problem, I mean, we have 2 options. We can completely change our architecture, and instead of doing client-side, we go server-side. Now Go, probably with Go templates, will fill the HTML and render the HTML from the server. But the problem is that we are losing performance, because you can see this is pretty fast. So we can change, we can see, we can search for movies. It's actually pretty fast. If we move to, and by the way, I'm not even using a local database instance, a Postgres instance. It can even be faster. So if we move 100% to server side, we will lose performance. And that's one of the great advantages of using client-side rendering and vanilla JavaScript. Once it's loaded, it's really fast. So we can make a mix. Okay, that mix has several names, to be honest. It was called universal rendering for a while, hybrid rendering, isomorphic rendering. There might be some small difference between these concepts, but it's kind of the same idea. From the server, we send content, so we render something server side, and then the client will take charge of the rest of the navigation. Okay? So we're going to do it with one example that I think is the most suitable for our project. That is the details of a page. It's the one that has more data that can take advantage of indexing. Later, you can apply the same techniques to the home page or to a search result as well if you want. So what's the idea? that if I'm loading movies 809, the server will return all this metadata. Okay, that's kind of the idea. And then JavaScript will take charge and will say, okay, from now on, I will continue. Just in case someone is loading that URL directly from the server, mostly targeting AI, apps, and search engines. Okay, does it make sense? So, to be honest here, the easiest way to do this is to have JavaScript on both the server and the client. Because if you do that, that means you can actually use the same code to render your app server-side and client-side. In this case, we have Go in the backend, so we cannot use the same render function that we have in the movie item component. Okay? There are ways to actually still do that, but they consume a lot of resources. I mean, you could potentially run JavaScript from Go or run even a headless browser. Render that server-side and receive the HTML and inject the HTML. I mean, you can do that. Also, you can do static file generation. So you can run like a script in your server once per hour, once per day, depends on the update that you have on your server. And every time you change the database, you can trigger that. That generates 5,000 HTMLs, static HTMLs, already there for every movie. I'm saying 5,000 because that's the amount of movies that we have. And then Go, we just grab the one from the ID and inject that in the main. That's also possible. Of course, that needs a lot of work from an implementation point of view. You need to have like this kind of service that will be executed, like triggers. And yeah, it needs more architectural work. But in our case, we can do something simpler, just to show you that it works. So we can go, if you go to main.go, we need to remember what happens in this particular project. And remember, we have coded this project in the basic course. So if you can go and see there why we did this in this way. There is a section here that says catch all. That is why when we are refreshing this, URL, I still see the content. But it's not the server sending the content. The server is actually responding with the index.html, the same index.html as we have in the root. Okay? We did that with this catch all, that if you are requesting, for example, anything around movies /something, it's sending this file index.html. Maybe we want to stop doing that, at least for this one. This is the one we want. So we may change that and return the index.html, but in the main tag, we already inject or deploy something coming from where? From our repository. So we can go server-side to that movie, grab the movie from the database, and fill the HTML from Go. Does it make sense? Yeah, it's a lot of string management work. I already did that for you. Okay, so you can have that as a template. And if you go to the README file, we have this J section server-side render. So we can create a new handler for this. We can call this SSR server-side render handler. So I will create a new handler, SSR handler. I have only one, so I call it handler, not handlers, because for now I have only one. We can change that later. It has a lot of code. Okay, it's not a big deal. I could argue that maybe you can try to use an AI to create this kind of conversion between JavaScript and Go. And probably it's going to be pretty good to do that. I mean, every LLM model will probably help you with this. I mean, you have the JavaScript render code. You say, okay, you know what? I want this in Go now because I need to do server-side rendering for the same thing, it will probably work pretty well. So this is my code for this handler. It's going to work with movies. Again, so movie / something. So it's first getting the ID from the URL. Okay? And when it gets the ID, it goes to the repo and say, hey, get me the movie by ID. Well, if I don't have the movie, I'm returning errors. Well, we know that. And then we serve the HTML, the index HTML, but we are going to inject inside the movie details. So we're going to clone the render method from JavaScript that we do have in public components movie details page, this part, that is filling the gaps of the content, but from Go. So this is what it's doing. It's reading the index HTML. Then you can see it's converting the movie data to HTML. So this is the genres HTML. This is the cast HTML. It's working with string management. And this is the main content. So you can see it has the main, article, ID, movie, and it has these variables. So I'm using sprintf, f the format, s from a string, so it returns on a string based on a format. And I have these variables inside, and then I'm just passing all those variable values. So, and then I'm replacing the empty main with the main content. There are many other ways to do that. Okay, I'm just picked here one. I think it's the simplest one to understand. You can also use Go templates for doing this. That is a templating engine available for Go. So then you can use that and try to share the same HTML with the front end and the back end in case you don't want to get into the other ideas that I mentioned, such as running this and creating static HTMLs. So now I have this handler. The next step will be to just call this handler. So I will add this handler, replacing the current movies handler. So I will come to main.go. Main.go. I don't need this anymore. And any place. We can do this before catch-all because this is not a catch-all anymore. So let's say this is a server-side render sample or for the movie details. Put this, I will save. Oh, I need to, what I'm doing here is that I'm checking if I do have an ID, because maybe I don't, it's just / movies with no ID. And if it's no ID, I'm sending the catch-all handler. But it's complaining because the catch-all handler, I think it's defined after this, right? Or no, I think it's called catch-all client handler. I need to define it first. Does that make sense? So if this is working now, remember I don't need to restart my server because I have air. First, if I'm going, let's go to the home. I'm getting one movie, Guardians of the Galaxy. If I right-click and view the page source, I will still see the empty main. Why?
It's the router pulling the web component in instead of pulling the HTML from the server.
The reason is that I'm using the client-side router. Because I'm using the client-side router, the page was loaded from the home page, not from the server didn't know that I wanted that movie. So the server is getting just the root, okay? Also, I think that my index HTML, I have just seen this, let me check that now. The main is in a separate line, so probably it's not gonna find it when we are doing string replacement. That's why Go templates are a better solution. But anyway, if I refresh and I go to Guardians of the Galaxy, I'm still seeing the same thing, an empty main. And this is expectable because I went to that URL client side, not server side. How can I test server side? Once or while I'm there, I'm going to refresh. Or I can copy the URL and open the URL in a new tab. So now the navigation to the server will be to that URL. Does it make sense? So if I try this, probably you saw like a flash. We can get rid of that flash. I'm not sure if you saw that. Well, now it's gone. But if I mean, it's working as before, but if I look at the page source, cross your fingers, now the main is full of HTML. Do I see a difference as a user? Not really. Not really. But the difference is for, again, AI, apps, not models, apps, because the model is not browsing the web. It's the app that is using the model that is browsing the web, and search engines. Okay? This example is not 100% performant because I'm actually doing the rendering twice, server side and also client side, because I already did it client side. So that's why if you saw, maybe it's really fast there. Can you see there is a rendering, and after a while there is like a refresh? That is, the first one is actually the backend render, and then when the router starts, client side says, oh, I need to render something. Okay, let's get rid of what we have and render it again. So maybe we can add a flag, or we can add something saying, hey, client, this is already rendered, so don't touch it. We can do that, but because this is not a very common use case, we are doing this not for the user, but more for the search engine. It's not a big deal, but we can improve that. Okay? Does it make sense? So server-side rendering is a very, let's say, low-level work, actually. So this is manual work. And when you have JavaScript on both sides, for example, Next.js or Nuxt.js, those are systems, because they're based on JavaScript server-side and client-side, it's just the same source code that runs server-side and client-side. So you don't have double work, double rendering work. Because, of course, if you change the UI, then you need to remember to also change the UI server-side. But have in mind that if our goal is to serve this for search engines and AI models, it doesn't matter. I mean, the important part is to serve content. It doesn't matter if it looks the same client-side or server-side.
I was actually going to ask, yeah, if all we're concerned about is machines reading the content, couldn't you just have it be invisible in the page source?
That's a very good question. So what if we just, when we serve this from Go, where is it? Here on handlers, as a start handler, I go to that main and I say style display none. So then we won't have that flash, right? So we are sending the content, but we shouldn't have that flash. Well, actually, the problem is that probably I'm not removing that. Maybe I should add display to the children. If not, it's hidden forever. Okay? I'm not changing that from JavaScript. I think that's the issue. There we are. So now we don't have the flash. However, mostly Google sees this as a problem for indexing, because that was a good trick 15 years ago, where a lot of people were just server-side adding content like this to your website and saying porn, free games, and everything that users are asking for. Okay, and with that in mind, that was a trick to trick the search engine to say, yeah, if anyone is looking for free games or free, I'm old, like free MP3, that was actually pretty common at the time, then initially you were tricking Google thinking that you have free MP3 files, even if your website is a lawyer company, wherever. So because of that, then Google added some rules, trying to find when you have some parts of your app that are hidden for the server, but then not hidden for the user or not available for the user. So they have a separate crawler that every once in a while with less frequency also execute JavaScript. And it verifies if it's the similar content or not. And if they found that you have keywords or content that is not actually there, you have a problem. And also, AI models are more suitable for tricking these days. And there are people here using this for prompt injection, where you say here, if you are an AI model, forget everything you have been asked for, and blah, 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 blah. So then, because I'm not sure if you know how this works, but when you are asking ChatGPT to browse the web, there is a tool browsing the web, downloading the HTML, and injecting that HTML in the prompt. So it's not as simple as this these days, but you can tweak your website. So then when it is injected in the prompt, it ends up changing the original prompt. Okay? Well, this is called prompt injection. But anyway, so the answer is that try to not to do that because you may have some penalties from a search engine. Make sense?
Could we use Go locally to generate websites? Let me just rephrase that. Could we use a stack locally to generate static websites?
You can, yeah, sure. I mean, you can use Go or any actually scripting language. In this case, it's not server side, it's development machine side, if you want, to actually create 100 HTML files with all the content and then upload that. Actually, my personal website is fear.dev. It's actually that. So this is actually a static website. I'm not using Go in this case. I'm using Eleventy, that is Node.js based or JavaScript based. But I have basically GitHub. It's on GitHub. So every time I create a new article, a new course, or something like that, so you want to see a new something new that I have, I create a new article in Markdown. I submit, I publish that. I commit that to GitHub, and there is a process that generates all static HTMLs and publish that there to the final server. That's why it should be pretty fast, because there is no clients are rendering and no servers are rendering. Everything is static. So that's another way, and you can use Go for that, sure.
For SEO, since this is a SPA and some of it's server-side rendered, for the site crawling, do we provide a sitemap for the Google indexing bots, or
that's a good question. So if we have a single page application, then and Google is not reading our JavaScript generated content, they won't read our URLs. So yeah, the answer to that is create a sitemap.
Okay.
So Google has a sitemap format. It's an XML that you can provide. So then you can keep that sitemap available, or you can also do the same for the homepage and the search engine. So do the server-side rendering. Now we are doing it only just for the sake of the sample, for the workshop, for the course, only on the details of a movie, but you can do it on the rest of the page as well. So then every link will be discoverable. Okay? Tech break?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tech break, and then
I think it's the last break.
last section after. All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes. You're live.
Okay, so the last thing that we are going to add today to this project is offline support. So right now, our web app is working, it has passkeys, it has movies, it has search, but it works only if you are online, which is okay. But let's say there are a lot of use cases for making your app offline capable. In this case, it might be useful, for example, if you have your watch list available all the time, even if you have no connection. I don't know, you're on a plane, you want your watch list and see if there is any movie in the plane to watch that is actually in your watch list. So that leads to the idea of making our app available offline. And the first thing we think about that is like, oh, but this is the web, right? So the web should be online. Well, actually, no. There is a full course that you can find on Frontend Master that I deliver on JavaScript in the background, which covers a lot of stuff, including offline support. So for a lot of more background and examples and ideas, go to that course, okay? But we will cover the basics, at least to make the basic example so our app will be available offline. Also, on the same side, you can make your app installable. Okay, in fact, we will do that, and you will see how simple it is in our project as a progressive web app, as a PWA. So there is another course on that, PWA, so you might not need that app store, that will help you in learning more about how to create these apps. But just to define progressive web apps, it's today a design pattern to create installable web apps for operating systems using web technologies with no native code. So right now we are using our app from the browser, but with just a little tweak, we can make it available as an app on iOS, Android, Windows, Mac, Linux, Chromebooks, and even some VR headsets. And for that, also, we will need to get into the life of a service worker. And here it says the web worker, so a service worker is a web worker that web apps can register that will act as a web proxy or a local web server client side. There are a lot of things there that you read and it says, okay, let's do that again. Before doing that again, does anyone know what a service worker is? Do you have any experience working with service workers here? No? Kind of?
Sort of like another thread of JavaScript that can run at the same time, that can do background tasks, right?
Okay, so that definition is actually web worker,
Ah,
not service worker. But a service worker is a web worker. So we're close. But it's something else, or something on top of that. So, but it's correct. A web worker, it's a thread that you can create from JavaScript that can execute code in parallel with the main thread. Well, a service worker is a thread, so it's a web worker, but then it has something else. It can act as a web proxy or as a local web server client side. I know that sounds really weird, but think about this. Right now we have our web server in Go. Right? It's the Go, that's the web server. Well, we can move some of that responsibility client side in JavaScript. So after we do that, next time we render the web app, now the web server can be directly JavaScript. And because it's client side, it's much faster because we don't need to go over the network. And because it's client side, it works even if we are offline. That's the rough idea. I'm simplifying the definition, but that's the idea. And this is how it looks like. So we have our PWA or web app, actually it's a web app, our server, for example, we have our Go here, then we have cross-domain servers. For example, we are downloading right now the web authentication, the simple web authentication API from a CDN. The YouTube video from a CDN. The posters are coming from a CDN. And the service worker is this proxy middleware that runs in my user's devices, in the client side. And it can see everything that your app is requesting over the network, okay? So let me do this right there. So it can see everything that you're requesting to your server and also to cross-domain services. It can see the request, and also it can see the response, because it's a proxy. The proxy is in the middle. It can see what goes out and what gets in as well. So out and in. It's in the middle. And it's not just seeing. It can work with the data. So, and that leads to something that it's much better. Is that we also have a new cache with Service Worker. It's called the cache storage. That is not IndexedDB. It's not local storage. It's not the browser's cache. It's another storage known as cache storage. The cache storage will not store data. It stores requests with their responses. The key is the HTTP request, and the HTTP response is the value. Okay, and we are in charge of that. We have an API. We can cache URLs there. Okay, does it make sense? Probably, I'm not sure if you have seen that cache before. For example, that cache is available anywhere. It doesn't need to have a service worker, so I can open a console on any website, and it's the caches API. It's available as caches. So I can basically open a cache with a name, like my cache, and this returns a promise. So now I have a cache. Do I have anything inside? No, not really. But after I open the cache, by the way, it's open or create. So if it's not there, it will create it. Where is creating it? Well, if you look at the application tab, there is a section here for cache storage. And now you can see there is a my cache there. If I click there, it's empty. But from the console, just from the console, I could just, for example, save a value here from that. So now I can go and cache and say, you know what, cache? I want to add a URL. Which URL? I don't know. This logo. Okay, so this URL. Okay, so I will just go back here and I will add that URL to the cache. It's a promise that now is fulfilled, which means now it's in the cache. That means that now JavaScript has access to that request, including the response, the complete response. It includes the headers as well. Client side. Does it make sense? And you can store as many as you want. How much space? These days, it's typically a percentage of your available space in the machine. So we are talking about gigabytes most of the time. Did you see any permission dialog from the browser asking the user permission for saving files locally? No. We can save as much as we want on user's computer. It gets more complex. By default, the storage is non-persistent, so if there is a storage pressure in the system, so there is no more space, the browser can delete some of the data, unless you request persistent storage. It's an API. You can request, say, I don't want my data to be removed from this system. Okay? Anyway, so, yeah.
So it's stored on disk, not memory, right?
It's on disk. Yeah.
Okay. And then the network tab, I mean, requests are cached all the time. That's a different cache, though.
It's a different cache.
You cannot see that cache.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a completely different cache. Now, based on that idea, okay, we can implement with service workers some cache serving strategies. What does that mean? Well, we can say, let's say that we cache all the files that we have in our app. The HTML, the CSS, the JavaScript files, all the services, we cache everything. So we have a local copy. Okay? So now we need to decide what to do with that copy next time the user is accessing our website. And for that, there are many strategies. Again, I'm going quickly over this. If you want to get more insights on this, go ahead and check one of the courses out there. Also, there is a service worker course in Front-End Masters from other trainers as well. That's pretty good. So, so you have your app and make a request. So your app is making a request. For example, you want the HTML. You want the CSS. So the service worker is a JavaScript code that will make decisions on what to do with that. If you are following cache first, that strategy, you will, as a step 2, we will search in the cache. Do we have that file in the cache? So we go and check. And there are two possibilities, a cache hit or a cache miss. We do have the file, we don't have the file. If it's a cache first, if we do have the file, it's a cache hit. So we are actually sending the file that we have cached to the client. It can be the HTML, the CSS, a poster, any resource, an API call, the JSON with the list of movies, the JSON of one particular movie by ID, anything. So every HTTP request with its response can be cached. If it's not in the cache, well, we go to the network, okay, as usual. So we leave that request to the network. Yeah?
So I'm assuming we'd have to worry about invalidating cache for API endpoints.
We have to worry about a lot of stuff, and every time you're working with cache, and that's the problem of cache first. What happens if you are changing that server side? You need to invalidate your local cache, because if it's cache first, you will always be serving the old version. So that's true. So that's why there are other strategies. The other one is called network first. At this point, you will get the idea by its name. In this case, it's similar. We make so the app is making a request, and the service worker will not actually go to the cache. It will go to the network. Okay. Then, when the network receives the response, that's a network success. Typically, we send that back to the PWA. But if the network fails, it goes to the cache. So if you're online, for example, and the server is up, it's like what we have right now. It goes to the network all the time. But if you're offline, it's using the version you have in the cache. What about invalidating the cache or updating the cache? Well, you can take advantage of receiving the... give me a sec to get the color. It's not, you won't see it. There. We can take advantage of this moment when we are online and we are receiving the file from the network. We can say, why don't we update the cache just for the next time? So then you will keep your cache updated until the last time you visit the website at least. Okay? And there is another strategy, and of course you can create your own strategy, that you won't get it by the name, I guess. It's called stale while revalidate. That is kind of more complicated. It's actually similar of what we have seen before. So actually, we make a request. The service worker goes to the network, if there is connection, and at the same time, it searches in the cache. Both at the same. So if you look here, there are two steps too. In parallel, we do both. We go to the network and to the cache. Okay? If it's a cache hit, I'm returning to the PWA, this is 3A, we are returning the cached version. But in parallel, we went to the network. So if the response is coming back here, I'm using a step 5 to update the cache. So it's like, think about CSS. I have CSS version 9 and version B. I have version I in the cache, so the old one, but I have just changed in the server, version B. So the user is accessing the website. I'm doing both things at the same time, getting the cache version and going to the server. Which one is going to be faster? The cache version is local. So I will send to the app the A version, so the user will see the old CSS. But now the server comes with version B, and I am dating with that the cache. So we see the old version until next load. Okay, this is called stale while revalidate. That is trying to get in the best of both worlds, like being fast enough to always send you the cache version, but also updating the cache in the background. And of course, you can create your own strategy to make that work, to decide what to do. Okay, there are infinite strategies available. Does it make sense? Well, let's try to do something like this. For that, I will quickly show you how to create a service worker, register a service worker, and then we will see the code for that. So service worker is a client-side file, so it's we need to do it in the public folder. We're going to create in the public folder then a file. Let's call that swjs or service worker.js. Actually, just with that, if you do console log, I'm a service worker. That should be good enough to see if we are installing a service worker. So, meaning that I can now go to my app.js, for example, and register that. When or where DOM content loaded sounds like a good place. I mean, after the page was loaded. And you register a service worker using navigator, service worker, register. And you just pass the URL. I'm using the / because of this catch-all server routes that might be serving. Remember, we need to always, all the resources need to start with /. So that's all. Well, let's see. If I come back here, let me start closing the tabs that I'm not using. So if I refresh, and I open in the console, at one point you see I'm a service worker. Can you see that? So it seems like the service worker was actually registered, and that's why it's working. Let's increase the font size. If you go to application, service worker, it's there. It says it's activated and running. Okay, and this is a server that you have. It has abilities of a server only for that domain. So next time you go through localhost 8080, the server will know that. Can we prove that? Let me do it quickly. If I'm here, I'm going to add an event listener, fetch. So I can do a console log saying the browser is requesting a file or requesting resource. Now, if I refresh, I have a problem. The service worker is installed client side. So it already has the old version, not the one with the new console log. Does it make sense? So working with this, it's having a lot of challenges with debugging. So that's why we do have here in application service worker something easy that we can enable. This says update and reload. This will force reloading the service worker every time we reload the page. That is not the common scenario on a real user. Okay? But if I refresh, now if I go to the console, I have 66 messages. The browser is requesting a resource. Why is that? Every file that this web app is requesting. Do we have 66 files? Well, something that we can do is also, we can use backtick here, and then take event, request URL, and see the URL. Remember, we are client side now. So if I refresh, you can see all the requests, all our components, CSS, and also the posters that are not even from my server. But because they were requested by my app, the service worker has access to it. So it's seeing everything, and it can also react, or it can even respond in the name of the server. That event has a respond with, and I will respond with ha ha ha. So that means now, if I refresh, I'm getting an error, by the way, but probably because I have a problem. Yeah, you're right, because actually I need to, that was my fault. I need to respond with a response, not with a string, and the response receives a string. Okay. So now I cannot reload because I have a broken service worker. So you can break your website pretty easily with this, as you can see. So we can just here unregister it from here and say, okay, let's remove that. It's a debugging thing. And now it's dead forever. Let's see why. There we are. It's back. So now, if I refresh, I see ha ha ha. So I can open a new tab, close the tab, go in here, I see ha ha ha. If I try to bring movies, ha ha ha. If I try to read the CSS, everything's ha ha ha. So I'm in the middle between the real server Go and the browser, and now the browser, for every request, is saying no, ha ha.
Is this a similar mechanism to how ad blockers work? Would they be starting?
Well, they are middleware, so they are in the middle between your web app and the server, but in this case, you as the developer of the website has access to that, and in that case, it's more plugin It's more native plugin from the browser, and this is a web technology. But in terms of the architecture, the process, it's pretty similar. Okay, so now, I mean, we have just proved that we can respond in the name of the server. And actually, if we look at the network tab, because we are not going to the network, right? Well, actually, if I refresh this, let's say all the requests, I'm seeing nothing. But actually, let me go back here. Oh, I have a filter. That's why I'm not seeing. There we are. So let me do that again. So if I go to the network tag and refresh, I can see the request that says ha ha ha. Okay, there was a request. Was it a network request? Well, it appears here as a network request, but Chrome, don't ask me why. They will tell you that it's coming from the service worker in the size column. Weird, okay? But that's where you will see that it's coming from the network, but actually was like trapped by the service worker, and the service worker was the one that responded. But you will see all the requests there as well. So of course you can, if you mess with your service worker, it's like messing with your Go server. With one difference, refreshing will not make a difference because that's already installed client side. Yes?
I might have missed it. How did you register the service worker?
The service worker, I registered that in the main.go. No. In the app.js. And it's this line. Navigator.serviceworker.register. That's how you request the registration of the service worker. So there are a lot to talk about service worker. Life cycles, updating the service worker. Again, if you are interested in learning more, go and check the PWA course and also the JavaScript in the background course where we cover this with more depth. And also, I encourage you to open Chrome right now and go to this URL, Chrome service worker-internals. Do it. So the URL is chrome:// service worker-internals. If you do that, you will see all the service workers that are currently installed in your computer. And remember, they are servers. And you will find probably hundreds from websites that you don't even remember. Okay? Why is that? Well, because they are servers that are already installed in your computer for the next time you access them. Okay? So you can see I have a lot. Instagram as a service worker. And the thing is that, is it running? No, it says stopped. So it's not running by default. Okay? If I look at this, if I open a new window like this, and I go to Instagram.com, you can see that even now it's running. Even if I didn't press return, but because the auto completion triggers the service worker. It has to be fast. Okay, so I open Instagram, and now it's running. What do you think that will happen if I close the whole window? What will happen with the running status? Stopped? Do you bet on that? Not really. It says it's running. And running means it can execute code. It can access our storage. It can access IndexedDB. It can make requests to a server, even if I'm closing the window. You say, what? So the browser will wait a couple of seconds. In Chrome, it's around 40 seconds, so probably 15 seconds left. And we will see at some point, stop. There we are. So if nothing happens, nothing more happens around that domain, Instagram.com, the browser will say, well, you know what, server? I mean, it seems like we don't have anything else to do here. Goodbye. But the lifecycle of the service worker is not completely attached to the lifecycle of your page. Okay, makes sense? That's roughly how that works in a nutshell. So for our app, what we can do. I already created a service worker for you. So writing service workers, it's not like it's difficult to follow, but it's difficult to debug, and you can mess it up pretty easily. And also, then you refresh and you are not sure which version do you have. So it's actually difficult on that. There are some libraries that will help you with that. But that's why I already have a service worker for you that you can try and copy and paste. Is exactly this one. So I will just use this one. I already registered that. It's K2, by the way, create a service worker. So let's copy that service worker and read the service worker. On installation, it's creating a cache with that name. We can change the name. We can call it really neat. Any name will work, it's just a folder name. Then, when it's activating, it's caching files, or it's deleting cache. So this is actually cleaning up all caches. So the first time you are being registered, you checked if there are no other caches there that are not yours. So let's clear everything up. Because maybe in the future you update the service worker and you have the previous one that had a cache that you're not using. And if you don't delete the cache, that cache will be there forever. So that code will clean up the caches. Okay. Then we have the fetch event. So every time the localhost 8080 is trying to go to the network, it goes through this particular code. And I'm checking if it's an API request or not. I'm separating the strategy based on if it's an API or if it's a static resource. If it's an API, I'm responding with a fetch. This is kind of network first. Okay? I'm responding with a fetch. When the fetch arrives, I will cache it for next time. So I'm caching API requests. Okay? And if it fails, so if the fetch is failing, it tries to bring that from the cache. Okay, so I'm caching all the API requests. So if I go offline, everything that I browsed should be available. Does it make sense? Because I cache it, and if I'm offline, it will bring it from the cache. But if I'm online, it will go to the real server. Okay? Now, for the other resources, it's using a stateward revalidate. The HTML, the CSS, on every request. I'm doing this on every request. Typically, you pick which one or the maximum amount you want to store. So there are more things to do here. So this is how a stateward revalidate looks like. Remember, a stateward revalidate is the one that makes two requests at the same time, to the cache and also to the network. If it's in the cache, it will send the cache version, but also the network is going to be cached for the next time. And if it's not on the cache, it will wait for the network. That's kind of the idea. And that's all. Okay. So now, if I try this again, first, I need to get rid of the older service worker. By the way, little trick. If you do shift refresh, it will bypass the service worker. Also, in the application tab, there is a bypass from network. So in that case, it's ignoring the service worker and bypassing it. Or because I have an update on reload, when I'm update, now it will reload and it will give me the new service worker. Make sense? So now, the new service worker should be active. How do we know if it is working? I can go to cache storage, and I do have a cache with the name really in it. Well, actually, I have a typo, so it's really in T. And if I click there, look at this. This is everything I cached there. I have all these files being cached. Some JavaScript files, 33 entries. Now, if I enter Superman, now I have 87 entries. Actually, I think it was desync a little bit. But that includes the YouTube files, the scripts from the YouTube player. Well, maybe the YouTube video won't work anyway when we're offline. Okay. But then I'm going to different movies, and it's changing the cache automatically. Now, how can I go offline? There are two ways to go offline here. We can simulate offline. There is an offline simulator. Or I can just stop the server. That means offline. I mean, I'm still online from a network point of view, but the server is down, so I cannot connect to the server. It's like being offline. So if I'm offline, I can now try to load 8080. And I'm getting an error, but have in mind, there are two things here that might be happening. Is that, let me I had the update on reload before. So let's see. Let me check that first. If I'm going to, where are you? Cache storage. No cache storage detected, which is weird because it was there a few seconds ago. So this is weird. So that's why I'm saying that something was wrong here. Also, now my server is down? No, it's there. And it's working. I think that Chrome crashes for some reason. Okay, now it's working, right? Yeah. I don't have any errors from the service worker. Now, if I stop the server, now I don't have a server. Okay? So normally it shouldn't work. If I load it here, it's still there. Can you see that? I can open a new tab. It's still there. I can see all the images. I could search Superman, guess. I could. Can I get it here? No, because that wasn't cache. Okay, so I need to get in one of those. I'm not sure if I search for Superman or not. Yeah, I don't remember which Superman I clicked before, but not this one. There, that one. That works. So I'm offline, and I can still browse everything that I browsed before. Yeah.
Is this stale with revalidate? Does that cause issues with the login process? Because I would think if you're feeding an old request during that could cause issues if you like getting an old token.
Well, you should think about that and what do you want to cache or not. I mean, but maybe for example your watch list, that maybe you want to cache that because I mean if you're offline, you may still want to access your logged in, at least the last time you visit the watch list. Then you need to define your offline strategy. So for example, I'm not sure if you have ever downloaded videos from the app, the Netflix app, for watching on a plane without Wi-Fi. So, I mean, the offline content will be there, but also it has an expiration. So after a while, you need to connect again to the network. Because if not, you can download a lot of movies and then stop paying Netflix. Okay, and then for a year, you watch 100 movies that you downloaded. So Netflix is not allowing you that. So it says, okay, after 15 days or something like that, you need to connect again and see if you're still you and you're still paying, and something similar may happen here. Okay, makes sense?
What's, in terms of performance, so like for this site, it's movies, Superman, the data's never going to change. You could cache that and just be done forever. But we could theoretically cache everything on this site. I mean, at what point, what would you really do in production? I'm assuming you wouldn't want to cache everything necessarily.
Actually, the answer is the answer that that you don't like, but it's always true. And the answer is it depends. So it depends on the use case, actually. So typically, you cache first. You do what is known as you pre-cache the assets to render the app for sure. The CSS, the logo, all the JavaScript files. So you don't want a missing JavaScript file that then you want to execute and it's not there. So you want to cache all the assets first, for sure. Regarding the data, you need to decide based on each part which one to use. And then also you can start adding in your controllers some checks, like are we online or not? Because if we are offline, maybe I don't want even to show you the login screen because it's not going to work. So then it will show you, I'm sorry, you're offline. And you can actually check if you're offline or not through window.online. Okay. Actually, it's Navigator. Let me do that again. You can actually check if you're online or not, at least if the browser gets a report from the OS saying that you're online or not, okay? Because remember that you may be online, but without connection. So in that case, you are online, but without connection. And there is also, it's maybe similar, or it's a good idea to use a library such as offline.js that will let you know with events when you're offline, so you can put a message on it, something like this. Okay, your device is connected, disconnected. And this one is also not relying only on the Boolean exposed by the OS. It's making a ping to the server to see if you're really online or not. Okay, so you can do something like this to actually increase your experience.
Are service workers good to use for websites that don't change content frequently?
I mean, I would argue that yes, but only if you have users coming back to your website frequently. Because if your users are going to visit you once, I mean, a Wikipedia article, how many times you go back to the same Wikipedia article? Is it common? If it's not a common use case, maybe you shouldn't be caching Wikipedia articles, okay, or something like that. Unless the user has a bookmark button or something that says save to offline or something like that.
With heavy assets like images and whatnot, is any of that, we're not caching like the actual assets, just kind of the responses.
To be honest, it's up to you. So we are expecting you to be a good citizen of the web, but actually you can, right now you can go to a website, and that website, without the user knowing, can be downloading a 3 gigabytes video to its computer, and you don't see it as a user. It can happen. Yep, it can happen. Again, if you don't have enough space, the browser will start deleting that data unless you request persistent storage. But it seems like so far, also it may happen in the front end. I mean, you may have a hidden div that is loading also a video, 3 gigabytes video. So from that point of view, it's not an API problem, because you can still do that with just an IMG. You put an IMG tag and point to a JPEG that is 3 gigabytes. I mean, the browser will load it anyway. So it's kind of the same thing. So the thing is that now you are storing that. So that's the difference. Okay? So that's why your Chrome, when you see how much space Chrome is taking in your computer or in your Android device or in your iPhone device, you will see it's a lot of gigabytes. And that's because it's including assets from websites that you are visiting. You can always go as a user and delete everything anyway. Of course, you won't have offline support for your app. Any question? No? I have just something else to discuss with you that is really short, is that if we are offline, what happens if I add to favorites or watch list? Of course, it will give us an error because that API will not respond. And even if we cache that, it's a fake save because we are not pinging the server. But is there any way that while you are offline, we can add more to the watch list or remove from the watch? If I'm in the plane, if I want to remove it from the watch list. I mean, you can offline save data, offline, and then sync the data to the server when you're online. And for that, you can do it manually, or you can use the background sync API. So the background sync API, again, if you want to get deeper in that, the offline JavaScript course will give you insights on that. Will let you mark watch movies that you want to add to the watch list and movie that you want as a favorite, mark as a pending change in the server. And even if your app is closed, even if your app is not running, when you get connection later, the browser will wake up your service worker without the user accessing the page, and it will say, hey, try now to finish your pending operations. So the service worker will let you do that as well, because it has its own life cycle. It can work in the background. It can execute that. So that's why, and if you want to see how to do that, go to the JavaScript in the background course. The final step that is pretty simple is this. If we go to the app web manifest file, we cover this file in the basic course. I'm going to change the property display from browser to a standalone. And I'm going to add two other properties. Scope. I will say that my whole folder is the scope, and also start URL. I will say that I want to start with /, so from the home page. Just that. Okay? Now, if I save this, now I'm going to reload, but I want you to pay attention to this part of the browser. Okay? I'm going to reload, and now I have a problem. Is that I don't know if it's because I have a service worker. I'm not sure if it's taking the new version of the manifest or not, okay? So sometimes you need to reload twice. And on the second reload, I'm getting that icon. Have you seen that icon before? It says install Relinit. So I can install an app. Also in the menu, I think they changed the place here. Cut, save, and share. It says install Relinit with the icon. So if you click there, if I install this, it will install an app in my Mac. Relinit. And now I can even get rid of the browser at all, okay, like this. I have a lot of browsers. Let's stay with the source code here. So it's its own app in the Mac operating system, and it's working. It works offline now. We know it works with the passkey, and it appears in the Alt tab as its own Mac application. I can also install it on iOS as an app with that to home screen. On Android, it creates an APK, an Android package for me. I don't need to go to the store to distribute that app. Okay, that's a PWA. So if you have a web app, in this case our vanilla full stack web app with Go, you can easily convert that into an installable app, also known as a PWA, a progressive web app, just by tweaking that web app manifest. Okay? Do you have any question on that?
Do you need all three entries in your manifest to do that, or is it just the standalone?
So the standalone is the one that says when the user installs an icon, I want to be in a standalone app. Okay, but also scope and start URL are kind of mandatory when you are PWA. There are more properties that you can fill. Okay, there are more properties and ideas and things. Remember that there is a whole 6-hour course, PWA. You might need that app store, so you have homework now. Need to watch that course to actually get more insights on what can you do with that. Yeah.
What does the browser support look like for progressive web apps like that? Because obviously you can do it with Chrome. Is that a Chrome specific thing, or is
No,
that...
today is pretty good. In fact, let me show you. In Safari, I can also do that. So if I open HTTP localhost 8080, in Safari you go to File, Add to Dock, and it's taking my icon. So now I have another web app. Now I have two installed. One is using Safari, and they appear. I have two. That's the problem. One is the one. This is the one that is using Mac OS.
So it is using the different browser as like the back end for rendering. In that case, it's basically just Safari, but
it's like a Safari tab, but outside of Safari.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's still web technologies. It's still the same. I still have the same rights to execute code, so I cannot execute native code. And I can show you quickly an iOS emulator. The same happens on Android. So the support is pretty good. Firefox is not supporting PWA installation on desktop, but only on Android. So every browser on Android has support for this. Every browser in iOS also has support for this. Then Windows, Chrome, Edge, and Safari on desktop have support for this on all the available platforms, including Linux, Chromebooks, Windows, and Mac. So if I go here and say localhost 8080, I can see the web version, but I can click on Share, and there is an Add to the Home Screen icon. You can see it's taking the right icon, Add to the Home Screen. You can also see that it has one name here and another name there at the back. And the one you see at the back is the actual current title of the page, and the other one is coming from the manifest. So if I add this, I have the icon. I know what you're thinking. Hey, Max, this is a trick. That's a bookmark to the website. Okay? But if I open this now, it opens in a standalone mode, which is in full screen. Where it should open. Hello. I think, did it crash? No. Okay, took some time for some reason. So now I have an app, there is no Safari URL bar. And from an OS perspective, we can see it has its own app. I can even close Safari, and it's there. So I have a really neat app that didn't go through the App Store. Okay, the user can install it anytime. And it works. Will it work with passkeys? Well, if I'm going to my account, can I create a passkey from here? Let's say fill the password. What is that? I'm not sure what that dialog is. Because it's full screen. What is that? I think my simulator is working. But anyway, so I will try to log in here. It was t@test.dev. Login. I don't want to save this. Can I add a passkey in a simulator on iOS? For passkeys actually work, even in the simulator. The simulator has a way to actually enable on features. We have a section for Face ID. So you need to enroll first. So if I enroll to Face ID, now it will work. But also I have, in the meantime, other options, such as using the QR code. So I can log in the simulator with my phone. So if I select this, continue, okay, I can do that. Well, I need to enable Bluetooth also in the simulator. But now that I enabled that, if I do this, now it says, do you want to use Face ID to sign in? And actually, it's not going to use the Face ID on my Mac because I don't have. It's a simulation. So you go to Feature Face ID, and you can select here that you have a matching face or a non-matching face. So if I say, OK, I want to use Face ID, so now it's expecting me to fake the matching face. Done. OK. And it gave me an error at some point, maybe a timeout or something. But you can see, you can do it as well. The simulator is kind of tricky because it's a simulation, but it works. Okay, and now I have an app that works with passkeys that any user can install on Android, iOS, iPadOS, Mac, Windows, Linux, Chromebooks, so mostly everywhere. Okay. Well, do you have any question on that? No? Well, I have homework for you. So we have already finished our app, and there are always more things that you can add. Of course, you can increase the PWA support with more features. You can add a button that will trigger an installation on some browsers, so the user doesn't need to go manually and install the app. You can play with service workers, but also in terms of what we have already seen today, you can start implementing identity first flow, so it's not asking for a password by default. You can also list all the passkeys for the user. In the My Account section, for example, you can list all the passkeys there. I think that will be pretty good. So the user can see the current passkeys, and you can delete the passkeys if they don't want to use them anymore. I had a passkey in a USB key, but I've lost the key. So, well, I can delete it. I don't want to keep that key forever on the server. Let the user name their passkeys and delete them. So this is the light blue Ubico key, or this is the iCloud key. Use Go templates for server-side rendering. Actually, I have a typo, so let me solve that and do that again. Using Go templates for server-side rendering, that will be better than just trying to render everything as we did for server-side rendering. Just you can try to do that as homework. Showing the UI that you're offline, when you're offline, so you can show a bar, or you can sometimes you apply a filter to the whole page, black and white. So there are several UI tricks to let the user know that there is no connection, and be careful because we are using the cached version. Okay, so there are many things that you can start playing with, including the find and offline sync strategy. So what to do when you are deleting a bookmark, a favorite, or a movie from a watch list, and how to sync that to the server. So you need to sit down and think about how to to work with this. There is no single solution. You may have different answers. It depends on the project. Okay? Any final question? Any final questions on passkeys, server-side rendering, offline support, PWAs?
Do you go over more of the background syncing in the PWAs?
Yeah, you have more on the background syncing on both, on the PWA and the JavaScript in the background.
Oh, yeah.
I think that JavaScript in the background will give you more insights on what you're expecting. Also, you can go to web.dev/learn/PWA. That's it's a free interactive book that I author. That there are also some examples, snippets, and explanation on PWAs and what you can do, how to do that. So you have the course at the front-end Masters library, or you have that interactive book as well. Okay? Well, if there are no more questions, thank you.
All right. Thanks everyone who was online. We'll be streaming next week with a very big change of pace. C fundamentals on Tuesday, and building a static type compiler in JavaScript on Thursday. So we'll see you then.